Audiobook title: The Guard Engine's Awakening. Original title: Crossing the Other World to Build Gundam. Audiobook by Zephyr Audiobook. And short audiobook part 0 for Chapter 200. 1 to 250, Chapter 201. The Second Great War of the Alliance. Powers. The storm gathers at Mykian's edge, at the borderlands of the kingdom of Mykian. Two mighty Alliance armies assembled like storm clouds, ready to unleash thunder upon the earth. The very air crackled with tension as thousands of warriors prepared for what would become the greatest clash since the First Great War. Within his royal command chamber, King Thrax of Mykian stood before a massive viewing screen, his weathered hands gripping the edge of his desk. The weight of kingship pressed heavy on his shoulders as he watched the brewing tempest at his kingdom's edge. Around him, his most trusted ministers gathered like shadows, their faces grim with the knowledge that destiny itself hung in the balance. Prince Grady sat rigid at his father's left side, his jaw clenched tight with barely contained frustration. Princess Rabina occupied the chair to the king's right, her eyes never leaving the screen that showed the armies massing beyond their borders. "Curse that man," Grady muttered under his breath, his fists tightening. If Draco Varlan had never come to our realm, never built his company in those cursed asteroid fields, none of this madness would have befallen us. One of the ministers, his voice cutting through the tense silence like a blade, declared, "The great battle has begun, Your Majesty." When titans clash across three separate battlefields, the Democratic Alliance and the Imperial Alliance forces crashed together like waves against stone. The scale of this Second Great War dwarfed even the massive First Conflict, with legions of metal giants and starfaring warships stretching beyond the horizon. At the Nikalan Kingdom's battlefield, a strange absence haunted the Democratic Alliance forces. No sign of the legendary Wing Gundam could be found. The same ghostly void existed at the Zoic Kingdom front, where soldiers scanned the skies in vain for the white-winged harbinger of victory. This absence sent ripples of unease through the Democratic Alliance ranks at Mykian's border. Their commanders found themselves hesitating, unable to unleash their full fury, while wondering where their most powerful ally had vanished. The same uncertainty plagued their comrades on the other two fronts. But strangest of all was the complete absence of the Aegis Mercenary Corps from all three battlefields. This mysterious void confounded not only the Democratic Alliance, but sent whispers of confusion through the Imperial Alliance ranks as well. The Supreme Commander's Dilemma High Admiral Yao Zhangying, the 5-star Supreme Commander of the Imperial Alliance, had earned his position through trials of fire and steel. In the Great War Games, where the Empire's finest generals had clashed in simulated combat, he had cut down all challengers like wheat before the scythe. Every emperor of the Alliance had acknowledged his tactical genius, granting him command over all their combined forces. Yet now, as he stood in his command center, Yao felt the sting of frustration. His subordinates had tried repeatedly to reach the Aegis asteroid base, but only silence answered their calls. The mercenary forces at the subsidiary bases had mobilized, but they halted just beyond Democratic Alliance territory, sitting motionless like sleeping dragons. Even the forces at Logistics Base 3 remained still as stone, gathering strength but refusing to strike. The Democratic Alliance had responded by massing their own troops at the border, creating a tense standoff that crackled with potential violence. "What game are they playing?" Yao muttered, his strategic mind racing. If even one of the three small kingdoms fell, the Democratic Alliance could drive straight through to the heart of Aegis territory, like a spear thrust to the soul. Suddenly, a communications officer burst into the command center. "Sir, the Aegis Mother Base has launched multiple fleets. They're splitting into 3 formations, heading for all 3 battlefields." Before Yao could respond, another report arrived. "Combat has erupted at Logistics Base 3. The Supreme Commander's eyes widened as understanding began to dawn. He activated the 3-dimensional tactical display, his fingers dancing across holographic controls as he ran battle simulations. His mind worked like lightning, calculating possibilities and probabilities. "This is madness," he breathed. Then his expression shifted to one of grudging admiration. "But if they succeed?" Thunder at Base 3 at Logistics Base 3, the storm had broken in full fury. Imperial Alliance fleets that had been repositioned to the area rushed to join the fray, their weapons blazing against the attacking force. The numbers told a grim tale. The Democratic Alliance forces outnumbered the combined Aegis and Imperial troops by more than 2 to 1. Yet in the chaos of battle, superior numbers meant little when faced with superior skill and technology. 2 Hyaku Shiki mobile suits unleashed their mega particle cannons, twin beams of destruction sweeping across the battlefield like the wrath of gods. Wherever the energy streams touched, explosions bloomed like deadly flowers, consuming phantom wind units and other enemy machines in brilliant funeral pyres. A Marasai mobile suit, already outclassed by the newer Jigen units, made the fatal mistake of engaging a MK Roman II Gundam. The superior machine danced away from the Marasai's beam shots with fluid grace, then returned fire with devastating precision. The enemy unit vanished in a ball of fire and twisted metal. Across the battlefield, the Aegis forces still relied heavily on older GM Roman II units and various dagger-type mobile suits, with their elite Jigen units comprising less than 15% of their total strength. Yet what they lacked in numbers, they made up for in skill and determination. A Jigen unit locked onto a Wyndham mobile suit, its pilot's finger steady on the trigger. The beam shot lanced out like a spear of light, and the Wyndham pilot's desperate attempt to block with his shield proved futile. The energy beam burned through metal and armor, finding the cockpit within. The pilot, likely, never knew what hit him. Shadows strike in the dark, while all eyes focused on the great battles raging across 3 fronts. No one noticed the silent destruction unfolding in the Solani Republic. Multiple military bases crumbled under mysterious attacks, their defenders falling like wheat before an invisible scythe. High above one such doomed installation, the Seraphim Gundam activated its Trans-Am system, bathing itself in crimson light. In the hands of its pilot, a GN rocket launcher charged to maximum power, drawing energy from the tri-red acceleration mode until it hummed with barely contained destruction. The weapon discharged, sending a lance of green fire streaking toward the asteroid military base below. The defenders had mere seconds to register the massive energy signature before the beam punched through their command center like divine judgment, vaporizing everything in its path. The base commander died instantly, and without leadership, panic spread through the installation like wildfire. Soldiers ran in all directions, their coordinated defense crumbling into chaos. 10 Endaga units descended upon the wounded base like vultures, their beam sabers carving through defensive positions with surgical precision. With their command structure destroyed, the defenders couldn't call for reinforcements or coordinate their remaining mobile suits and warships. While the Endaggers wreaked havoc at close range, the Death Scythe Gundam made the enemy fleet its primary target, its beam scythe cutting through ship hulls with terrifying efficiency. From the distance, the Tri-Red Seraphim continued its bombardment, each shot guided by the steady hand of the Virtue Gundam's sniper rifle, picking off targets with methodical precision. To ensure no distress calls could escape, GN particles from the solar furnace Gundams created an interference field around the base, while cloaked Endaga units deployed additional jamming equipment throughout the area. The trapped defenders found themselves truly alone, their cries for help lost in the electronic storm, their fate sealed by invisible chains. The hidden fleet, after completing their grim work, all units returned to their mothership, hidden within the asteroid field. The Ptolemaeus Roman II and 2 other vessels equipped with Mirage systems lay concealed among the floating rocks, their advanced cloaking technology rendering them invisible to enemy sensors. No one suspected that a small strike fleet had slipped through the boundary between the Solani Republic and the Massabia Democratic State, using the chaos of the main battle as perfect cover for their covert operations. The battle at Logistics Base 3 served a dual purpose. Not only did it engage enemy forces, but it also masked the movements of another military-grade fleet striking at a colonial fortress deep in Solani territory. Had Supreme Commander Yao known about this hidden fleet, he would have thrown his hands up in amazement. "I never imagined you would be so bold, so utterly reckless as to assault critical enemy installations with such small forces." But Yao had not yet discovered the full scope of their audacious strategy. If he knew what other operations were unfolding in the shadows, he would have begged to learn from whoever had planned this multi-layered assault, perhaps even asked to become their student. The Gundam Sanctuary within the Ptolemaeus Roman II hangar, an impressive array of mobile suits, stood ready for the next phase of battle. Alongside the Virtue and Seraphim Gundams were the Strike Noir, Crimson Aegis, and ZZ Gundam, 8 of the most advanced war machines ever created. Still seated in the Virtue Gundam's cockpit, Draco Varlan gazed upon this mechanical army with mixed emotions. In the original timeline, he mused, the Ptolemaeus Roman II would have carried the 00 Gundam and other next-generation units by now. How strange the turns of fate could be. As Draco emerged from his cockpit, Persica Tau was descending from the Seraphim's pilot chamber. She noticed the weariness in his eyes and moved to his side with gentle concern. "The next battle phase begins in 4 hours. She said softly, her voice carrying both affection and worry. "You should rest now. Don't push yourself too hard." "I understand," Draco replied, managing a tired smile. "Thank you, Persica." The 2 Albion-class vessels, also equipped with Mirage systems, drew power through cables connected to the Ptolemaeus Roman II. Unlike the solar furnaces that could generate renewable energy indefinitely, their Minovsky-type thermonuclear reactors required careful fuel management. By sharing power from the solar furnace ship, they could operate for extended periods without depleting their nuclear fuel rods. As the hidden fleet prepared for the next phase of their impossible mission, the Great War continued to rage across 3 battlefields, with neither side yet realizing that the true masterstroke was still to come. The storm had only just begun. Chapter 202. The Zero System. In the quiet of the ready room, Draco Varlan finally slept, his head resting on Persica Tao's lap. The weight of worlds seemed to have settled on his shoulders, and in this brief moment of peace, he was no emperor, no general, just a man pushed to the very edge of his endurance. Persica closed her own eyes, drawing strength from the silence. She held Draco's right hand in hers, her touch a gentle anchor in the storm of their lives. He shifted in his sleep, turning his face toward her stomach, his breath warm against her. She opened her eyes and looked down at him, her heart aching. The dark circles under his eyes were stark reminders of sleepless nights, spent planning, preparing, and holding the line against an entire world that sought to tear him down. The democratic nations had branded him a mad scientist, their propaganda machines working tirelessly to poison his name, all because they coveted the technology he held. He had been forced into this war, every move a desperate reaction, a scramble to stay one step ahead of annihilation. Persica knew the truth. For months, Draco had worn a mask of unshakable calm, his steady hand guiding them all, his confidence a fortress against the fear that threatened to consume them. But beneath that stoic exterior, his soul was stretched taut as a wire, vibrating with the constant, crushing pressure. A week ago, in a desperate gamble born of that pressure, he had unleashed his greatest and most terrifying creation, a supercomputer he called the Zero System. It was a digital oracle, a guard engine of pure logic. Into its core, he had poured every scrap of intelligence, every battlefield report, every variable of the unfolding war. The Zero System processed it all, its quantum mind running countless simulations, predicting the flow of battle and charting the optimal path to victory. The very operation they were now engaged in was a product of its cold, hard calculations, the best possible outcome according to its flawless logic. It could predict the movements of the Alliance fleets with chilling accuracy, foreseeing the ebb and flow of combat before the first shot was ever fired. Draco stirred, sleeping for a little over 3 hours before his eyes fluttered open. He sat up, and Persica was instantly there, pressing a warm towel to his face, the simple act meant to wash away the lingering shadows of exhaustion. "How long was I out?" he asked, his voice still thick with sleep. 3 hours and 15 minutes, she replied softly. "We have 45 minutes until the operation begins." "Right," he said, his focus sharpening. "Let's get to it." Aboard the Ptolemaeus Roman II, Colonel Ises, the ship's steadfast captain, stared at the report that had just arrived from the Aegis asteroid. Her expression grew more stunned with every line she read. The Zero System's predictions had been more than accurate. They were prophetic. It had foretold that, after the Aegis fleets broke the enemy's front line at Logistics Base 3, the Solani Republic would not dispatch its own forces to stop them. Instead, true to the system's forecast, they were desperately calling for aid from neighboring democratic states and the main alliance command. It had also predicted that the colonial fortress, despite knowing an Aegis fleet was inbound, would hold its position and beg its central government for reinforcements rather than engage. And it had correctly calculated that the Masabia democratic state would be unable to help its ally. Having already committed the bulk of its military to the battle at the Mykian kingdom's border, everything was unfolding exactly as the Zero system had ordained. Now the system's logic pointed to the final, critical move. It calculated that if the Ptolemy's Roman II small strike team could destroy its target, a vital enemy facility, within 30 minutes and escape, the resulting chaos would not only cripple the Solani Republic, but also send shockwaves through all three major battlefronts of the Democratic Alliance. Hidden within a dense asteroid field, the fleet began its silent dance of war. The two Albion-class carriers launched a total of 10 N-Dagger N units, their Mirage systems activating and rendering them invisible ghosts in the void. Persica in the Seraphim Gundam and Draco in the Virtue Gundam launched alongside them, their sights set on the heart of the enemy's war machine, a massive manufacturing plant. This facility was the lifeblood of the Democratic Alliance, churning out the components, parts, and equipment for their entire fleet of mobile suits and warships. It was protected by a formidable joint force from the Veridian Federation and the Anglo-Saxon Republic, but its true defense was the shield, a massive, diamond-shaped energy barrier that enveloped the entire base. It was a fortress of pure energy, impervious to the main cannons of warships, and even the Albion's mighty mega-particle cannon could not scratch its surface. Following them into the void were the Exir, Kyrios, and Dynam's Gundams, their pilots ready for the fight to come. The cloaked N-Dagger N units slipped through the darkness, arriving at the edge of the impenetrable diamond shield. They were phantoms at a locked gate, but their patience was rewarded. 10 minutes later, a transport convoy approached the facility on a routine supply run. A section of the shield shimmered and opened, creating a temporary entryway. In that brief moment, the 10 N-Dagger N units merged with the convoy, sliding through the gap like whispers in the night. Once the signal came that the infiltration team was inside, the Ptolemy's Roman II and the Albions released the rest of their forces. The Death Scythe, Heavy Arms, GP-04, and the Astray Blue Frame L, supported by 4 Hyaku Shiki and 4 MK Roman II Gundams. They took their positions, a silent orchestra of death waiting for its cue. Inside the facility, the N-Dagger N teams split into pairs, melting into the shadows to begin their deadly work. For 30 minutes, they moved unseen, mapping the base's critical systems, and most importantly, locating the shield generator and its primary power conduits, using superluminal communication, which the shield could not block. They transmitted the layout to Colonel Isis. Isis studied the data, her mind already formulating a plan. She acknowledged the Zero system's terrifying power, its ability to see the future of the battlefield, but she refused to be its slave. To her, the Zero system was a cold, unfeeling machine. It dealt in data and probabilities, crafting strategies of ruthless efficiency that never accounted for the human heart, for fear, or for courage. A perfect plan was worthless if the soldiers carrying it out broke under the strain. More than that, she believed the Zero system had a fatal flaw. It could never predict the unpredictable, the spark of human genius that could defy all logic and change the course of a battle in a single, brilliant moment. To her, the Zero system was a tool, a reference, not a commander. Humans were meant to control machines, not the other way around. If Draco had known her thoughts, he would have applauded her wisdom, for she had seen the great danger of the system he had created. But he would have been heartbroken by her other assumption. She believed he had built the Zero system in his own image, materializing his own cold, ruthless nature into a machine that saw everything as data, devoid of emotion or consequence. Isis finalized her plan and broadcast the orders to the entire fleet. Deep inside the enemy base, the N-Dagger N units erupted from the shadows, unleashing a storm of righteous fury. They targeted the shield equipment and power conduits with savage precision. Outside, the diamond shield began to flicker and fail. Gaps appeared in its perfect structure, and the surrounding enemy fleet scrambled, alarms blaring in the sudden chaos. In that instant, the Seraphim Gundam ignited. It bloomed in a flash of crimson light as Persica activated its transom system. The GN rocket launcher in its hands glowed with catastrophic power, its output pushed far beyond its limits, ready to deliver the first devastating blow. Chapter 203. The Devil's Anvil within the heavily fortified manufacturing base. A Veridian Federation official stood proudly beside a reporter from CBB, the largest news network in the Federation. They were broadcasting live, the official's voice swelling with arrogance as he gestured toward the shimmering, diamond-shaped energy shield that protected them. "This is the pride of the democratic world," the reporter declared with manufactured passion, his face filling the screen. "A shield forged by the combined genius of the Veridian Federation and the Anglo-Saxon Republic. It is an unbreakable aegis, a symbol of our strength and unity." Just as the word unbreakable left his lips, the world shook. A violent tremor ripped through the facility, followed by the deafening roar of a massive explosion. From her cockpit in the Seraphim Gundam, Persica Tau watched the data stream in from the N-Dagger teams. Colonel Isis had relayed the coordinates of every critical system inside the base. The moment the shield collapsed, Persica's fingers were already moving, her eyes locking onto the primary target. She pressed the firing stud. Empowered by the crimson glow of the transom system, the GN rocket cannon unleashed a torrent of destructive energy. The beam, thick as a comet's tail, slammed into a major production line deep within the facility. The resulting explosion ripped a gaping hole in the station, the shockwave shattering everything for hundreds of meters. The sudden failure of the shield, followed by the devastating attack, plunged the base into absolute chaos. Production facilities, once humming with activity, were now being torn apart by subsequent blasts. Aboard their respective flagships, Colonel Zoke of the Veridian Fleet and Colonel Anger of the Anglo-Saxon Fleet roared orders into their comms. "All ships full alert," Zoke bellowed. "Target the source of that beam and fire at will." But the Seraphim Gundam was already gone, a phantom melting back into the darkness of space. From the cover of a massive asteroid, Draco Valen watched the chaos unfold. As Persica's attack lit up the enemy base, the Virtue Gundam's sniper scope was already locked onto a Veridian warship. He squeezed the trigger. The beam lanced across the void, striking the ship's bridge and silencing it forever. Without pausing, he acquired a new target, another beam of light crippling a second vessel. From all directions, the other Gundams descended upon the bewildered fleets like vengeful guards. "Launch all units," Colonel Zoke screamed, dispatching squadrons of Wyndham and Marasai mobile suits. Engage them. Engage the enemy. Colonel Anger echoed, sending his Phantom and Marasai units into the fray. But the base's own defensive mobile suits were being systematically eliminated, picked off by the cloaked N-Dagger N units before they even knew they were under attack. The two commanders could only watch in horror as their forces were shredded by what they now recognized as Gundams. It wasn't just the Jigen units they had faced before. It was something else entirely. They were firing legends. They watched as Taurus and Virgo mobile dolls, unmanned units they hadn't even known the Aegis Corps possessed, waded into their ranks. The Virgo's planetary defense systems were a nightmare, their energy shields deflecting everything but a direct hit from a warship's main cannon. The only way to destroy one was a suicide run, sacrificing a mobile suit at point-blank range to overload the shield, allowing another pilot to strike the killing blow. And now they faced machines even more powerful than that. Piloting the Arios Gundam, Sol Yu activated its third form, merging with 3 GN Archer support craft. He became a celestial chariot of destruction, his cannons larking onto targets in every direction. Beams of green light crisscrossed the battlefield, and a dozen enemy suits vanished in blossoms of fire. The Kyrios Gundam, in its mobile suit form, became a blur of deadly motion. Its massive pincer claw snapped a Wyndham in half before its GN rifle spat death, each shot finding its mark and turning another enemy into a funeral pyre. After repositioning, Persica checked her status screen. The Transam system was ready again. The Seraphim glowed red once more, and with its power pushed to the absolute maximum, she fired again. Another section of the facility disintegrated under the focused rage of the GN rocket cannon. The base now had 2 massive, smoldering holes torn through it. Colonels Zoke and Anger raged on their bridges, their connection to the facility severed. They had no idea what was happening inside, and none of their reinforcements were emerging from the crippled station. To make matters worse, a subordinate's frantic voice cut through the noise. "Sir, our communications are being jammed. We can't call for help." They were alone, caught in a ghost story, haunted by phantoms they couldn't see and guards they couldn't fight. Aboard the ZZ Gundam, Jaina Zhu swung a beam saber the size of a small building, cleaving a Marasai in 2. Her double-barreled beam rifle fired in unison, the twin beams punching through 3 mobile suits in a single, devastating shot. A swarm of missiles erupted from her back, and the enemy pilots scattered. Those too slow were consumed by the blasts. Those who dodged condemned the warships behind them, the explosions gouging fiery craters in their hulls. Meanwhile, Draco saw a squadron of Wyndhams closing in on his sniper's nest. He triggered a series of pre-planted explosives, turning their approach into a fiery trap. The lead units were pulverized, and he picked off several more with his rifle before the survivors scattered, seeking cover among the asteroids. "Right," Draco muttered, a grim smile on his face. "Let's finish this." On the bridge of the Ptolemios Roman II, Colonel Isis's blood ran cold. An image had just appeared on her main screen, transmitted from one of the N-Dagger teams inside the base. Her brow furrowed, her lips pressing into a thin line of disgust. The photo showed a row of nuclear warheads. The facility wasn't just building parts. It was a secret nuclear weapons factory, a devil's anvil hidden in plain sight. While nuclear weapons were no longer the ultimate deterrent they once were, their power was still immense. Modern defense systems could shoot down missiles, but a nuke detonated inside a colony would still shatter it like glass. And there wasn't just one. There were dozens, with a full production line ready to build more. Get me photographic evidence of everything. Isis ordered the N-Dagger team, her voice steady despite the fury boiling within her. She then opened a private channel to Persica. All units, cease fire on the facility's core. I repeat, avoid hitting the main structure. We have what we need. The surviving Wyndham pilots hunted through the asteroids, their hearts pounding in their chests. Their radars were useless, their sensors blind. They were being stalked by a ghost. Suddenly, a beam of green light pierced the darkness, gutting one of their remaining comrades. The other two pilots spun around, their eyes catching the source. There, floating calmly in the void, was the Virtue Gundam. It wasn't hiding. It was waiting. Attack! One of them screamed, a cry of desperation. They opened fire, a storm of beam shots converging on the Gundam. Draco sidestepped the attacks with contemptuous ease. He raised a pair of GN pistols and returned fire, his shots methodical and precise. The two Wyndham suits were riddled with holes, their reactors exploding in silent flashes of light. His pursuers eliminated, Draco was about to resume his cover fire when Isis's voice came over the calm. "Nukes," Draco whispered, his voice laced with venom. He looked at the burning facility, at the scattered fleets of the so-called democratic powers. So this is their game, building weapons of mass destruction right next to nations that have sworn them off. They spit on international law. A cold, hard fury settled in his soul. The hypocrites. He moved the Virtue Gundam to a new position, his rifle once again becoming the guardian of his comrades. With their mission complete, the N-Dagger teams had already withdrawn and were heading back to their motherships. All Gundams returned to the fleet, Isis commanded. As suddenly as they had appeared, the Angels of Death began to retreat. Colonels Zoke and Anger could only stare in confusion, their minds unable to process the whirlwind that had just torn their world apart. From a distance, the Virtue Gundam stood watch, its rifle singing a final, deadly song, ensuring that every last one of its allies made it home. Chapter 204. A day of impossible things aboard their separate flagships. Colonels Zoke and Anger frantically tried to communicate over a secure hardline, their minds reeling. Nothing made sense. How had the Aegis Mercenary Corps slipped past their patrols? How had the Diamond Shield, their impenetrable fortress, simply collapsed? And then there was the attack itself, a furious, overwhelming assault by a squadron of Gundams that had vanished as quickly as it had appeared. They were blind, deaf, and utterly alone, cut off from their high command and trapped in a battle they no longer understood. The damage to the facility was catastrophic. It would cripple the supply lines for the entire front. As they argued, trying to piece together the impossible, their subordinates screamed in unison. "Sir, it's coming back. That massive energy beam, it's targeting the facility again." "Damn them!" they both roared. But their curses were swallowed by a flash of light, so brilliant it bleached the stars from the void. It wasn't a beam. It was the sun, born and dying in the same instant. "That's," Zoke began. "A nuclear detonation," Anger finished, his voice a dead whisper. A silent, expanding sphere of pure energy consumed the manufacturing facility. Then their fleets, then everything. The shockwave of the blast was the last thing they ever knew. From the bridge of the Ptolemios Roman II, Colonel Isis watched the Holocaust unfold on her main screen, her expression unreadable. "Ensure the entire sequence is recorded," she said, her voice calm and steady. "Transmit the recordings and all previously gathered evidence to the Aegis asteroid. Now." Minutes later, the data packet arrived at the mercenary headquarters. Commander Jaron Lee took one look at the images and the video of the nuclear explosion before forwarding the entire package to High Admiral Yao Zhangying, the supreme commander of the Imperial Alliance. Yao was in his own command center, his eyes fixed on the holographic displays of the three great battlefronts. He scowled in frustration. The Aegis fleets had arrived, but they were hanging back, watching the Imperial and Democratic forces bleed each other dry. "What in the devil's name are they playing at?" he muttered. Then the message from Jaron Lee arrived. Yao's eyes widened as he saw the images of the nukes, followed by the video of their fiery end. He immediately dispatched a team to verify the data's authenticity, his mind already racing, trying to fit this new piece into the puzzle. He looked back at the main fronts. At Logistics Base 3, the Aegis fleet had crushed their opponents, but then they had split. Half their force was now driving toward the rear of the Solani Republic's main fortress, while the other half had inexplicably halted, creating a standoff. "A pincer attack," Yao mused, stroking his chin. "Insanely risky. Even if they succeed, they'll leave their own rear exposed to a counter-pincer from other Alliance forces." Then it hit him. The photos, the video, the location of that manufacturing base. He remembered the reports of the covert attack. He pieced it all together, and a jolt of understanding shot through him. They didn't just have two forces, he breathed, his eyes wide with disbelief. They had a third, a hidden fleet. My God, they weren't exposing a flank. They were protecting it themselves. Just as the realization dawned, the holographic map of the Zoic kingdom border erupted in chaos. A full-scale Aegis fleet had materialized from nowhere, appearing directly behind the Democratic Alliance's main battle line. Their rear guard, caught completely by surprise, was being annihilated. The two Aegis fleets that had been spectating now surged forward, their cannons blazing. The tide of battle turned in an instant. The Imperial forces, who had been on the verge of defeat, now roared with renewed vigor. The Democratic Alliance, caught between a hammer and an anvil, descended into chaos. Before Yao could even process this new development, another report flashed on his screen. Aegis forces had captured and destroyed several bases near colonies in the neighboring Maker Nation, completely cutting off and annihilating a massive reinforcement fleet bound for the Zoic front. "So many unexpected things," Yao whispered, his heart pounding. "Their entire strategy is a razor's edge. One misstep, one failure, and they would have fallen into oblivion. Whoever planned this, they're a madman." The next report made his eyes bulge. He shot to his feet, staring at the live feed from the Solani front. A new Aegis mothership had appeared. It was a beast, a leviathan of a warship, unlike anything he had ever seen. 5 launch catapults adorned its frame, but it was the weapon nestled beneath its central deck that stole his breath. A high-energy mega-particle cannon 50 meters long, with an 18-meter caliber, a monster's more. As battlefield reporters broadcasted live, the weapon fired a beam of pure white-heart energy, thick as a skyscraper, tore across space. It struck the unbreakable diamond shield. The shield didn't just fail, it shattered. The beam continued, unimpeded, and punched clean through the fortress satellite, from front to back, leaving a perfectly cored, smoldering hole where its heart had been. Yao collapsed into his chair, his body going limp. The diamond shield, the weapon that had given the entire Imperial High Command nightmares, a defense no weapon in their arsenal could scratch, had been broken by a private mercenary group with a single shot. He watched the rest of the report in a daze. The Aegis fleet that had been moving toward the fortress's rear suddenly changed course, peeling off to intercept a Democratic Alliance fleet that was coming to attack them. The Allied Imperial commander, left in the lurch, was now asking for orders, unsure whether to follow the Aegis fleet or continue to the fortress. Yao's strategic mind, numbed by shock, reignited. An opening, a glorious, impassable opening. "Order our fleet to advance," he commanded, his voice shaking but firm. "Take that fortress." Now he finally saw it. The entire, insane, beautiful strategy. This wasn't just about winning a battle. It was about changing the map. By capturing that fortress, the Aegis mercenaries would shift the entire war front away from the kingdom of Mykion and deep into the heart of the Solani Republic. Leaning back, Yao stared at the ceiling of his command center, a disbelieving laugh escaping his lips. "So many impossible things," he said to the empty air, "all in one day." Chapter 205. One of the 10 legends for 36 agonizing hours, the Mykion kingdom's border had become a meat grinder. The war here was a relentless storm of steel and fire, with both the democratic and imperial alliances pouring endless reinforcements into the fray. In the beginning, the sheer numbers of the Democratic Alliance had given them the upper hand, with the Aegis mercenary corps refusing to join the fight. The imperial commanders on the front lines grew desperate, their pleas for help met with infuriating silence. They cursed the mercenaries, convinced they were nothing but vultures, waiting to pick the bones of the victor. But as the battle stretched on, a strange and unsettling pattern emerged. The flow of democratic reinforcements began to slow to a trickle, while the imperial reserves continued to arrive unabated. The democratic commanders on the ground felt a growing unease, their frantic calls to the rear swallowed by static. By the 48th hour, the trickle had stopped completely. The democratic forces were on their own. Lieutenant General Renault, his face etched with exhaustion and confusion, ordered his comms officer to break through the interference and demand reinforcements. He didn't know the truth. He couldn't know that his rear command had already been overrun by Aegis forces, that his every transmission was being intercepted, and that the order for his army to retreat would never reach him. The supreme commander of the Democratic Alliance, 5-star General Nicola of the Viridian Federation, had already sounded the retreat. The Solani Republic's main fortress had fallen. The Masabia Democratic State was being ripped apart by ghost-like units that struck from nowhere and vanished without a trace. The entire front was collapsing, and General Renault's army was about to be caught in the jaws of a closing trap. But his orders were lost to the void. his forces fighting and dying for a battle that was already lost. The battlefield broadcasts told the story. The Democratic reporters had gone silent, their feeds mysteriously cut. Only the imperial journalists remained, their cameras capturing the moment the tide finally turned. The Aegis fleets, silent for 2 days, began to move. At first, the imperial soldiers and reporters sneered, their suspicions confirmed. The mercenaries were here to scavenge. They were cowards, content to let others do the dying. Then another Aegis fleet, a full brigade, appeared behind the Democratic army. The imperial reporter's narrative shifted in a heartbeat. They weren't cowards. They were master strategists. They hadn't been watching. They had been waiting. Their radio silence wasn't cowardice. It was a brilliant tactic to prevent their pincer movement from being discovered. The battlefield erupted. The momentum shifted so violently. It was like watching a planet reverse its orbit. Military experts watching the live feeds all reached the same conclusion. Without a miracle, the Democratic Alliance forces at the Mykian border were doomed. At the same time, hundreds of light years away at the Nikalan Kingdom front, another ghost appeared, a regiment-sized Aegis fleet, led by the monstrous GP-03D Dendrobium, materialized behind the Democratic fleet and began to perform surgery with a sledgehammer. Its triple large missile pods tore warships apart, while its 108-tube micro-missile pods swatted enemy mobile suits from the sky like flies. The Dendrobium's massive mega-beam cannon fired, punching through 3 capital ships in a single, incandescent blast. Its colossal beam saber, a blade of pure energy, swung through the enemy lines, cleaving destroyers in 2. In less than 3 minutes, the GP-03D carved a path of annihilation deep into the enemy formation, destroying over 20 warships and vaporizing more than 250 mobile suits. It became a reaper, a harvester of souls, and every enemy weapon turned to face it. But it was not alone. As the Dendrobium drew the enemy's fire, its escorts, squadrons of mass-produced Gundams and Jigen mobile suits, fanned out, cutting through the distracted enemy forces with ruthless efficiency. Jigen beam rifles, powerful enough to pierce the bridge of a capital ship, fired again and again. The Democratic fleet, caught between the hammer of the Aegis fleet at their rear and the anvil of the mobile suits, now tearing them apart from within, descended into a maelstrom of death and chaos. But amidst that chaos, a silver hawk took flight. It was a Wyndham-type mobile suit, but unlike any other. Its back-mounted thrusters were larger, more powerful, and it possessed a capability its lesser brethren could only dream of: transformation. In an instant, it could shift into the form of a sleek, deadly eagle. This was the Silver Eagle, a custom machine forged by the Lamask Military-Industrial Corporation, the Veridian Federation's premier weapons manufacturer. It was built for a legend, Sergio Escudero, one of the 10 greatest ace pilots in human history. Its heart was a specialized nuclear fission reactor, double-filtered to protect its pilot, granting it the power to wield weapons of unimaginable destruction. Sergio himself was an enigma. With his blonde hair, blue eyes, and youthful face, he looked no older than a man in his late 20s. In truth, he was nearly 50, a veteran of countless wars, with a kill count that was the stuff of nightmares. He had been fighting for 5 straight hours, taking only a brief rest when his commander had forced him to. He had lost track of how many enemies he had personally destroyed. Then the frantic distress call came from the rear fleet. "So," Sergio said, a predator's smile gracing his lips, "it seems the famous Gundams have finally decided to show themselves. This should be fun." His screen lit up with targets. A Jigen fired at him. The Silver Eagle dodged, the movement so fluid it was like a dance, and closed the distance in a heartbeat. The Jigen pilot never had a chance to react before a beam saber slashed his machine in half at the waist. Sergio then dispatched a half-dozen GM Roman II and dagger units with contemptuous ease. His skill, a terrifying spectacle. "All units, be advised." An Aegis pilot screamed over an open channel. "I have a custom Wyndham type. It's taken out more than 10 of our suits. I need—" The transmission was cut short as the Silver Eagle vaporized another Jigen. But as Sergio lined up his next shot, several beams lanced toward him from the darkness. He dodged them perfectly, his laughter echoing in his cockpit. He looked at his screen, his smile widening. There they were, 2 of them, 2 identical Gundams, standing shoulder to shoulder in the void. One was painted in shades of blue and white, the other in light and dark blue. Their weapon loadouts the only thing that set them apart. The legend had found his challenge. Chapter 206. The legend versus the sisters on the chaotic battlefield. Twin stars of defiance blazed against the storm. Jaina and Neria Zhu, sisters in blood and battle, piloted their matching Gemini Gundams, each a perfect complement to the other. Jaina's Gemini 1 was a marvel of engineering, a machine built for speed and agility. Every surface, from its back to its legs, bristled with thrusters, allowing it to dance through the battlefield like a phantom. Neria's Gemini 2 was its brutal counterpart, a walking arsenal designed for overwhelming firepower. A massive beam cannon sat upon its right shoulder, an electromagnetic gun on its left. A Gatling cannon was holstered at its rear waist, while its arms and legs were studded with micro-missile pods. In its right hand, it held a high-output beam rifle. On its left arm, a shield that was also a gun. Facing them was the Silver Eagle, and within its cockpit, the living legend, Sergio Escudero. He'd read the intelligence reports on the Gemini units, knew they possessed a special system similar to the reality-bending powers of the other Gundams. Perhaps these are the prototypes. Sergio mused aloud, a smirk playing on his lips. The origin of that power. Gemini 1 struck first. Jaina's Gundam streaked forward, its beam rifle singing. As the Silver Eagle dodged, Neria was already firing, her own beams targeting the exact spot where Sergio would reappear. It was a perfect trap, but Sergio was no ordinary pilot. In a move that defied physics, the Silver Eagle's beam saber flashed, not to strike, but to parry, slicing Neria's energy beam in half. Jaina and Neria stared in disbelief. They had never seen anyone, save for Draco himself, block a beam shot with a saber. A thrill, cold and sharp, shot through Sergio. For the first time since this war began, he felt the stirrings of excitement. He cracked his neck, the sound echoing in his cockpit. "I hope," he said, licking his lips as he broadcast on an open channel, "that you're more than just this." The Silver Eagle counterattacked. It fired on Jaina, the first shot a warning, the next series of blasts boxing her in, sealing her escape routes with explosions. Jaina gasped, shocked at how quickly he had her cornered. She threw up her shield, the impacts rattling her cockpit as Neria laid down a storm of covering fire from her own arsenal. "Not bad," Sergio chuckled. Instead of dodging, he plunged directly into the barrage, weaving the silver eagle through the impossibly small gaps between the electromagnetic slugs and bolts of beam energy. "What?" the sisters cried out in unison. Only their boss, Draco, and the stoic guard commander, Anton, could pull off a maneuver like that. Jaina recovered and went on the offensive, the two sisters weaving a deadly net of crisscrossing fire. "Impressive," Sergio noted, his voice calm as he danced the silver eagle through their attack. "Their teamwork is flawless. They cover each other, they predict each other's movements. Against any other pilots, any other mobile suits, this battle would already be over." But they weren't fighting any other pilot. The Silver Eagle was a blur, dodging every shot and returning fire in the same heartbeat. The Gemini Gundams fought back, one sister drawing fire while the other unleashed hell. For a moment, they were locked in a perfect, deadly stalemate. Then Sergio changed the game, dodging another volley. He spotted the drifting husk of a destroyed mobile suit. With a powerful kick, he sent the wreckage hurtling toward Neria like a meteor, then fired a beam directly into its reactor. Neria's tactical display was blinded by the debris, but years of combat instinct screamed at her. She knew what was coming. She dodged just as the wreckage exploded, but Sergio had anticipated that, too. The feint was just the first step. The second was attacking the exact path of her dodge. The Silver Eagle's guns roared, and though Neria reacted instantly, it wasn't enough. A shot slammed into her Gundam's left shoulder, shattering the electromagnetic gun. With a curse, she jettisoned the ruined module. Jaina opened fire, trying to give her sister a moment to recover, but it was no use. They couldn't land a single hit. They both knew, in that sickening moment, that they were completely outmatched. "Neria," Jaina said, her voice tight with desperation, "activate the PX system." "On it, sis." A wave of ethereal blue light washed over both Gundams, their systems roaring to life. Sergio watched, his smile widening. "So, you're finally using your party trick," he said. "In that case, I suppose I should use mine." Beyond the limit, the nuclear reactor in the Silver Eagle screamed as it went into overdrive. A storm of black, gaseous energy erupted from the mobile suit, shrouding it like a cloak of night. The sisters stared, shocked that their enemy possessed a power akin to their own PX system or the Gundam's transom. The battle resumed, but now it was a clash of meteors. Two blue comets and one of blackest night slammed into each other, their movements too fast for the naked eye to follow, leaving trails of light and explosions in their wake. Nearby, other pilots stopped fighting just to stare at the spectacle. Anton saw the duel, and his blood ran cold. "That pilot, his skill is on par with my own," he muttered. "When the PX system's time limit runs out, the sisters are finished." Jaina and Neria were fighting on pure instinct, their bodies and minds pushed beyond all human limits by the PX system. But even with their enhanced senses, they could feel it. They could see it in every perfect, flawless movement their opponent made. He was only now fighting at his full strength. The Silver Eagle's beyond the limit was a simple, brutal 50% boost to all its performance specs. But the PX system was different. It enhanced the pilots themselves, sharpening their reflexes and skills to a supernatural degree. Sergio realized with a grim satisfaction that if he hadn't activated his own system, their combined assault would have overwhelmed him. But skill was a different matter, even with their performance boosted. The Gemini Gundams were still slightly inferior to the beyond the limit state of the Silver Eagle. It was Sergio's sheer, guard-like piloting ability that allowed him to not only hold his own, but to begin pushing them back. The sisters' heightened abilities closed the gap, but they were fighting a master. For a breathless moment, the battle hung on a knife's edge. The sisters' raw power against Sergio's peerless experience. Then Neria's shoulder cannon fired. As the Silver Eagle dodged, it lashed out with a kick, slamming into Jaina's Gemini 1. "Damn it!" Jaina screamed as the cockpit shook violently. "I saw it coming, but I couldn't react in time." The 3 minutes were up. As one, the glowing auras around all 3 mobile suits faded. Sergio felt the strain, but he was a veteran, conditioned for this. The Zhu sisters, however, were utterly exhausted. The feedback from the PX system had left them drained, their movements suddenly sluggish. Sergio saw it instantly. He cracked his neck again, a gesture of finality. "It's been a pleasure, ladies," he said, his voice a cold whisper. "But now I have to say goodbye." The Silver Eagle shot toward Jaina, effortlessly dodging Neria's desperate covering fire. He closed the distance and engaged Gemini 1 in close combat. Jaina was completely overwhelmed, her movements clumsy and slow. Neria raced to help her. "You fell for it," Sergio thought with a cold, internal smile. He slammed another kick into Jaina's machine, his thrusters at full blast, sending her careening into a dense field of wreckage. "Ugh!" Jaina cried out, as the violent impact knocked the breath from her lungs. The Silver Eagle spun, turning on the approaching Gemini 2. Neria drew her beam saber, swinging wildly. Sergio's machine flipped over the attack with impossible grace. "You," Sergio said, his voice filled with manic glee, "will be my first Gundam kill." He brought his own beam saber around in a vicious counter-slash, aimed to cut Neria's Gundam in 2. But the blow never landed. A new machine appeared between them, a blur of white, blue, and red. It was a Gundam, but one of a different, more bestial design. With a screech of metal on metal, its hand shot out and caught the Silver Eagle's sword arm, stopping the killing blow cold. Sergio's eyes widened. Through the frame of his machine, he could feel it. The raw, untamed power of the pilot before him. Years of battle experience screamed a single word in his mind: danger. The Silver Eagle immediately disengaged, blasting backward into the safety of the void. Chapter 207. A Duel of Legends. Neria, go check on your sister. Anton's voice crackled over the calm, cutting through the static of the battle. "This one is mine." "Got it," Neria replied, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and relief. The Gemini, too, disengaged, speeding towards the wreckage where her sister's machine lay crippled. Anton stared at the Silver Eagle, his Barbaro's Gundam standing like a vengeful sentinel in the void. He sent a communication request. In his own cockpit, Sergio Escudero saw the request from the strange, demonic-looking Gundam. He accepted. A video feed split his screen, revealing the face of his new opponent. "Anton Barnetta," Sergio said, his voice a low growl of recognition. "Sergio Escudero," Anton returned, his tone equally grim. For a moment, there was a silent, mutual acknowledgement. 2 of the 10 greatest pilots in history, legends from opposing sides, had finally met on the field of battle. "An honor to finally meet you, sir," Anton said, a gesture of respect for the older, more decorated ace. Despite his youthful appearance, Sergio was nearly 50, while Anton had just passed 30. Sergio's legend had been forged long before Anton's name was ever whispered in fear. "So the rumors were true," Sergio replied, his eyes narrowing. "You're back in the fight. That boss of yours, Draco Valen. He must be something else to pull a crippled man from the grave and put him back in a cockpit. No wonder the Federation wants him so badly. A man like that, left to his own devices, could overturn the world." "My boss gave me my life back," Anton said, his voice burning with a loyalty so fierce it was almost tangible. "He is the father of my rebirth. His enemies are my enemies. Touch a hair on his head, and you answer to me." A slow, dangerous smile spread across Sergio's face. "Is that so? Then let's see what one of the 10 aces is truly made of." "You might want to switch weapons, sir," Anton advised, his voice turning cold as steel. "Beam sabers, beam rifles, they're useless against this Gundam." "So I've heard," Sergio acknowledged, his fingers flying across his console. The Silver Eagle holstered its beam saber and rifle, replacing them with a massive, armor-piercing saber and a heavy-gauge shotgun. The Barbaros responded in kind. It drew a long takai from its back, and from a holster on its thigh, a monstrous 6-shot, 70mm revolver. The two machines launched themselves at each other. It was a storm of steel, a brutal, intimate dance of death. The clash of their blades sent sparks flying through the void as they traded blows, each move a perfect counter to the last. Sergio's shotgun roared, but Anton dodged the blast and lunged, his takai seeking a killing blow. The Silver Eagle spun away, its own saber lashing out, only to be parried by the Barbaros's free hand as Anton raised his revolver and fired. They broke apart, then clashed again, but in the raw fury of their exchange, one truth became terrifyingly clear. The Silver Eagle's power output couldn't match the raw, untamed might of the Gundam. In a direct clash of blades, Sergio's machine was driven back, its frame groaning under the strain. Anton pressed his advantage. He was a whirlwind of motion, his Barbaros a blur of white, red, and blue. He dodged a shotgun blast and fired his revolver, the shot slamming into the Silver Eagle's arm. He lunged forward, his takai a silver streak in the darkness. Sergio dodged the shot, but the Barbaros was already on him, its blade descending. He barely brought his own saber up in time to block. The impact sent a shudder through his machine, and red warning lights flashed across his console. He was being completely and utterly overpowered. It wasn't a matter of skill. In that, they were equals. It was the machines. The Silver Eagle was a masterpiece of engineering, but the Barbaros, it was a monster. Warning alarms screamed through Sergio's cockpit. The Silver Eagle's frame was at its breaking point, its joints screaming in protest. His beyond the limit system was still on cooldown. Pushing it now would tear his machine apart. The Barbaros's thrusters roared, its power overwhelming the Silver Eagle and driving it backward through space. Warning, thruster output being suppressed. The calm, computerized voice announced. With a snarl of defiance, Sergio fired the last shell from his shotgun directly at the Barbaros's face. Anton had been waiting for it. The Gundam sidestepped the blast and drove a powerful kick directly into the Silver Eagle's cockpit. "Damn you!" Sergio roared as the impact rattled his skull, sending a wave of nausea through him. He knew that if that happened again, he'd be crushed into paste inside his own cockpit. In the next instant, the Barbados was upon him, emptying its revolver at point-blank range. Sergio dodged frantically, but a single round found its mark, severing the joint of the Silver Eagle's left arm. "Fuck!" he screamed, enraged. He swung his machine's right leg in a desperate sweep. The Barbados answered with a blast from its arm-mounted mortar, blowing the Silver Eagle's leg off at the knee. With its prey crippled, the Barbados raised its tack-eye for the final blow, swinging the blade directly at the cockpit. Sergio yanked his controls, his thrusters screaming as he dodged. The blade missed his cockpit by inches, but sliced clean through both of the Silver Eagle's remaining legs. At the same moment, one of its main thrusters exploded, sending the limbless mobile suit spinning helplessly through space. Anton saw his chance. He moved in for the kill, but suddenly he was swarmed. A wave of Democratic Alliance mobile suits threw themselves in his path, a desperate, living shield. From his flagship, General Gregg had seen the duel's outcome and issued a single, final order. "Get him out of there. I don't care what it costs. Get Sergio back." Anton carved through the interceptors, his Barbados a whirlwind of destruction, but there were too many. They came on like a suicidal tide, their only goal to buy their hero a few more seconds. The Zhu sisters arrived to help, but they too were bogged down, unable to break through the wall of desperate soldiers. Two Wyndhams broke through the chaos, grabbing the helpless Silver Eagle and dragging it back toward the retreating fleet. On the bridge of his dying flagship, General Gregg orchestrated the retreat, ensuring Sergio's carrier was among the first to escape. He and his remaining forces would stay behind, a final sacrifice to cover their legend's escape. Back on his ship, it took a maintenance crew several minutes to cut open the jammed cockpit hatch. When Sergio finally emerged, bruised and furious, he was told his ship was retreating. He gave a cold, bitter snort. He'd lost. There were no excuses. His machine was inferior, but he had been beaten. He stored the humiliation away, letting it fester and harden into a cold, diamond-hard resolve. There would be a next time, and next time, he would be the one to claim victory. Chapter 208. Operation Shadow Submersion. Once the retreat of the evacuation fleet was confirmed, Lieutenant General Gregg issued his final command. White flares, the universal signal of surrender, blossomed across the battlefield. He ordered his remaining forces to stand down and lay down their arms. In an instant, the storm of beam fire and explosions ceased. The silence that followed was more profound than any sound. A moment later, a triumphant roar erupted from every ship in the Imperial Alliance fleet. On the news feeds, Imperial reporters trumpeted the news across the human sphere, declaring a glorious victory for the Empire at the Nikalan front. They spun tales of Imperial valor, barely mentioning the Aegis Mercenary Corps, dismissing their decisive rear assault as merely the last straw that broke the camel's back. But they weren't the only ones on the battlefield. Neutral journalists, broadcasting from their own ships, told a different story. They showed the truth. A tale of ghostly fleets, impossible tactics, and a mercenary group that had single-handedly orchestrated the entire victory. Then came the official announcement. The Aegis Mercenary Corps website lit up with a series of bombshell declarations. They had captured the entire frontline base of the Urukla nation. They had seized several of its colonies. They had systematically dismantled its military infrastructure. The Earth sphere and its colonies erupted in chaos. Military experts, generals, and strategists from every nation stared at their screens in stunned disbelief, scrambling to understand how a private military company had achieved the impossible. How had they moved entire fleets through enemy territory, completely undetected? And the sharks kept coming. The Wing Gundam appeared in the Sanzoro nation, its dreaded annihilation, cannon erasing an entire fleet with a single, blinding flash. One by one, its bases and colonies fell to the Aegis forces. On the Zoic Kingdom front, the Democratic Alliance fleet, already reeling from the attack on its rear, watched in horror as the Wing Gundam descended from the heavens. Its annihilation cannon fired, and a swath of their fleet simply ceased to exist. Before the commander could even give the order to surrender, the cannon fired a second time, and his flagship, along with his life, was vaporized. Leaderless and terrified, the remaining Democratic captains launched their own surrender flares. Less than 2 hours after the victory at Nikalen, the battle for the Zoic border was over. An hour after that, the Imperial Alliance declared victory at the Mykion front as well. In a single day, the Democratic Alliance had suffered 3 catastrophic, battlefield-ending defeats. The final, devastating blow came in the form of a video released by the Aegis Mercenary Corps. It showed their new Nahal Argama-class warship, its monstrous main cannon glowing with terrifying power. It showed the beam lancing across space, and it showed the supposedly unbreakable diamond shield of the Solani Republic's main fortress shattering, like glass, as the beam tore through it, coring the entire station from front to back. That video broke the world. The strongest shield, the pinnacle of democratic military technology, had been pierced by a single shot from a private mercenary group. A new legend was born that day, the strongest spear. The world's military minds were now obsessed. How did the Aegis Mercenary Corps do it? How did they infiltrate so deep, jam all communications, and strike without warning? The only answer they could conjure was one that defied belief. The Aegis Mercenary Corps possessed technology far beyond anything they had ever imagined. Meanwhile, the fleet that had been causing havoc in the Masabia Democratic State, the one led by Draco Varlan himself, simply vanished. After drawing the bulk of the enemy forces into a pointless chase, they activated their Mirage Carloid system and disappeared without a trace, leaving a baffled and terrified enemy fleet searching an empty void. Back in his private quarters aboard his flagship, Draco Varlan sat in a plush armchair, his eyes closed as Persica Tau gently massaged his tired shoulders. He reviewed the final reports as they streamed in, a small, weary smile on his face. Every phase of the operation had been a flawless success. He thought back to the plan, the one the Zero system had calculated and codenamed Operation Shadow Submersion. It had been a gambit of breathtaking audacity. It relied entirely on their new jamming devices and the Mirage Carloid stealth systems installed on their motherships. 3 small, cloaked task forces had been dispatched, each slipping into the heart of a different enemy nation. From there, they launched Endagger teams to plant jammers, conduct assassinations, and sabotage key infrastructure. Once the enemy was blind and deaf, the hidden Aegis forces would strike, decapitating the command structure and seizing control before the main fleets, traveling under secret passage agreements with neutral kingdoms, even arrived. The plan had been met with fierce opposition. Shrek, his brilliant strategist, had argued it was too reckless, that a single leak, a single failure would lead to their annihilation. But others, like Jaren Lee, had seen the brutal genius of it. They argued that with the world's attention fixed on the three main battlefronts, no one would ever see the dagger sliding between their ribs. In the end, with his command staff deadlocked, Draco had made the final call. He had rolled the dice, and he had won. He dismissed the last of the reports and let out a long, slow breath. The weight of the galaxy seemed to lift from his shoulders. He finally allowed himself to feel the bone-deep exhaustion he had been holding at bay. He stood, turned, and pulled Persica into his arms, sinking into the soft comfort of his bed. "Stay with me," he whispered, his voice thick with sleep. "MMM," she hummed, curling up against him. Within moments, he was sound asleep. Persica watched his sleeping face, her heart aching with love and concern. She prayed that this victory would finally grant him the peace, and the rest he so desperately deserved. Chapter 209. The great unraveling the Democratic Alliance was in ruins. The catastrophic defeats at the borders of three separate kingdoms were just the beginning of their nightmare. Now the war had come home, and the very heart of their frontline nations was under attack. The news that the Aegis Mercenary Corps had handed over every captured fortress, every strategic base, and every colony to the Imperial Alliance sent shockwaves through the human sphere. To the common citizen, it was madness. They wondered if the mercenary king, Draco Varlan, had lost his mind, gifting the spoils of his impossibly daring campaign to his allies. But the strategists, the ones who saw the galaxy as a chessboard, understood. They saw the devastating brilliance of the move. It was an advance disguised as a retreat. By relinquishing the captured territories and keeping only the innocuous logistics base 3, the Aegis Mercenary Corps had washed its hands of the front-line conflict, while the Imperial and Democratic alliances were now locked in a bloody war of attrition on new, unfavorable ground. The Aegis fleet could withdraw, rest, and rearm. They had sown the wind, and now they would stand back and watch their enemies reap the whirlwind. The tide of the war had turned. The kingdoms of Mykian, Nikalan, and Zoik, once bleeding battlegrounds, were now secure Imperial supply hubs. The Imperial Alliance, so long on the defensive, was now on the attack, their supply lines shorter and more robust than ever. The Democratic Alliance, once poised for victory, was now desperately trying to hold its ground, their own logistics crippled by Aegis raiding parties striking from hidden sub-bases. The chaos escalated 3 days after the triumphant conclusion of Operation Shadow Submersion. Aegis fleets launched from their sub-bases and began a new campaign of terror. They fell upon the smaller democratic nations that had acted as way stations for the Alliance military, annihilating any that offered resistance. Several were wiped from the map entirely. Within a week, a wave of fear swept through the democratic nations of colonial Sector 6. Terrified of sharing the same fate, they slammed their doors shut, refusing to allow Alliance forces to refuel or resupply within their borders. They were branded as traitors by the larger democratic powers, But their response was swift and furious. Traitors, they retorted in defiant broadcasts. Where were you when the Aegis fleets came for our neighbors? Where were you when entire nations were extinguished? You run faster than anyone when your own skin is on the line, but you expect us to die for you. The Aegis mercenaries have promised to leave us in peace if we stay out of this war, and that is exactly what we intend to do. This is no longer our fight. The Democratic Alliance's supply chain, already strained, shattered completely. A new consensus began to form across the international community. The Aegis Mercenary Corps was no longer just a private army. It was a superpower, capable of standing against the mightiest nations in the galaxy. Its parent company, the Aegis Group, was a technological behemoth, a leader in countless industries. Suddenly, nations that had once scorned them were now clamoring for investment, desperate for a piece of their technological pie. It was in this climate of fear and uncertainty that the Imperial Alliance dropped its political bombshell. They released a statement accusing the Veridian Federation and the Anglo-Saxon Republic of secretly manufacturing nuclear weapons at the Solani Republic base that Aegis had destroyed. They provided irrefutable video and photographic evidence. The two superpowers vehemently denied the accusations, decrying them as slanderous propaganda and demanding to know where the Empire had obtained such falsified evidence. The Empire's response was simple. We got it from the Aegis Mercenary Corps. Every eye in the galaxy turned to Draco Varlan. He was caught in a trap of his own making. To prove the evidence was real and drive a permanent wedge into the Democratic Alliance, he had to reveal the technology that had made it all possible, the Mirage Carloid stealth system. But to do so would be to paint a massive target on his back, making every major power in the galaxy hungry for his secrets. After days of deliberation, he made his choice. The Aegis Mercenary Corps official website was updated with a single, silent video. It showed the Blitz Gundam. One moment, the machine was there, floating in the void. The next, it shimmered and vanished, becoming utterly invisible to every sensor. The world went mad. What was this black magic? Aegis followed up with a formal statement, explaining that this was the technology that had allowed them to slip through enemy lines and infiltrate their most secure facilities. This was how they had obtained the proof of the secret nuclear weapons program, and they admitted, with chilling frankness, that they were the ones who had attacked the facility and triggered the nuclear detonation. The fallout was immediate and catastrophic for the Democratic Alliance. The Solani Republic lodged a furious protest against its supposed allies. Other frontline nations, now terrified that they were unknowingly hosting nuclear weapons, demanded immediate inspections of all Alliance bases on their soil. When the Veridian Federation and the Anglo-Saxon Republic refused, the truth became horrifyingly clear. The smaller nations realized they had been turned into unwitting nuclear powder kegs. The calls to expel the Alliance forces grew from a whisper to a roar. The Imperial Alliance seized the opportunity, declaring that while they would bring nuclear weapons to the front for defense, they would never use them first. But their statement concluded, if the Democratic Alliance dares to launch a single nuke, we will return the favor 100, even 1,000 times over. The Veridian Federation and the Anglo-Saxon Republic were now international pariahs, condemned by the entire galaxy. Seeing their chance, several smaller democratic nations, long weary of a war they never wanted, officially withdrew from the alliance. When their fleets passed by Aegis forces on their way home, they were allowed to pass unharmed. The message was clear. Aegis would not attack any nation that abandoned the alliance. The two superpowers tried to stop the hemorrhaging with economic and political sanctions, but it was too late. The threats only bred more resentment. An invisible crack had splintered the democratic alliance, a fracture that ran so deep it could never be repaired. In stark contrast, the imperial alliance, once a fractured collection of squabbling nobles, was now more united than ever. The balance of power in the galaxy had not just shifted, it had been shattered. Chapter 210. A good wife a month had passed since the galaxy-shaking success of Operation Shadow Submersion. In the quiet of his vast office aboard the Aegis asteroid, Draco Varlan sat in his command chair, his eyes closed. Behind him, Persica Tao's gentle fingers worked their magic, kneading the tension from his temples, a soothing balm against the sleepless nights that were the price of command. To the company presidents appearing as holograms before him, it looked as if their leader was dozing, lost in the pleasure of the massage. But they knew better. They delivered their reports with meticulous care, knowing that while his eyes were closed, his mind was a razor's edge. One misspoken word, one inaccurate number, and those eyes would snap open, pinning them with an icy stare that demanded immediate correction. After one president finished, another's image flickered to life. The ritual continued, a silent testament to the discipline Draco commanded. Then Saskia's hologram materialized. "Sir," she began, her voice crisp and professional, "the production lines at our new factory in the theocracy of Aurea are fully operational. We are producing 150 Hyzacs and 80 Marasai units per month, including command variants. The first shipment has been delivered, and the theocracy's military has given them rave reviews." "Good," Draco murmured, his eyes still closed. "Have they requested an increase in production?" "They have, sir. Pope David is offering another significant investment, as well as several of their old, state-run factories, which they will renovate to our exact specifications, free of charge." "And what is your recommendation, President Saskia?" "We accept his gracious offer, of course," Saskia replied, a hint of a smile in her voice. "We get new factories for nothing, expand our production, and increase our profits. There is no downside. Then proceed as you see fit. One more thing, sir. Your home nation, the Cathayan Empire, has formally invited us to establish a subsidiary and build factories on their soil." "Their objective?" Draco asked, his voice unchanged. "The same as the others. They want you to design advanced, mass-produced mobile suits for them. And their terms? Less generous than Aurea's," Saskia reported. "They are playing the fellow countrymen card, implying that you should give them a discount out of patriotic loyalty." Draco's eyes opened. He considered this for a moment, then closed them again. "Tell them we are interested, but that we are currently short on manpower. We will need some time." "Understood, sir," Saskia said, recognizing the classic delaying tactic for what it was, a way to increase their own bargaining power. After a few more brief updates, her hologram vanished. Jaren Lee, the commander-in-chief of the mercenary corps, appeared next. "Sir, the 13th sub-base in the theocracy of Aurea is complete. I have 3 candidates for the position of commander. All of them are decorated colonels who distinguished themselves in the recent battles. I've sent you their files. Three-dimensional images of the officers floated in the air before Draco. He didn't open his eyes. You decide, Commander. I trust your judgment. Yes, sir, Jaren replied, unsurprised. On to the next matter. Your home nation has also invited us to build a 14th sub-base. Our 9th sub-base is already located in their Wu Ning colony, Draco stated, his eyes remaining shut. Why the need for another? This one isn't in space, sir. It's on Earth. They've offered us several plots of land to choose from. They'll approve it immediately and grant us a 10-year tax exemption. Construction will be our own responsibility. Jaren transmitted the data. Draco opened his eyes and scanned the files. One of the offered locations was a coastal city in his home province of Yanglong, Everspring City, his hometown. Choose Everspring City, he said without hesitation. Yes, sir, Jaren replied, understanding perfectly. It was a sentimental choice, but one the boss had earned the right to make. After concluding his report, Jaren's image faded. Draco let out a long sigh. What time is it? 9 o'clock at night, Persica answered softly. I'm a little hungry. I'll have someone bring up some snacks. You're not going to get them yourself, he teased, and let you sneak your headache pills while I'm gone. Persica's fingers suddenly dug into his scalp, a sharp, pointed reminder. Oh, easy. She stopped the massage and walked around to his desk, pulling open a drawer and rummaging through it. Finding no pills, she turned back to him, her hands on her hips. Do you really think I dare, my love? He asked, a sheepish grin on his face. Persica just glared at him. You'd better be telling the truth. Don't let me catch you taking those things again. With the fleet in a state of rest and recuperation, Draco's chronic lack of sleep had eased, but he still rarely managed more than 6 hours a night. The resulting headaches were a constant battle, and the pills he took to manage them were a source of deep worry for Persica. She knew that taking 5 or 6 at a time was destroying his body, and that the only real cure was proper rest. Once, after he'd secretly taken 4 pills, she had been so furious that she'd given him the silent treatment for days, even sleeping in a separate room. He had been forced to grovel and swear on his life that he would get more sleep just to win back her affection. His best friend, Leo Kai, had found the whole incident hilarious. Looks like you finally found a good wife to keep you in line, old friend, he joked. Draco had wanted to roll his eyes, but with Persica standing right there, he didn't dare. Persica, however, shot Leo a glare of her own. In retaliation, Leo had gleefully shared an embarrassing story from Draco's childhood. Apparently, a young Draco had been obsessed with drawing starships and robots, often staying up well past midnight, ignoring his parents' pleas to go to sleep. In the end, his 3 older sisters had to take matters into their own hands, physically carrying him to bed and cuddling him until he finally fell asleep. If it weren't for you, Persica, Leo had finished, laughing, we'd probably have to call his sisters in to put him to bed every night. He'd be lying in a hospital bed with an Roman 4 drip by now. Draco had to admit it was true. In his past life, he had been a lonely nerd with no one. In this life, he had a loving, caring, and wonderfully bossy girlfriend to look after him. Of course, he didn't listen to her on everything. On the small things in life, her word was law. But on the big things, the matters of war and empire, She listened to him. It was a partnership, a balance of power that had saved his life more than once. Chapter 211. The strategic zero system in the heart of his command center. Draco Varland stood as if at the center of the universe. The fate of the galaxy was a river of light and data flowing around him. Countless holographic screens displaying the ever-shifting fronts of a war he had reshaped. He engaged the zero system, his ultimate creation, and fed it the torrent of information, ordering it to analyze the state of the two great alliances and his own. The legend of the zero system was a specter that haunted the history of mobile suit warfare. Its original design, the zoning and emotional range omitted system, was a double-edged sword of terrifying power. Installed in the head of a Gundam, it fused the pilot's consciousness with the machine. It would whisper the secrets of victory directly into a pilot's mind, showing them the one true path to triumph. It could predict enemy movements, calculate the perfect firing solution, and find the one safe path through a storm of enemy fire. But this guard in the machine was a devourer of souls. It was a cold, logical engine of victory that viewed its pilot as nothing more than an expendable component. It would demand maneuvers that would pulp a human body, push a mind past the breaking point, and sacrifice its pilot without hesitation to achieve its goal. It was a one-way ticket to a padded cell or a coffin. Draco, having studied its core programming, knew this path led only to madness. Not a single one of his pilots, not even he himself, could withstand its brutal logic. He needed its power, but he refused to pay its price. So he had remade it. He ripped out its soul-crushing heart, the emotional cutoff that treated men like machines. He elevated its purpose from mere battlefield tactics to grand, galactic strategy. He housed this new consciousness not in a mobile suit, but in a quantum supercomputer of his own design. He called it the strategic zero system. This new system was not a partner in combat, but a prophet of war. It possessed an analytical and computational power that dwarfed its predecessor. It could model not just battles, but entire campaigns. It could predict the actions of nations by analyzing the personalities, histories, and methodologies of their leaders. It saw the future by understanding the past. Draco had never intended to unleash it, but the arrival of the Democratic Alliance had forced his hand. He had finished it just days before the Great War reignited, and had fed it every scrap of intelligence he possessed. The system had processed the data and in response had birthed Operation Shadow Submersion, one of several possible paths to victory. Some of the paths it offered were far darker. It had presented him with strategies that involved building an entire fleet of wing Gundams, arming them with annihilation cannons, and unleashing a storm of tactical nuclear strikes that would have erased the Democratic Alliance from existence. Draco had been tempted. The plan was brutally efficient, but time was short, and he knew such an act of monstrous aggression would likely turn his imperial allies against him as well. So he had chosen the more elegant, more insidious path. And now the war was unfolding exactly as the Quantum Oracle had foretold. Of course, the strategic zero system had its own weaknesses. It lacked the lightning-fast, tactical adaptability of its predecessor. It could not react to a sudden, unexpected battlefield event with the same godlike speed. But that was a small price to pay for a system that would not drive his pilots insane. As Draco watched the data streams, he saw the system's predictions playing out in real time. The Imperial Alliance held a slight advantage, while the Democratic Alliance was rotting from within, tearing itself apart. The Solani Republic was in open rebellion, demanding the Alliance leave its territory. The Viridian Federation and the Anglo-Saxon Republic ignored their pleas, their arrogance blinding them to the abyss opening beneath their feet. In other frontline nations, democratic leaders who opposed the war were being assassinated, their governments overthrown and replaced by puppets loyal to the two superpowers. It was a transparent, brutal power play, but it also created openings that the Imperial Alliance was all too happy to exploit, seizing territory in the ensuing chaos. Still, Draco saw the truth. Even fractured and bleeding, the Democratic bloc was the strongest faction in the galaxy. His victory had not been one of brute force, but of precision and misdirection. Then the final piece fell into place. A news bulletin flashed across one of the screens. President Valerius had won re-election in the Anglo-Saxon Republic. The strategic zero system had already calculated the outcome. It predicted, with near certainty, that the newly emboldened Republic would throw its full weight behind the Democratic Alliance. But it also predicted that this move would provoke another major power in the Earth sphere, a sleeping giant, to finally enter the fray. A new fire was about to be lit, and the galaxy would burn. Chapter 212. The Republic enters the fray 3 months after the galaxy was turned on its head. The presidential election in the Anglo-Saxon Republic came to a close. President Valerius, his position secured for another term, wasted no time. He launched a campaign of persuasion in the halls of Congress, his goal singular and clear: to bring the full might of the Republic into the war, to crush the Imperial Alliance, and to capture Draco Varlan. His motivations were not born of patriotism or justice, but of debt. His campaign had been funded by the true rulers of the Republic, the arms dealers and resource barons who saw Draco Varlan not as a terrorist, but as a treasure chest. They lusted after his technologies, especially the metal decomposition furnace, a machine that could literally print money. Valerius was their puppet, and now they had come to collect. The military-industrial complex had its hooks deep in Congress, with their lobbyists greasing the wheels and the Republic's media machine working overtime. Valerius faced little resistance. The news networks painted Draco as a mad scientist, a threat to freedom and democracy, whose dangerous toys needed to be in the responsible hands of the Alliance. A wave of anti-war protests rose up across the Republic, but they were a candle in a hurricane. The media ignored them, and those who dared to organize were quietly warned or simply disappeared by the state's shadowy security apparatus. After a month of relentless backroom dealing, Congress voted. The Anglo-Saxon Republic was officially joining the war. The news sent a jolt of electricity through the demoralized Democratic Alliance. Nations that had been contemplating withdrawal were now filled with renewed hope. With the Republic's legendary military joining the fight, victory seemed not only possible, but inevitable. For the Imperial Alliance, the news was a crushing weight. They were already outmatched. The Democratic faction now boasted 3 superpowers: the Anglo-Saxon Republic, the Viridian Federation, and the pan-colonial Democratic Union. The imperial camp had only two, the Garth Empire and the Cathayan Empire. While the three democratic giants were bitter rivals, they were united by their shared hatred for any system of government that was not their own. For now, their guns were pointed in the same direction, but they had all underestimated their true enemy. In the months of quiet since Operation Shadow Submersion, the Aegis Mercenary Corps had not been idle. They had been building, growing, and preparing. They were stronger than ever before. The Republic's first army group, a fleet of staggering size and power, departed the Earth sphere under the command of the veteran General Bullock. A swarm of embedded journalists followed in their wake, ready to broadcast the glorious victory to the masses. General Bullock, however, was no fool. He had spent weeks studying the Aegis Mercenary Corps tactics. He knew how they used hit-and-run strikes and cunning ambushes to pick apart larger forces. He issued a standing order. His fleet was to maintain maximum alert, but under no circumstances were they to pursue any Aegis units they encountered. He would not be lured into a trap. His greatest fear was not a conventional fleet, but the ghostly specter of the Wing Gundam or the world-breaking cannon of the Nahal Argama. General, a radar operator shouted, "We have a massive fleet approaching. Their scale is comparable to our own." Bullock's brow furrowed. "Identify them," he barked, his mind racing. "Is it the Rossovian Union?" "Negative, sir. Signal identification reads, Theocracy of Aurea." Bullock scoffed. "The Theocracy? That big, toothless dog. What are they doing all the way out here?" He turned to his communications officer. "Send them a warning. Tell them to change course immediately, or we will open fire." But before the message could be sent, the radar officer cried out again, his voice filled with disbelief. "General, they're firing on us. A full salvo." "What?" Bullock roared, leaping from his chair. "Return fire. Launch all mobile suits. I can't believe that pathetic nation has the gall to attack us." On the bridge of the Orion flagship, Admiral Vladimir watched the enemy fleet burn. Behind him stood Sir John, the stoic knight of St. Ethel, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. They had been waiting for this moment. As soon as President Valerius had begun his warmongering, the Theocracy had begun its own preparations, secretly moving its entire First Army group into position for this very ambush. As the Orion fleet unleashed a second, devastating wave of cannon fire, the Admiral gave the order. Their new, teal-painted Hyzax and Marasai suits launched from the catapults, swarming the panicked Republican fleet alongside their older, but still formidable, Crusader models. Admiral Vladimir's voice, filled with righteous fury, echoed across the Orion calms, a battle cry of pure, unadulterated vengeance. "Brothers and sisters, in arms, the moment we have longed for is at hand. For our comrades who died in their unjust war, for the homes they destroyed, for the honor they defiled, unleash your holy wrath upon these faithless dogs. Let them feel the fire of our rage." Chapter 213. Operation Nemesis Ruwa. A guttural roar of pure, primal fury echoed from every ship in the Orion fleet, a response to Admiral Vladimir's righteous cry for vengeance. This was more than a battle. It was a crusade. The Anglo-Saxon Republic had once invaded their holy nation under the false pretenses of liberation, slaughtering their people and calling them fanatics. Now the debt would be paid in blood and fire. Their crusade had a name: Operation Nemesis. The fleet had been rechristened. They were the Nemesis Fleet. A tide of steel and faith poured from their ships. 300 Haizaku mobile suits and 160 of the advanced Marasai, every last one of them committed to this single, glorious act of retribution. The Republic's vanguard fleet, still reeling from the surprise attack, fought back with the desperate fury of the ambushed. From their own launch catapults streamed their mobile suit forces. The formidable fierce bird, and its newer, cheaper cousin, the falcon. The falcon was no match for the fierce bird, but its respectable mobility and ability to carry energy weapons made it a significant upgrade over their previous generation of suits. Aboard his flagship, General Bullock watched the chaos unfold. The Orion ships were mostly outdated, but he could see that 10 to 20% of them were modern designs purchased from Aegis Arms, with a few even being decommissioned vessels from the Aegis Mercenary Corps itself. In a straight naval engagement, he was confident he could crush them. But this was not a naval engagement. The enemy's new mono-wide suits, the High Zakus and Marasais, were carving through his forces with terrifying efficiency. He had no reliable data on their performance, and the unknown was a cold knot of dread in his stomach. Worse, there was still no sign of the Aegis Mercenary Corps. Were they watching, waiting? He ordered an immediate report sent to headquarters, his voice tight with urgency. The battlefield was a maelstrom of light and death. A Haizaku's 120mm machine gun barked, its shells stitching a line of explosions across a charging falcon. In less than 3 seconds, the Republic suit was shredded into a blossoming fireball. A fierce bird pilot locked onto a Haizaku, but as he fired, the Orion suit tossed a flashbang. The fierce bird's cockpit was flooded with blinding white light. A ghost image burned into the pilot's retinas. Before he could recover, a glowing beam axe descended, cleaving the helpless machine in two. Another Haizaku, shielding itself from a hail of 90mm machine gun fire, swapped to its beam rifle and vaporized its attacker. But it failed to see the sniper. A 180mm round tore through its cockpit, and its single, glowing eye went dark. The victorious Falcon pilot didn't even have time to celebrate before a beam from an unseen Marasai erased him from existence. The Marasai was a predator toying with its prey. It danced around a fierce bird's desperate attacks, its speed, armor, and firepower superior in every way. A few surgical shots blew off the fierce bird's limbs, leaving it crippled and helpless in the void. A final, merciful beam lanced through its cockpit. These were not the old, outdated machines the Republic had expected. These were Draco Varland's designs, tuned and perfected. The Haizaku was an equal to any of their frontline suits, and the Marasai was in a league of its own, its speed rivaling even the legendary Jigen. It took 2, sometimes 3 Republic suits to even slow down one of the Orion manhwas. A single Marasai, guns blazing in both hands, tore through formations of falcons, its pilot a whirlwind of destruction. Another, mobbed by 6 falcons, fought like a cornered beast, taking 5 of its attackers with it to a fiery grave. The combat data painted a grim picture for General Bullock. The kill-to-loss ratio was a horrifying 3-to-1, and his pilots were only managing to destroy the older, weaker Crusader models. The High Zakus and Marasais seemed almost unstoppable. "I can't believe it," he muttered, his knuckles white as he gripped the arm of his command chair. Draco Varland's machines, they're turning our forces to scrap. Yet he did not panic. He was a veteran, and he could see the larger picture. Aurea had thrown everything they had into this one desperate gamble. He knew their third shipment of these new suits was likely still on the production line, their pilots still in simulators. If we had been just 1 month later, he thought, this would have been a massacre. His fleet was larger, formed from 5 army corps to their 3, and he was still holding a significant portion of his forces in reserve, a hedge against the two things he feared most: Aurea's true strength and the sudden, terrifying appearance of the Aegis Mercenary Corps. Chapter 214. The Crimson Comet Admiral Vladimir's brow was a knot of tension as he stared at the holographic battle map. From a purely tactical standpoint, they were winning. Their high Zacchus and Marasais were tearing the enemy apart. But war was a game of numbers, and it was a game he was losing. For every 2 ships he commanded, General Bullock had 3. It was a simple, brutal equation. The Republic general was holding forces back. That much was clear. He was afraid of the Aegis Mercenary Corps, the ghost at this bloody feast. "General," Sir John's calm voice cut through the din of the bridge. "Shall we deploy the Sane Test Knights?" "Not yet," Vladimir replied, his eyes fixed on the unfolding battle. Bullock was making his move. A portion of his fleet broke away, beginning a wide, sweeping flanking maneuver. It was a classic pincer, designed to crush the smaller Nemesis fleet between 2 arms of his armada. Vladimir saw the threat instantly and redeployed his own ships, a desperate attempt to keep the jaws of the trap from closing. To press his advantage, Bullock unleashed another wave of mobile suits. The battlefield, already a chaotic storm of explosions and beam fire, was flooded with fresh squadrons of fierce birds and falcons. The tide began to turn. The superior Orion suits, now hopelessly outnumbered, were being swarmed and dragged down. "John," Vladimir said, his voice grim, "it is time. Unleash your knights." Sir John bowed his head. "As you command." He and his 30 knights strode to the hangar. There, waiting for them, were their custom Marasais, gleaming and pristine. 30 of them were painted a stark, funereal white. John's alone was a deep, defiant crimson. They were masterpieces of war, their performance far exceeding even the command-type Marasai. John's crimson suit was another beast entirely, 30% more powerful than the others. A machine Draco Varlan himself had estimated to be the equal of a Hyaku Shiki or a Gundam MK Roman II. They launched as one, a silent, disciplined wave of avenging angels. The 30 white suits hit the battlefield like a thunderclap. They moved with a flawless, unspoken synchronicity, covering each other's advances, their beam rifles reaping a terrible harvest. Dozens of fierce birds and falcons vanished in blooms of fire, but it was the crimson suit that drew every eye. Sir John was the tip of the spear, a blazing red comet that punched through the Republic's lines again and again. "Target the red Manhwa," a panicked Republic pilot screamed over the comms. "Guard, his white knights are everywhere. They're tearing us apart." John was a blur of motion. His beam saber flashed, and enemy suits fell apart in his wake. His beam rifle never missed. He was death incarnate. "Saintess Knights, hear me." John's voice cut across their private channel, calm and clear amidst the chaos. "We will break their flanking force. We will not allow them to encircle our fleet." "Yes, Commander," came the unified reply. General Bullock, watching his lines crumble, deployed his own elite pilots. "Stop them," he roared. "Whatever it takes, do not let them reach the fleet." It was too late. The Saintess Knights, with John at their head, smashed through the last line of defense and fell upon the flanking fleet. The ship's mobile suit escorts, a mix of standard fierce birds and falcons, scrambled to intercept, but they were like sheep trying to stop a pack of wolves. The 30 white knights formed a protective screen, allowing their crimson leader to plunge into the heart of the enemy fleet. It was a slaughter. A single, high-performance suit inside a formation of warships was a nightmare, and John's crimson Marasai was a demon. He flew like a meteor, his beam saber slicing through the bridges of cruisers, his rifle coring destroyers from bow to stern. Chaos and terror gripped the Republic fleet. As John claimed his 9th warship, a new threat appeared on his screen. "Commander," one of his knights reported, "a new wave of fierce birds is approaching. Their performance readings are much higher than the standard models." "How many?" John asked, his hands never ceasing their deadly dance. "At least 50. Then we will destroy them." Leaving the panicked fleet to the 20 Hyzakus and 5 Marasais that had followed in his wake, John turned to meet the new threat. The Republic's elite squadron of 50 custom fierce birds, each one a match for a standard Marasai, descended upon them. It was a clash of titans, the Republic's numbers against Auria's quality. For a moment, the battle hung in the balance. Then Sir John went to work. In less than a minute, 3 of the elite fierce birds were nothing but expanding clouds of vapor. On his flagship, General Bullock watched a shared feed from one of his pilot's cameras. He saw the Crimson Marasai move with an impossible speed and precision. Another of his aces erased in a flash of green light. "Record that," Bullock ordered, his voice low. "Get me a file on that red mobile suit and find out who the pilot is. If he survives this, I want every soldier in this fleet to know his name. His call sign is the Crimson Comet." The battle raged for 5 more minutes. When the smoke cleared, all 50 of the Republic's elite suits were gone. The Saintess Knights had lost 6 of their own. A cold dread began to seep into General Bullock's heart. His flanking force was being systematically annihilated by the Crimson Comet and his knights, but at the same time, his main force was finally breaking through the Orion front line, threatening their fleet. The scales of victory were balanced on a knife's edge. "General," an officer cried out, "the elite squadron has been wiped out. The Crimson Comet is starting to butcher the flanking fleet." Bullock's eyes narrowed. "What about our own escort units?" "The white manhwas, sir. Their teamwork is perfect. Our forces can't stop them. It's like a domino effect." He made his decision. He would commit more of his reserves, his best pilots, to hunt down and destroy these Orion devils. He had to end this, and end it now. The longer the battle dragged on, the more his anxiety grew. The specter of the Aegis mercenary corps looming over him like a shroud. He no longer hoped to annihilate the Orion fleet. He just wanted to drive them off, to silence the nagging fear in the back of his mind. Chapter 215. Shameless and outrageous words, the galaxy held its breath, its eyes fixed on the fiery crucible where the fleets of Auria and the Republic clashed. To most observers, this was a simple war of vengeance, the theocracy finally exacting its pound of flesh for the Republic's brutal invasion, broadcast live across the human sphere by embedded Republic journalists. The battle was a stunning spectacle. Oria's Hyzakus and Marasais were dominating the Republic's fierce birds and falcons. Military experts and strategists across the galaxy offered their analyses. Even if Aurea were to lose, they said, as long as the defeat was not absolute, they would have won a moral victory. The Republic, with its vast superiority in military, economic, and industrial power, had to win, and win decisively, just to save face. On the bridge of the Nemesis fleet's flagship, Admiral Vladimir saw a different story. In the mobile suit engagement, they were inflicting 3 casualties for everyone they suffered. But in the ship-to-ship cannonade, they were losing 5 vessels for everyone they destroyed. The cold calculus of war was undeniable. If the battle continued, their losses would become unsustainable. It was time to take their victory and go home. But just as he was about to give the order to withdraw, the radar officer cried out, "General, it's the Aegis Mercenary Corps." Vladimir's eyes snapped to the holographic map. 5 separate Aegis fleets, 2 corps-sized and 3 brigade-sized, were screaming in from 5 different directions. A multi-pronged spear aimed directly at the heart of the Republic's vanguard fleet. Combined with his own fleet, it was now a 6-way pincer. General Bullock's worst fear had become a reality. He had hoped Aurea would break off first, allowing him to face the mercenaries on his own terms. Now he was trapped. The Nemesis fleet alone was enough to tie up half of his forces. He knew Aegis wouldn't have sent their monster-class battleship or the Wing Gundam with these fleets. They were likely composed of their new mass-production models. He could fight a tactical retreat, minimize his losses. He barked orders to his subordinates, his voice strained. "Get me a line to HQ. I need reinforcements now." The reply came back in seconds, and it made his blood run cold. "Sir, headquarters orders an immediate and full retreat. The homeland is under attack," was his first, terrifying thought. He had no choice. He began to redeploy his forces for a fighting withdrawal. The remnants of his flanking force now becoming a sacrificial front line. From the cockpit of his crimson Marasai, Sir John watched the Aegis forces enter the fray. He saw their new Jigan mobile suits, their performance clearly superior to even the standard Marasai. Then he saw them. A flash of gold as a Hyaku Shiki shot past, its sharp bazooka turning a fierce bird to dust. A Gundam MK Romand II weaving through enemy fire with impassable grace, its beam rifle picking off falcons with contemptuous ease. "So this is the new generation of Aegis suits," John murmured to himself, a professional respect overriding his battle focus. "My Marasai is a masterpiece, but that Hyaku Shiki, its systems, its speed, it's on another level entirely." The Republic's fighting retreat quickly turned into a rout. The front line collapsed, and General Bullock was forced to sacrifice a full third of his fleet just to break free and limp back to Republic territory. The Aegis fleets did not pursue. As silently and suddenly as they had appeared, they turned and vanished, heading back to their respective bases. Admiral Vladimir, his heart swelling with gratitude, attempted to open a channel to thank them for their aid. There was no response. The Anglo-Saxon Republic, which had so arrogantly declared its entry into the war, had been beaten back in its very first engagement. It became an international laughingstock overnight. Their government, however, was not laughing. They lodged a formal protest, accusing the theocracy of Aurea of an unprovoked, undeclared act of war. President Valerius held a press conference, his face a mask of manufactured outrage, condemning Aurea and promising swift and terrible retaliation. Shortly after, Pope David of Aurea held his own press conference. The theocracy of Aurea has always been a nation of peace, he began, his voice resonating with a quiet, powerful grief. But that does not mean we will turn the other cheek when an aggressor murders our soldiers and our people. If it were only my own family that was lost, perhaps I could find it in my heart to forgive. But the Anglo-Saxon Republic has created countless orphans and childless parents in my nation. For this, not only my people, but God himself will never forgive them. He then declared that their attack was but the first act of their righteous retribution. More was to come. President Valerius's office responded with a statement of such breathtaking hypocrisy that it left the galaxy stunned. Their original invasion of Aurea, the spokesperson declared, had been a righteous war fought for human rights, democracy, and freedom. Therefore, the theocracy of Aurea had no right to a war of revenge, and their actions were, in fact, an evil war waged for war's sake. The sheer, shameless audacity of the statement was almost impressive. It was like punching a man in the street and then declaring that it was his fault for trying to fight back. Only the Viridian Federation and the Pancolonial Democratic Union stood in support of the Republic. The other democratic nations remained silent, their leaders too embarrassed to endorse such a ludicrous argument. The rest of the galaxy, the empires, the monarchies, the republics, openly condemned the Anglo-Saxon Republic for its shameless and disgraceful hypocrisy, and voiced their full support for Aurea's war of revenge. Chapter 217. The Manhwasystem, continuing from chapter 215. Shameless and outrageous words at the Aegis Mother Base. Change was in the air. The old order of the battlefield, the aging GM Roman II units, and the tired short-sword class suits was being swept away. In their place came the new, sleek, and deadly Jigen mobile suits. It was like day chasing away the night. Vice Commander Captain Fix wasted no time. He reached out to the kingdoms of Mykion, Necron, and Zoic. The message was plain. Do you want to buy the GM Roman II and Short Sword series the moment we phase them out? The three kings didn't even hesitate. We want them, they declared in unison, even at a steep price. 50 million colony credits for a single second-hand GM Roman II. They agreed without flinching, signing the contract with one broad stroke of the quill. They bought up as much as they could, but their coffers weren't deep enough, nor their realms large enough to claim them all. Word spread like fire in the wind. Soon, other empires began bidding, offering even higher prices. Many had no intention of fielding the suits in their armies. No, they wanted to dissect them, to taste their secrets, to see how they ticked. In less than a week, every old unit was sold. The mother base couldn't keep up with the demand. Desperate for scraps, Imperial envoys even traveled to Aegis sub-bases to beg for whatever cast-offs might remain. Sub-commanders, recognizing a golden chance, gladly sold second-hand suits for high profit. When Commander Jaren Lee handed Draco Varlan the report, the Emperor chuckled quietly to himself. So many nations eager to waste fortunes for what I already cast aside. Why not profit from their greed? Inside his private office, Draco leaned over blue holo sheets of new schematics. Lines and structure gleamed before his tired eyes. The name etched at the top glowed softly. Murasame. His purpose was simple: compatibility. In the brutal war months prior, the GM series proved a logistical nightmare. Different parts, different calibers, different upkeep. His engineers groaned beneath the weight of endless mismatched components. Draco would not allow that folly to repeat itself. The Murasame would be reborn as a brother to the Jigen, so alike in parts that supply lines could serve them both with ease. Yet Draco's pride demanded more. This new bird must outfly the Taurus and more. He remembered the praise the Taurus pilots once gave its transforming frame, how it slipped into fighter form, darted past defenses, and struck like a hawk before vanishing into the night. But beauty matters as much as brawn in Draco's eyes. The Taurus was ugly. He would never march his legions behind such a design. He considered the Re-Zel, the sleek mass production cousin to Zeta Gundam. Strong, yes, but wasted as a mere common soldier's steed. In his heart, only one spoke to him: Murasame. Elegant, sharp, a shape that carried the silhouette of a Gundam itself. Production would be limited. One Murasame for every 4 Jigens. Pilots best suited were chosen carefully. Men and women who excelled both in fighter craft and in mobile suits. It would take training, sweat, and patience to master the transformation. But Draco was determined. Weary from hours of revision, he leaned back, stretching, rubbing his aching temples. The office door slid open with a soft chime. Persica Tau, his wife, his empress, and ever his quiet guardian, entered, pushing a small meal cart. She frowned immediately, seeing the tension in his movements. "Headache again?" she asked, her voice thick with worry, her fingers gently massaging his temples. "It's nothing," Draco whispered. "Only fatigue. Then rest a little, beloved." "I will after we eat," he smiled faintly. They dined together on dumplings, fried buns, and warm shumai, their favorite comfort foods, strangely mirrored tastes. Between bites, she scolded him softly. "Don't work yourself into exhaustion. What use is victory if my emperor falls?" Later, as midnight struck, Draco forced himself to end his work. Persica was waiting outside his office, arms folded until she could take him gently by the arm. Together they walked back to their chambers, like any other couple, in the quiet lull of night. For days, Draco labored, simulations running, adjustments made. Piece by piece, he honed the Murasame until it was sharper than he had first dreamed. When the final blueprints were complete, he handed them to Commander Jaren himself. Jaren studied them and asked bluntly, "Will this new unit surpass the Taurus?" Draco only gave a dry smile. "Would I hand it over if it was anything less?" True enough. When General Jaren left with the sealed plans, Draco turned back to his other reports. Several legendary Gundams, RX-78 FAR, GP-01, were sealed away in vaults, sleeping giants in the dark. He whispered to himself, almost like a pilgrim confessing a prayer. 5 months of quiet rebuilding. 5 months, and 5 new Gundams already born. Age X, the Battle G, none yet built. That Battle Gundam. If only I had a true martial master among my men. Then I could forge the shining Gundam and see with my own eyes whether the soul of the warrior monk could live within a Gundam's frame. His words hung in the silence, a vow not yet broken, a dream not yet ended. The Murasame was only the beginning. Chapter 218. To blame the victims, 6 months had passed since the theocracy of Aurea first tasted blood. 6 months of quiet, simmering rage. The Anglo-Saxon Republic's once mighty vanguard fleet had limped back to the Earth sphere, but there was no respite. The Nemesis fleet, Aurea's sword of vengeance, had shadowed them every step of the way, a relentless phantom at their heels. The stalemate was a source of constant, grating humiliation for the Republic. With each passing day, the balance of power shifted. Aurea's forges, fueled by Aegis arms contracts, churned out wave after wave of new Haizaku and Marasai suits. Their aging warships were decommissioned, replaced by sleek, modern vessels. Their ground forces, once armed with 30-year-old relics, now wielded the finest tanks, drones, and infantry gear the galaxy had to offer. The theocracy was not just rearming. It was being reborn, its military might ascending to a level it had never known. A holy fire of vengeance burned in the heart of every soldier, and they trained with a fervor born of righteous fury, ready to unleash a storm upon their former tormentors. In a desperate bid to stave off the inevitable, President Valerius sent his top diplomats to the Rosovian Union. Their plea was simple: stay out of the coming conflict. Without the Rosovian bear at their backs, the Republic was confident it could handle the combined might of the Cathayan Empire, the theocracy of Aurea, and the scattered remnants of the South American alliance. The Rosovian government was not impressed. They met the Republic's pleas and proposals with a cold, unwavering refusal. You want a solution to your problems. The Rosovian ambassador told them, his voice like ice. It is simple. Withdraw your forces from the Democratic Alliance. Stop your pointless wars. The diplomatic mission was a catastrophic failure. They returned home empty-handed, their tails between their legs. Meanwhile, a subtle but profound shift was occurring across the galaxy. The Imperial Alliance, using the territories captured for them by the Aegis mercenaries, began a brilliant campaign of political warfare. They established new kingdoms in the captured colonies, propping up local leaders and winning the hearts and minds of the populace. These new monarchies were swiftly recognized by the non-democratic nations of the interstellar community. While the democratic bloc could do nothing but large, furious, impotent protests, the Democratic Alliance was crumbling from within. Nations like the Solani Republic, who had lost entire colonies to this new political order, were engulfed in riots. Their people, betrayed and abandoned, demanded that the Democratic Alliance forces leave their sovereign territory. The alliance, however, refused to budge. Then came the final, damning revelation. News outlets began reporting that the Democratic Alliance was illegally mining resources from the asteroid fields of the very nations they claimed to be protecting. When confronted, they denied everything, even using their own troops to block investigations. The hypocrisy was laid bare for all to see. Even the Imperial Alliance, for all its faults, paid its allies for the resources it extracted. The Democratic camp had become a nest of thieves and hypocrites, and the galaxy laughed at their downfall. The final nail in the coffin came when the Anglo-Saxon Republic, facing enemies on all sides and a brewing civil war at home, officially announced its withdrawal from the Democratic Alliance. The morale of the remaining nations shattered. The Republic pulled its troops back from its borders, and the other great powers, sensing the shift in the wind, did the same. A fragile, unspoken truce settled over the Earth sphere, but the theocracy of Aurea was not interested in a truce. Their Operation Nemesis would not end, they declared, until the Anglo-Saxon Republic issued a formal apology and paid war reparations to the families of every man, woman, and child they had slaughtered. The fire of Aurian vengeance had not been quenched. It had been stoked into a raging inferno. The entire nation was a weapon pointed at the heart of the Republic. Citizens flocked to enlist, and retired veterans petitioned the government to let them serve one last time. The Republic's response was a masterclass in shameless audacity. They turned the tables, accusing Aurea of being the aggressor, of teaching its people to cling to the embers of hatred instead of embracing peace. The theocracy of Aurea is no longer a respectable nation of peace, a republic spokesman declared. They have become a nation of vengeful warmongers. Far from the political turmoil, in a private recreational asteroid, Draco Varlan was taking a much-needed vacation. He and Persica Tau drifted in a small boat on the serene, glassy surface of a man-made lake. He lay back, his head in her lap, the quiet tranquility a balm for his weary soul. He was scrolling through the news on his datapad when he saw the report on the Republic's latest pronouncement. A dry, bitter laugh escaped his lips. "Shameless," he muttered. "They are utterly shameless." Persica, reading over his shoulder, nodded in agreement. They are the architects of all this suffering, and yet they refuse to apologize. They blame the ones they have wronged for holding a grudge. I do not understand how such a nation has not faced a final reckoning. "Oh, it will," Draco said, his voice low and cold. "Retribution is not a matter of if, but when. And when it comes, it will be absolute." Just then, a special ringtone chimed from his datapad, the secure channel for classified intelligence. Persica, without a word, averted her gaze, giving him his privacy as she always did. Draco's eyes scanned the brief message, and a slow, satisfied smile spread across his face. "It seems," he said, closing the message, "that the training has yielded results." He turned, pulling her close and kissing her gently on the cheek. "Stop it," she whispered, her face blushing, but she did not pull away. The galaxy could burn, but in this small, quiet moment, they had found their peace. Chapter 219. The Shadow Hounds. "Captain, you think we'll ever go home?" A weary voice crackled over the squadron's comms. "I'm sick of wading through this mess." "How should I know?" The squad leader shot back, his tone grim. "The brass don't give a damn about us grunts on the front line." 5 Wraith mobile suits drifted through the black, their patrol pattern a lazy, indifferent loop. They were soldiers of a minor nation, caught in the gears of the Democratic Alliance's war, and their morale was rotting away. "We should blame our own damn president." A third pilot grumbled. He didn't have the spine to say no to the Viridian Federation and the Anglo-Saxon Republic. "He just sent us here to die." "And what if he did?" The fourth countered, his voice dripping with cynicism. "You think they'd just let us walk away? They'd crush us with sanctions. Our whole economy would collapse. They own us, and they know it." The fifth pilot let out a bitter laugh. "Don't forget, these very suits we're flying are from the Anglo-Saxon Republic. We haven't even received the full shipment we paid for. If we pulled out now, they'd just keep the money and the machines." A heavy silence fell over the calms. They were right. They were pawns from a weak nation. And in the grand game of interstellar politics, pawns were always the first to be sacrificed. Still, the third pilot said, his voice now a nervous whisper. Anyone else getting a bad feeling? I've been hearing things. Rumors about Alliance outposts getting hit by phantoms. They say it's the Aegis mercenaries testing out some new ghost tech. That's crazy talk, the captain dismissed. Aegis hasn't made a move in 6 months. Their subfleets only hit our reinforcements, and they always back off once the convoys reach their destination. But that's just it, the pilot insisted. No one can prove it's them. That mirage carloid system of theirs is terrifying. Ah! A single, strangled cry cut through the calms, followed by the deafening hiss of static. What was that? The captain demanded. The remaining 4 pilots whipped their suits around. Where the 5th wraith had been, there was now only a blossoming, silent fireball. Before they could even process the horror, another wraith was torn apart, its limbs scattering into the void like discarded toys. The 3 survivors scrambled into a tight defensive formation, their sensors screaming warnings from every direction. Then, from the shadows, a blade of pure crimson energy erupted from the back of the 3rd wraith, punching straight through its cockpit. A split second later, a cyan beam lanced through the darkness, gutting the second-to-last suit. The lone survivor, the captain, watched in frozen terror as a black mobile suit materialized before him. It looked like it was wearing a VR headset, and a strange, scale-like device was mounted on its back. A pair of glowing red blades plunged into his cockpit, and his world went dark before he could even send a distress signal. The black machine, an RX-80BR Black Knight, was not alone. Another identical suit faded into view beside it, its optical camouflage shimmering away. Far in the distance, an RX-80 PR Pale Rider lowered its long-range beam sniper rifle, a wisp of smoke curling from the barrel. The attack on the patrol was merely a prelude. Elsewhere, a full-scale Democratic Alliance military base was under siege. 6 monstrous, crown-headed mobile suits, RX-80 WR White Knights, unleashed a storm of destruction from long range. Their massive, custom-built Shekinah cannons, a terrifying fusion of a mega beam launcher and a Gatling gun, hammered the base's defenses into rubble and slag. Warships exploded in their moorings, their hulls peeled open by the relentless barrage of high-energy beams. On the ground, the slaughter was even more intimate. 12 RX-80 RR Red Knights, their manhwas burning with a malevolent red light, tore through the base like berserkers. Wielding massive beam sabers, they carved through enemy mobile suits and cleaved entire cruisers in half, their movements a whirlwind of unstoppable fury. They were supported by a dozen Pale Riders, each armed with a different mid-to-long-range weapon, their coordinated fire suppressing any attempt at a counterattack. And weaving through the chaos like ghosts were 8 Black Knights, their optical camouflage allowing them to appear from nowhere, their blades sinking into the backs of unsuspecting enemies. The battle lasted less than 15 minutes. The base commander, his voice cracking with desperation, broadcast a signal of surrender. The knights did not stop. The massacre continued. A final, desperate plea for help was sent to high command. A moment later, a wave of incandescent heat vaporized the command center. The base was annihilated. No prisoners, no survivors, not a single knight was lost. They returned to their mother ship, a vessel shaped like a deep-sea submarine, which shimmered into view as it deactivated its own optical camouflage. Its name, the Phantasm. Inside the hangar, the pilots assembled, the insignia of a snarling black hound emblazoned on their left arms. Their commander, his face hidden behind a dark visor, addressed them. "Today, you have proven yourselves worthy of the name Shadow Hounds. You have completed your mission with ruthless efficiency. The mess hall has prepared a feast in your honor." "Thank you, sir." They roared in unison, their salute sharp and precise. The Shadow Hounds were Draco Varlan's secret weapon, born from a suggestion by his tactical AI, Zero. During the 6-month armistice, he had taken the blueprints for the Pale Rider project and reforged them, creating a new generation of knights. He had established a secret asteroid base, complete with factories for producing the knights and their custom carrier. He had hand-picked the pilots from the ranks of the Aegis Mercenary Corps, veteran aces who, for all their skill, lacked the spark of a new type. These men had been put through a grueling enhancement process, their bodies strengthened to withstand the rigors of the experimental combat system Draco had installed in their machines. He had replaced the notoriously unstable Hades system with a refined version of the exam system. It was safer, free of the memory loss side effects that plagued the original, and it could push a normal pilot's combat abilities to a level that bordered on precognition. These were not just pilots. They were his personal executioners. Their machines, even without the exam system active, outclassed the mass-produced Gundams of the Aegis fleet. With the system engaged, they were a force of nature. Even High Commander Jaren Lee knew little of them. He knew only that they existed, that they answered to no one but the Emperor, and that they were Draco's mad dogs, to be unleashed upon his enemies without mercy or restraint. They were a shadow army, a deniable asset, the perfect tool for a war fought in the dark. Chapter 220. The savage hounds the void erupted in fire and fury as 2 regimental fleets, 20 to 30 warships strong, clashed in the darkness between the stars. Imperial Alliance and Democratic Alliance forces had stumbled into each other's path, and now they were locked in a dance of death, their cannons roaring defiance across the black. Mobile suit squadrons weaved through the carnage, beam sabers flashing like falling stars. Neither side noticed the smaller fleet approaching from the shadows, a battalion-sized force of 5 to 10 ships, silent as hunting wolves. Guo Song adjusted his custom Spartan pilot suit as he settled into the cockpit of his machine. The suit was designed specifically for new-type pilots, its neural interfaces syncing perfectly with the advanced psycho-frame technology built into his mobile suit. Before him, the RX-94 mass-production new Gundam hummed to life, its systems awakening like a slumbering giant. Draco Varlan had often joked about the irony. They were mass-producing the new Gundam before they'd even finished developing the original. But there was method to his madness. When the Aegis Mercenary Corps had tested all their pilots for new-type potential, a significant number had shown the spark. Rather than waste such talent, Draco had formed a second elite unit, the Savage Hounds. Unlike the Shadow Hounds, who were enhanced humans piloting stealth-capable knights, the Savage Hounds were pure new types, their minds attuned to the quantum whispers of space itself. Where the shadows struck from darkness, the savages hunted in the open, their psychic abilities, and advanced machines, making them apex predators of the battlefield. The savage hounds were equipped with the finest technology Draco could provide. Albion-class carriers, escort destroyers, and a mix of cutting-edge mobile suits. The backbone of their force was the RGZ-91 RE-GZ, equipped with quasi-psychomu biosystems. They also fielded limited numbers of the Psycho Frame new Gundams and the transformable Zeta Plus units, each one a masterpiece of engineering. As the two Alliance fleets tore each other apart, neither noticed the storm approaching. Multiple unknowns incoming. Radar operators on both sides suddenly cried out. Fast-moving contacts, fighter configuration. Nearly 30 RE-GZ units screamed into the battlefield at incredible speed. Half of them jettisoned their back weapon systems and transformed into mobile suit mode, their beam rifles already blazing. Democratic Alliance pilots barely had time to scream before their machines were vaporized. What the hell are those things? They look like Gundams. We can't match them. Requesting immediate withdrawal. The Imperial Alliance forces watched in awe and terror as the mysterious mobile suits carved through their enemies. The sleek, transformable machines bore the unmistakable silhouette of Gundams, and there was only one organization in the galaxy capable of fielding such advanced technology. Guo cracked his neck, feeling the Psycho Frame suit sync with his nervous system. The sensation was electric, like touching the edge of infinity itself. Guo song, new Gundam, launching. His new Gundam stepped onto the electromagnetic catapult alongside another new Gundam and two Zeta Plus units. They were the spearhead, the elite of the elite, and they had a fleet to kill. The Democratic Alliance's fierce Eagle mobile suits scrambled to intercept, their pilots' terror spiking as they recognized the distinctive horn-like antennas of true Gundams. Gundams! One pilot screamed, "Dear God, they're everywhere." The Zeta Plus units transformed seamlessly from fighter to mobile suit mode, their metamorphosis as beautiful as it was deadly. But it was Guo who truly brought despair to his enemies. "Funnels deploy," he whispered. 4 remote weapons separated from his new Gundam, each one guided by his new type consciousness. They were extensions of his will, his rage, his purpose. The fierce eagles tried to track them, but the funnels were too small, too fast, dancing through space like deadly fireflies. Beam blasts lanced out from impossible angles, each shot guided by precognitive instinct. Guo's triple-barrel beam rifle added its own devastating fire to the barrage, and enemy machines died by the dozen. One of the Zeta Plus units fired its mega beam rifle, the massive energy blast punching through 3 mobile suits in a single shot. The second new Gundam pilot hefted a rocket launcher, obliterating the lead enemy carrier's bridge with a single, precise shot. In minutes, it was over. The escort fleet was annihilated, its survivors broadcasting frantic surrender signals. The battle stopped as suddenly as it had begun. Back aboard their carrier, the savage hounds returned to their hangar. Imperial Alliance Colonel Bismarck of the Gram Kingdom requested a communication channel, his voice filled with respectful awe. "This is Colonel Bismarck of the Gram Royal Guard. I must thank the Aegis Mercenary Corps for their timely assistance." "Major Roland Zhang, Savage Hounds," came the reply. "Think nothing of it, Colonel. We were simply executing our mission. Pure coincidence that our targets aligned." Major, if I may ask, there have been rumors lately, alliance bases, attacked by unknown forces. Would your organization know anything about this? I'm afraid I cannot comment on operational matters, Colonel. We have other objectives to pursue. I hope you understand. Of course. My apologies for the presumption. Good hunting, Major. In the ship's mess hall, Guo sat nursing a cup of coffee when Erimia, a red-haired fellow pilot, joined him. Like Guo, she piloted a new Gundam and held the rank of warrant officer. Ever heard of the Shadow Hounds? She asked, settling into her chair. Shadow what? Guo raised an eyebrow. Is that even a real unit? You remember that other asteroid base near ours, the one that's always off limits. You're saying that's their base. That's the word. But here's the interesting part. They're not like us. They're all baseline humans. Enhanced, but not new types. They pilot completely different machines. Custom designs that our boss created specifically for them. Just like us, they're one of his personal units. If they're just regular humans, why would the boss create a unit like that? Erimia shrugged. Who knows? But I'm starting to think we're not the only special unit he's got planned. Wouldn't surprise me if there are others we don't even know about. Guo nodded thoughtfully. In the grand game Draco Varlan was playing, they were just one piece on the board. But what a piece they were. The savage hounds, unleashed and unbound, ready to hunt at their master's command. Chapter 221. The Enhanced Human Program and New Type Training Initiative Draco, Varlan sat in the depths of his command center, data streams cascading across holographic displays like digital waterfalls. The AGE system hummed with activity, processing countless battle reports and combat statistics from his shadow forces. Every skirmish, every victory, every death, all of it fed into the machine's ever-hungry appetite for tactical knowledge. He leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled as he absorbed the mountain of information. The Shadow Hound's optical camouflage had performed admirably in the field, though it still couldn't match the perfection of the Mirage Carloid system. Heat sensors could still detect the Black Knights at close range, a vulnerability he filed away for future improvements. Still, not a single mission had ended in failure. His knights were ghosts made manifest, striking from shadow and vanishing like smoke. The savage hounds had proven equally effective. Their psycho-frame-equipped machines had torn through every target with ruthless efficiency. 2 elite units, 2 perfect records. Draco allowed himself a rare smile of satisfaction. But his work was far from over. Reports from the sub-bases revealed new potential. 42 pilots had tested positive for new type abilities, most scoring at the basic sea level of sensitivity. One name, however, caught his attention like a beacon in the dark. Alice, orange hair, fierce amber eyes, and a B- overall rating that made her stand out like a diamond among pebbles. Her sensing ability, Grade A. Precognitive reflexes, Grade A. Spatial awareness, another perfect A. Only her telepathic capabilities lagged behind at a modest sea level. A combat-type new type, Draco murmured to himself. Built for war, not communication. Her service record was equally impressive. 106 mobile suit kills, 6 warship kills, all while piloting a standard Hyaku Shiki. She was an ace in all but name, held back only by what her superiors diplomatically called antisocial tendencies and difficulty working with others. A loner, he thought. Perfect. Meanwhile, his enhanced human program was taking shape. Over 500 candidates had been screened from the ranks of ordinary pilots, men and women who lacked the new type spark, but possessed raw skill and unwavering loyalty. Through careful selection, that number would be whittled down to perhaps 150. They would undergo chemical enhancement, surgical augmentation, and psychological conditioning to transform them into something beyond baseline humanity. Unlike the tragic, enhanced humans of old wars, these would retain their sanity, their souls intact beneath layers of engineered perfection. The irony wasn't lost on him when Leo Kai came knocking at his door. "I want in," his oldest friend had declared, standing in Draco's office like a man facing execution. "The enhanced human program. I want to be part of it." Draco had tried to dissuade him. Leo was already exceptional, a warrior honed by years of brutal training, a commander respected by all who served under him. He didn't need artificial enhancement. But Leo had been adamant. "I've seen what's coming, Draco. The wars ahead will make everything we've faced look like children's games. I won't be left behind." In the end, Draco had relented. The process had been grueling. Chemical injections to enhance reflexes and endurance, surgical implants to improve reaction time and damage resistance, psychological conditioning to interface with the exam system. When it was over, Leo had emerged transformed, not physically perhaps, but in ways that mattered. The test results spoke for themselves. Leo could now leap from 5-story buildings and land without injury. His mobile suit performance had improved dramatically. Where once he might have lasted minutes against Anton in a sparring match, now he could fight the elite guardian to a standstill. The transformation had been so dramatic that half the base's ace pilots were now clamoring for their own enhancements. Jaina Zhu, Neria Zhu, even Ramira, all of them wanted what Leo had gained. Draco had obliged them, though he made sure each enhancement was carefully tailored to the individual. No mass production, no shortcuts. Each warrior was a unique work of art. As he reviewed the latest international reports, Draco noted how the galaxy's attention had shifted away from the ongoing alliance conflicts. War was becoming routine, almost mundane. The real news was economic, food shortages, energy crises, resource scarcity driving inflation through the roof. Military contractors were making fortunes, while ordinary citizens tightened their belts. His metal reclamation technology remained under wraps for now, but soon the Aegis Metal Reclamation Company would revolutionize resource recovery. His second sister, Xylia, was already en route to oversee the launch. As if summoned by his thoughts, his communicator chimed with an incoming message. He glanced at the display and chuckled. "Speak of the devil," he murmured. "Right on time, sister." The pieces of his grand design were falling into place. Enhanced humans, new types, shadow fleets, economic warfare, all of it part of a larger tapestry only he could see. The galaxy thought it understood conflict, but they had no idea what was coming. Soon, they would learn what true power looked like when wielded by a man who had transcended the limitations of ordinary ambition. Soon, but not yet. For now, he would continue to build, to plan, to prepare for the storm that was coming. And when that storm finally broke, he would be ready. Chapter 222. The Democratic Alliance faces collapse. The sleek Albion-class carrier cut through the void like a blade, bringing Xylia Varlan to her brother's fortress among the stars. This was her second visit to the Aegis asteroid, and she could see how much had changed. The surrounding asteroids had been transformed into a sprawling industrial complex, each one bristling with hidden weapons and manufacturing centers. But what struck her most was the atmosphere. Even after 6 months without major conflict, the entire base hummed with barely contained violence. Every corridor, every worker, every guard, all of them carried the aura of warriors ready to unleash hell at a moment's notice. As Xylia disembarked, Persica Tau was there to greet her personally, her elegant smile warm but her eyes sharp as always. "Sister Xylia, welcome to the Aegis," Persica said with a slight bow. "Please, just call me second sister," Xylia replied with a laugh. "We're family now." "Second sister it is," Persica agreed. "I brought some specialty goods from the Cathayan Empire for you." "That's very kind of you. Where's Draco?" "Buried in his office as usual, working on some new design." "Take me to him." Persica led her through corridors lined with armed guards and blast doors thick enough to stop battleship cannons. The Aegis asteroid wasn't just a base. It was a fortress built to withstand anything the galaxy could throw at it. They found Draco hunched over a holographic projection, the blue-white lines of a massive warship rotating slowly in the air before him. The design was sleek and deadly, bristling with weapon ports and launch bays. "Little brother," Xylia called out as she entered. "Still playing with your toys, I see." Draco looked up, his face breaking into a genuine smile. "A second, sister, you made it." Xylia studied the hologram with interest. "New carrier design." "The Archangel class," Draco nodded. "My next generation mothership." "But don't you already have that monster cannon that can punch through anything? Why build something new?" Draco rubbed his temples wearily. "The materials for the Yamato cannon are too rare. I can only build 2 of those ships with what I have. The core component requires a special metal from the Jovian Federation, lithium zirconium composite, that can withstand temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees. Without it, the weapon's useless." The Yamato class was already being sold to clients, and Draco didn't want his personal fleet using the same ships as his customers. The Albion class had reached the limits of what upgrades could accomplish. Rather than completely redesign those old workhorses, he preferred starting fresh with superior technology. Xylia waved away the technical details. "I don't need to understand the military side. Let's talk about the Aegis Metal Reclamation Company." "Handle it however you want, second sister. I trust your judgment completely. I'll be bringing in my own team. That won't be a problem. As long as the technology stays secure and the company turns a profit, you have complete freedom. Run it however you like." "Perfect." After Xylia and Persica left his office, the 2 women walked through the base's residential quarters. "Does he take care of himself?" Xylia asked with concern. Persica sighed. "When he's working on a project, he'll go days without sleep. If I don't physically drag him to bed, he'd probably collapse at his desk." Xylia frowned. Her little brother hadn't changed. When something captured his interest, he'd work himself to death pursuing it. "Sister-in-law, you have to watch him for me. If he ever mistreats you, tell me immediately. I'll straighten him out personally." Persica smiled. "He's always been good to me, second sister. You don't need to worry." "All right then, I'd better get to work." Meanwhile, the galactic news painted a grim picture for the Democratic Alliance. The tide of war had turned decisively against them. Imperial Alliance forces pressed their advantage on every front, while Democratic forces retreated in disarray. Worse still, battlefield footage had begun appearing on news networks, images of destroyed bases and shattered fleets, with strange new mobile suits moving through the wreckage. The night series machines moved like ghosts, their optical camouflage making them nearly invisible until they struck with devastating effect. Military analysts quickly identified them as new Aegis mercenary corps designs. The most disturbing footage showed the knights' manhwas changing from blue to red mid-combat, their performance increasing dramatically as they tore through enemy forces with inhuman precision. Most horrifying of all was their complete disregard for surrender. When democratic forces raised white flags or broadcast capitulation signals, the knights continued their assault until every enemy was dead. The Democratic Alliance lodged formal protests and called for international sanctions against the Aegis Corporation, but only their own member nations supported the measure. The rest of the galaxy either stayed neutral or openly marked their complaints. The Aegis Mercenary Corps response was posted on their official website. "You came to our home seeking to destroy us. You attacked our allies and threatened our people. Did you think there would be no consequences? The fault lies with you, not us. Leave our territory immediately or face the consequences of your aggression." The statement sparked fierce debate across the galaxy. Many agreed that the Democratic Alliance had brought this catastrophe upon themselves by launching an unprovoked assault on the small kingdoms allied with Aegis. Others condemned the mercenaries for violating the laws of war by refusing to honor surrender. A week later, another message appeared. The Night Series mobile suits belong to a unit called the Shadow Hounds. They are trained to be exactly what their name suggests: mad dogs who never release their prey until it's dead. When you encounter them, you have two choices: run fast or die fighting. The Shadow Hounds will accept nothing less than total victory. The warning proved prophetic. Within days, 2 more Democratic bases fell to Shadow Hound assaults. This time, war correspondents broadcast the attacks live across the galaxy. The footage was horrific. Even after Democratic ground troops threw down their weapons and raised their hands in surrender, the Shadow Hounds showed no mercy. Beam fire swept the ranks of helpless soldiers, leaving fields of corpses in its wake. The night pilots methodically executed every enemy combatant they could find, their red manhwas glowing like the fires of hell. Only when the last Democratic soldier lay dead did they withdraw, sparing the journalists a single contemptuous glance before vanishing into space. The Democratic Alliance wanted to hunt down the Shadow Hounds, but they faced an impossible situation. The mercenaries never sent just one unit. Multiple Aegis fleets coordinated their attacks, while Imperial Alliance forces pressed other fronts simultaneously. The greatest casualties weren't suffered by the superpowers. The Viridian Federation and Anglo-Saxon Republic had quietly positioned their forces in safer rear areas. Instead, the smaller democratic nations bore the brunt of the slaughter. Their armies fed into the meat grinder, while their powerful allies watched from a safe distance. This cowardice hadn't gone unnoticed. Several democratic nations began secret negotiations to abandon the alliance. Others prepared to switch sides entirely. The Democratic Alliance, once the galaxy's dominant political force, now teetered on the brink of total collapse. The shadow of the Aegis asteroid had fallen across the stars, and wherever it touched, the old order crumbled into dust and bone. The galaxy was learning a hard lesson. Some sleeping giants should never be awakened. Chapter 223. The two alliances sign a ceasefire. The Democratic Alliance was hemorrhaging nations faster than a sinking ship loses water. No amount of economic sanctions or threats from the Anglo-Saxon Republic and Veridian Federation could stem the tide of defections. The smaller democratic states had reached their breaking point. Across their colonies and home worlds, massive protests filled the streets. Citizens demanded their governments immediately recall all troops from the Democratic Alliance and end their involvement in what they saw as a pointless, bloody war. These nations weren't abandoning the alliance out of courage. They were fleeing out of pure political survival. Elections loomed on the horizon, and anti-war sentiment had reached fever pitch. Any leader who didn't withdraw their forces would face electoral annihilation, with opposition parties poised to claim victory on platforms of peace and withdrawal. When the First Nation officially pulled out, it triggered an avalanche. One after another, democratic states abandoned the alliance, leaving the two superpowers, the Anglo-Saxon Republic and Veridian Federation, staring at the ruins of their grand coalition. Faced with inevitable defeat, the remaining Democratic Alliance leadership swallowed their pride and requested peace negotiations with the Imperial Alliance. The Imperial powers, despite their overwhelming advantage, had their own reasons for wanting peace. War was expensive, and months of constant fighting had drained their treasuries. If they could end the conflict through negotiation while maintaining their gains, it would be infinitely preferable to continued bloodshed. But the peace talks quickly revealed how far apart the two sides remained. The Democratic Alliance demanded a complete return to the pre-war status quo. All alliances dissolved, all troops returned home, and all lost territories restored to their original owners. The Imperial Alliance agreed to the first 2 points, but flatly rejected the third. Those lost territories had declared independence, they argued, and their sovereignty must be recognized. The Anglo-Saxon Republic and Veridian Federation would have to accept these new nations as legitimate states. The first round of negotiations collapsed in acrimony, with neither side willing to compromise. Then the Aegis Mercenary Corps struck again. Fresh waves of attacks hammered Democratic Alliance positions, their shadow hounds living up to their terrifying reputation. Each assault drove more nations to abandon the alliance entirely, rushing their remaining forces home to safety. With their coalition crumbling before their eyes, the Anglo-Saxon Republic and Veridian Federation grudgingly accepted the Imperial Alliance's terms. They would recognize the independence of the breakaway territories. But the Imperial powers weren't finished. They added new demands: war reparations to compensate the Kingdom of Manhwa and other allied nations for their suffering, plus damages for the Imperial Alliance's own losses. The democratic negotiators nearly walked out in fury, but their Imperial counterparts delivered a chilling ultimatum. The longer you delay, the higher our price becomes. Facing political catastrophe at home and military disaster abroad, The presidents of both superpowers authorized their negotiators to accept all terms. The cost of continued war far outweighed the humiliation of defeat. Representatives from both alliances gathered in a neutral station to sign the ceasefire agreement, officially ending a conflict that had captivated the galaxy for months. Neither side had achieved total victory, but the Imperial Alliance had clearly won the day. As fleets began their long journeys home, the galaxy's reaction split along predictable lines. Imperial and monarchist nations prepared victory parades and celebration feasts for their returning heroes. Democratic states faced the grim task of explaining their defeat to angry populations, but some had profited handsomely from the bloodshed. Arms dealers and war profiteers were already scouting for the next conflict, seeking fresh battlegrounds where they could peddle their instruments of death. In the war's aftermath, the Solani Republic made a desperate plea to the Aegis Mercenary Corps. Return Supply Base 3 to its rightful owners. The mercenaries' response was swift and brutal. They slammed a contract down on the table with a simple ultimatum: sign over permanent ownership of the base to the Aegis Corporation or face complete annihilation. Your choice is simple, the Aegis representative said with cold politeness. Sign the paper or we'll destroy you and take everything you own anyway. Coming from anyone else, such threats would have sparked international outrage. But the Aegis mercenaries had proven their capability time and again. They had nearly destroyed the once mighty Judah Democratic Republic when they were far weaker than they were now. Against the smaller Solani Republic, they could deliver on their promise with ease. The Solani government signed, officially ceding Supply Base 3 to become the Aegis Corporation's 15th subsidiary base. Meanwhile, Rebecca Middleton faced her own crossroads. Despite the ceasefire, she had no intention of returning to the Anglo-Saxon Republic. Instead, she formally renounced her citizenship and requested to join the Aegis Mercenary Corps permanently. Her decision was vindicated when the prisoner exchange negotiations began. Several democratic nations demanded the return of their captured personnel, but the Aegis mercenaries named their price: substantial ransoms for each prisoner. Some nations paid, others refused, even taking their case to international courts, demanding that illegal prisoner sales be stopped immediately. The Aegis response was swift and merciless. In a live broadcast watched across the galaxy, they executed several prisoners from nations that had refused to pay. This is what happens to those too cheap to value their own soldiers' lives. The executioner announced, "Pay the ransom, or we'll send them all to meet their maker with a bullet." The executions sparked massive protests in the refusing nations. Citizens couldn't understand how their governments could abandon their own soldiers over money. Several nations quickly reversed course and paid the ransoms, but others stubbornly held firm, watching helplessly as their remaining prisoners were systematically shot. Through hidden camera footage from an Aegis negotiator's contact lenses, Rebecca watched her own nation's representative discuss her fate with casual indifference. "Soldiers like her are a dime a dozen," the official said with a shrug. "We can always train more. If you want to shoot her, go ahead. It's no loss to us." Rebecca's blood turned to ice. Her own country had abandoned her completely. She desperately reached out to her family, hoping they could raise the ransom money privately. What she discovered was even worse than government betrayal. Her family had been destroyed. Political enemies had used the chaos of war to frame her father and brother, landing them both in prison. Her mother, unable to bear the shame and loss, had taken her own life. Only her youngest brother had escaped the purge, but as an orphan child, he'd been sent to a state-run institution. Shattered by the revelation, Rebecca saw only one path forward. As a new type, she had value to the Aegis mercenaries. She formally requested to join their ranks and enter their enhanced training programs. Her only condition: they had to rescue her little brother from the orphanage and bring him to safety. The Aegis Corporation agreed. After all, a skilled new-type pilot was worth far more than the small effort required to extract one child from a failing state's care system. Rebecca Middleton was dead. In her place stood a soldier of the Aegis Empire, ready to wage war against the very nation that had cast her aside. The galaxy's balance of power had shifted, and not everyone would survive the coming storm. Chapter 224. Forging new uniforms and preparing the grand parade. The great hall of the Aegis asteroid buzzed with ceremony and celebration. Jaren Lee, Captain Fix, and dozens of other high-ranking officers stood at attention, their chests swelling with pride as Draco Varlan presided over the grandest promotion ceremony in the mercenary corps history. The recent war had transformed mere soldiers into legends. Jaren Lee ascended from Major General to Lieutenant General, his weathered face betraying nothing of the satisfaction burning in his eyes. Brigadier generals received their second stars, while colonels found themselves elevated to the newly created rank of Special Colonel. The most distinguished among them leaped 2 full ranks to Brigadier General, their heroism in battle earning them swift advancement through the ranks. The Aegis Mercenary Corps had emerged from the Alliance War as the conflict's most feared and respected force. They had made the Democratic Alliance taste bitter defeat at every turn, their shadow operations and devastating assaults becoming the stuff of military legend. As Draco concluded the awards ceremony, he stepped back to allow the newly promoted generals to honor their own subordinates. The chain of recognition flowed downward through the ranks, each medal and commendation a testament to courage under fire. For those who had made the ultimate sacrifice, their families received enhanced benefits, a promise that the Aegis never abandoned its own. The celebration that followed was magnificent, but in a quiet corner of the festivities, Jaren Lee approached his commander with a proposal that would change everything. "Sir," Jaren began, his voice carrying the weight of contemplation, "I've been thinking. With our recent victories, perhaps it's time we held a grand military parade." Draco nodded thoughtfully. "A parade has merit, but there's a problem. Our uniforms are lacking. Only field-grade officers, and above have proper ceremonial dress. If we're going to march before the galaxy, everyone from lieutenant to private needs to look the part. Not just ceremonial uniforms either," Jaren added. "Our combat gear and off-duty clothing could use a complete redesign. What we have now looks dated, like relics from a bygone era." A smile played across Draco's lips. "As it happens, I've been harboring some design ideas for years. I've always wanted to see my people in proper uniforms, but there's never been time." He paused, his eyes taking on a distant quality. "Give me some time to dig through my archives. I've got sketches, childhood drawings really, that might serve as inspiration. Jaren's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "You design uniforms too, sir?" "More like doodles from when I was younger," Draco laughed. "But they might be worth something now. I'll pull together what I have and get it to you for review." After Jaren's departure, Draco found himself facing a delightful dilemma. Should he base the designs on the Earth Federation's crisp military aesthetics, or perhaps the dramatic flair of Xian's Officer Corps? The Seed series had striking designs, as did several other military traditions he'd studied over the years. Unable to choose just one, he decided to present them all. When Jaren received the portfolio days later, he was stunned by the breadth and detail of his commander's vision. Rather than make the decision alone, he assembled a council of officers and senior enlisted personnel to review the options. The debates were intense but productive. After a week of passionate discussion, they reached their verdict: ceremonial dress, based on Federation formal wear, but enhanced with design elements from other traditions. Xian-style shoulder capes would distinguish ace pilots and heroes of exceptional valor. Combat uniforms, Federation-inspired practical wear, when not wearing Spartan combat suits, incorporating the best features from multiple military traditions. Off-duty attire, inspired by the Preventor's casual elegance, with standardized jackets bearing the Aegis logo. Underneath, personnel could choose from long-sleeve shirts, short sleeves, or tank tops for men, with the addition of sleeveless blouses for women. Pants, shorts, and knee-length skirts provided options in white, black, or teal. The color coding system was both practical and elegant. Administrative and logistics. Men wore white, women wore rose pink. Combat operations, ground forces, tank crews, drone operators. Men wore navy blue, women wore golden yellow. Naval personnel, both sexes wore distinguished gray. Mobile suit pilots, elite black uniforms for all pilots, regardless of gender. Space operations, combat personnel relied on their Spartan suits' built-in life support, while other departments received newly designed Federation-style space gear. 2 weeks of intensive manufacturing followed. The Aegis Corporation's textile facilities worked around the clock, producing thousands of uniforms tailored to exact specifications. When the transformation was complete, the change was breathtaking. Military analysts and fashion critics alike took notice. The color-coded system made it instantly clear who performed what function within the organization. Clients could immediately identify the right personnel for their needs. No more confusion about whether they were speaking to a receptionist or a contracts officer. The effect on morale was electric. The Aegis Mercenary Corps felt reborn, their new uniforms creating an atmosphere of professionalism and unity that impressed everyone who visited their facilities. When word leaked that a grand parade was in preparation, media outlets across the galaxy requested access. The Aegis response was characteristically direct. No external guests would be invited, save for executives from other Aegis Corporation subsidiaries. No journalists would be permitted on site, though the official webcast would be available for redistribution. This policy only heightened international interest. Military parades were traditionally displays of national power, often featuring new weapons and technologies. Every major power wanted to see what the galaxy's most successful mercenary organization might reveal. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Aegis shipyards, Draco stood before two nearly complete vessels that would steal the show. The first Archangel-class assault carrier gleamed under the construction lights, 90% complete and magnificent in her deadly beauty. Beside her, the second Nahal Argama-class battleship awaited her final systems integration. The Nahal Argama had taken 6 months to build, largely due to the complexity of her monster-class main gun. Without that devastating weapon, both ships could have been completed in 4 months, already a pace that surpassed every major naval power in the galaxy. The Aegis Corporation's automated manufacturing systems were the secret to their speed, reducing labor costs while accelerating production timelines. Still, Draco resisted the temptation to mass-produce these magnificent vessels. A fleet needed balance: destroyers, frigates, transports, and support ships. More importantly, ships like the Archangel and Nahal Argama weren't just expensive to build, they were costly to maintain. Too many capital ships would force the mercenaries into a perpetual cycle of contract hunting, just to pay maintenance bills. But these two ships would be ready in time. They would lead the parade, showcasing the technological might that had made the Aegis Mercenary Corps the most feared fighting force in the galaxy. The parade would be more than a display of military power. It would be a declaration that a new age had begun. The old order was crumbling, and from its ashes, something magnificent was rising. Chapter 225. The Aegis Mercenary Corps Grand Parade Cosmic Era 117, March 1st. 4 months after the Imperial and Democratic alliances signed their ceasefire agreement, the galaxy held its breath. Today, international media stations across countless worlds tuned in to witness something unprecedented. The first military parade of the legendary Aegis Mercenary Corps, broadcast live through their official network. Xylia Varlan sat among the distinguished guests, flanked by the presidents of every Aegis Corporation subsidiary. They occupied the front row of the reviewing stand, while Jaren Lee, the Corps commanding general, maintained his position of honor beside them. But all eyes were drawn to the figure seated one level above them all. Draco Varlan commanded the central position, his black military greatcoat immaculate as he rested his chin on his right hand, surveying his empire with the bearing of a conquering emperor. Persica Tau sat beside him in flowing white ceremonial robes, her presence adding an elegant counterpoint to his commanding aura. Xylia couldn't help but think her little brother looked every inch the sovereign ruler, presiding over his military might like an emperor reviewing his legions. Across the galaxy, government officials, military experts, strategists, generals, and war enthusiasts watched with rapt attention as the spectacle unfolded. The broadcast featured 2 commentators, a male and female team providing expert analysis. "Greetings, everyone." The male announcer's voice rang out with pride. "I'm Magnus, and this is Miranda. We're your live commentators for this historic event, the first military parade in the Aegis Mercenary Corps' 3-year history." "That's right, Magnus," Miranda added, her voice carrying infectious enthusiasm. "Our Corps has weathered countless battles and claimed victory after victory. While we owe much to our brilliant commanders, our greatest debt is to our founder, Draco Varlan. His revolutionary weapons have given us the tools to dominate every battlefield. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let the parade begin." We're switching our view to the cosmic theater. High-definition drone cameras captured the majesty unfolding in the void of space. The first wave sent chills through former Democratic Alliance viewers. The dreaded Taurus and Virgo mobile dolls that had haunted their nightmares. The Taurus units appeared in fighter mode, executing perfect V-formations before transforming mid-flight into mobile suit configuration. Their precision was inhuman, mechanical perfection that spoke of countless hours of programming and refinement. The Virgo units followed in rigid rectangular formations, their beam cannons gleaming like the weapons of mechanized death guards. Then came a surprise that puzzled many observers. The Murasame units appeared to be conventional fighters. Hadn't the Aegis Corps abandoned such antiquated technology years ago? The answer came in a spectacular transformation sequence that left viewers gasping. In perfect synchronization, the fighters shifted into humanoid mobile suits, their Gundam-like heads immediately recognizable. I'm sure our viewers are surprised. Magnus announced, "These are Murasame units, and despite their Gundam-like appearance, they're actually mass-production machines." Miranda's voice carried mock disbelief. Mass production? Units that look like Gundams? Seriously? Don't they look magnificent, Miranda? I bet you'd love to pilot one. You're not wrong. They're absolutely beautiful. Next came the elite formations that had broken the Democratic Alliance's will to fight. The savage hounds deployed in perfect order. Mass production new Gundams, Zeta plus C1 units, and Re-GZ mobile suits. Half the Re-GZ units maintained their back weapon system configuration, while the others flew in mobile suit mode. Then the galaxy's collective blood ran cold. The Shadow Hounds emerged from the darkness. All 4 Night Series variants took the field, their optical camouflage systems flickering like heat mirages. Half the Pale Knights appeared in space combat configuration, while others deployed in their dreaded cavalry mode that had terrorized ground forces across a dozen worlds. Wave after wave of mobile suits followed. Jigen units in countless configurations, each rank carrying different weapon loadouts, followed by Hyaku Shiki and MK Roman II formations moving with mechanical precision. But it was the fleet formations that truly demonstrated the core, overwhelming power. Warships from the mother base and 15 subsidiary stations moved in perfect coordination, their combined firepower capable of reducing planets to cinder. 4 massive shapes dominated the naval formation, drawing gasps from military analysts across the galaxy. Magnus, aren't those 2 outer ships the Nahal Argama-class battleships? The ones that punched through the Democratic Alliance's deflector shields with a single shot. Exactly right, Miranda. These are our most terrifying weapons. The Nahal Argama battleships with their monster-class main cannons. And that lead ship I've never seen before is that our newest capital ship. Indeed, meet the Archangel-class assault carrier, destined to replace the venerable Albion as our primary fleet flagship. That trailing ship with the blue particle emissions, isn't that the Taurus Roman II? Correct, the Taurus Roman II, powered by our most advanced reactor technology. As the space formations completed their display, cameras shifted to the interior of the Aegis asteroid. A military band struck up a thunderous march, their drums beating out a rhythm that spoke of conquest and glory. The percussionists hammered their instruments with fierce intensity, creating an atmosphere of barely contained violence. Ground vehicles rolled past in perfect formations. Tanks, artillery, support vehicles, all moving with clockwork precision. Two specialized mobile suit types joined the parade. Those amphibious units, the Capule and Zargok, correct. I know the Zargok was sold to the Rossovian Union, but the Capule remains exclusive to our forces. Right again, Miranda. These units dominated underwater and coastal operations, achieving kill ratios that made enemy naval commanders resign in shame. A particularly moving moment came as transport vehicles carried the core earliest Gundams in sealed display cases. These battle-scarred veterans stood as monuments to the organization's humble beginnings. Ladies and gentlemen, Magnus's voice grew reverent. Behold our founding machines. Without these early Gundams, there would be no Aegis mercenary corps. While our success comes from the dedication of every member, these pioneer units earned our first victories and our reputation. Today's parade honors their legacy. The human element followed. Administrative staff, logistics personnel, and combat troops marching in perfect formation. Their color-coded uniforms made their roles instantly recognizable. A rainbow of military precision. The elite units commanded special attention. The Savage Hounds and Shadow Hounds wore distinctive purple-black ceremonial dress, their faces hidden behind caps, sunglasses, and tactical masks. No one would learn their identities. They were ghosts given form, shadows with substance. Finally came the active Gundam units, including several new models that had never seen combat. Some secrets were worth revealing, and the galaxy needed to know that the Aegis arsenal ran deeper than anyone imagined. As the parade reached its crescendo, every member of the Corps, whether aboard ships in space or standing on the asteroid's surface, turned toward their supreme commander. Mobile suits raised their weapons in salute, their pilots' hands snapping to attention inside their cockpits. Even the subsidiary presidents rose and bowed toward Draco Varlan. Xylia felt a strange mixture of pride and melancholy as she performed the formal bow. Never thought I'd see the day when I'd bow to my little brother, she mused. Throughout it all, Draco remained perfectly still, his cold gaze surveying his empire with the bearing of an absolute monarch. Slowly, deliberately, he raised his left hand. At ease, his voice carried across every speaker, cold as the void between stars. The subsidiary presidents returned to their seats as every member of the Corps shifted to parade rest, hands clasped behind their backs. Then Draco rose, moving to the podium with measured steps that spoke of absolute confidence. My beloved warriors, his voice resonated with genuine emotion, you have served with honor. Our honor, came the thunderous response from thousands of throats. For nearly 4 years, the Aegis Mercenary Corps has weathered every storm the galaxy could throw at us. We have shed blood, sweat, and tears. We will never forget our fallen comrades, those who stood beside us in battle and paid the ultimate price. But let me be clear, our achievements belong to all of us, not to any single person. He paused, his piercing gaze sweeping across the assembled ranks. Your dedication, your courage in battle, has made the entire galaxy aware of our strength. To each and every one of you, I say thank you. The Aegis Mercenary Corps is more than an organization. It is your home, your family. His voice began to rise, carrying the weight of absolute conviction. The Aegis Mercenary Corps fears no threat, and accepts any challenge. Those who would make themselves our enemies will learn that we are their worst nightmare. We will show them that every battlefield becomes our domain and their graveyard. We are the gods of war and the harbingers of death. Our enemies are nothing but prey, and we are the reapers they fear in their darkest dreams. His final words exploded like thunder as he slammed his fist against the podium. Any who dare oppose us will be cast into eternal damnation, living forever in terror of our shadow. Hoo-ora! The roar from thousands of voices shook the asteroid itself. We are the gods of war and harbingers of death. We are the gods of war and harbingers of death. Long live the Aegis Mercenary Corps. Long live the Aegis Mercenary Corps. The Aegis Mercenary Corps, invincible in battle. The Aegis Mercenary Corps, invincible in battle. The Aegis Mercenary Corps, immortal in glory. The Aegis Mercenary Corps, immortal in glory. Each declaration from their supreme commander was met with overwhelming response. The voices of his warriors carrying across space itself. Watching the broadcast, government officials and military experts could feel the raw battle lust radiating from the screen. This wasn't just military pageantry. It was a declaration of supremacy that sent chills down the spines of potential enemies. The age of the Aegis had truly begun. Chapter 226. The Armistead dynasty in the heart of a gleaming colonial satellite orbiting the Anglo-Saxon Republic. A palace-like mansion dominated the landscape with golden spires that caught the artificial sunlight. Within its opulent walls, in a lavishly appointed leisure hall, Sark stood with his head bowed before his master, trembling like a leaf in a storm. Billy Armistead lounged in his leather chair, a tablet computer resting in his hands as his cold eyes scanned the pathetic report his subordinate had delivered. The silence stretched like a blade between them. Sark, Billy's voice cut through the air like winter wind. After more than a year of work, this is what you bring me. He held up the tablet with barely contained fury. Sark's voice cracked as he replied, Master Billy, I humbly apologize. The Aegis Corporation's counterintelligence capabilities are beyond exceptional. The Aegis Mercenary Corps and Aegis Arms Manufacturing Company. Their security is absolutely ruthless. Every spy I planted was captured. Every intelligence network completely destroyed. But I did manage to gather some useful information. Billy's gaze turned glacial, a sound somewhere between a growl and a sigh escaping his lips. Sark felt ice water replace the blood in his veins, cold sweat beading on his forehead as terror gripped his heart. You claim you discovered something about these savage hounds, Billy said, his voice deadly quiet. Information that was already broadcast during their military parade. Explain to me how that constitutes success, or I might decide you're no longer useful to me. Master Billy, Sark stammered desperately. The parade only showed surface details. The Savage Hounds are Draco Varlan's direct command unit, composed entirely of beings called new types, a evolved form of humanity. New types. Billy's interest sharpened like a predator catching scent. Elaborate. According to our intelligence, new types represent the next stage of human evolution. They possess incredible mental abilities, enhanced intuition, precognitive reflexes that let them predict enemy movements in combat. They can react to attacks before they even happen. Continue. The Aegis Mercenary Corps has testing equipment to identify new type potential among their personnel. Those who qualify enter something called the New Type Training Program. And the Shadow Hounds. Our intelligence suggests they are composed of ordinary humans who have undergone something called enhanced human modification. The exact details remain classified. Their security around this program is absolute. Billy leaned back, considering. For a long moment, the only sound was Sark's labored breathing. "Well," Billy finally said, his tone marginally less threatening, "I suppose your information has some value. Consider your failure with the St. Ethel mission last year forgiven. This time, get out of my sight." "Yes, master." Sark fled the mansion as if demons were chasing him. Once safely outside the estate grounds, Sark collapsed against his vehicle, his entire body shaking with relief. Without those scraps of intelligence, he would have been dead, along with his family. Billy Armistead might present himself to the world as a benevolent businessman, smiling warmly on television screens, but behind closed doors, he was utterly ruthless. Sark decided he needed to visit his family. After facing death, even distant relatives seemed precious. Back in the mansion, Billy stared at Draco Varlan's photograph on his tablet screen. "A new type," he mused aloud. "You must be one yourself, mustn't you?" Billy had concluded that new types came in different varieties, some with enhanced combat abilities, others with incredible intelligence. How else could one man design so many revolutionary technologies? Draco Varlan had to be a high-intelligence variant of this evolved human species. The recent Aegis military parade had showcased technology that made Billy's own military corporations look like Stone Age craftsmen. Every attempt to infiltrate the Aegis Corporation had ended in disaster, his spies vanishing without a trace. His company's latest mobile suit design, the Demon Wind, had barely achieved performance parity with the obsolete GM Type 2. Meanwhile, Aegis had casually unveiled next-generation mass production units that made everything else look antiquated. Billy wasn't merely jealous of Draco's military technology. He coveted it all, including the civilian innovations. Some civilian tech had been successfully stolen, and even those fragments were more advanced than anything his companies could develop. Billy Armistead was the patriarch of one of the Anglo-Saxon republic's most powerful capitalist dynasties. The Armistead family controlled not just military contractors, but vast agricultural networks that held food security hostage across multiple democratic nations. Their energy and resource companies formed an empire of wealth that generated annual revenues equal to a mid-sized nation's entire tax income. The Armistead dynasty was among the few families wealthy enough to buy countries. Most of the Anglo-Saxon republics' wealthy elite were essentially Armistead employees. Their corporations held controlling shares in hundreds of companies, their financial tentacles reaching into every sector of the economy. But now, for the first time in generations, the Armistead Empire faced a genuine threat. The Aegis Metal Reclamation Company had shattered global metal markets overnight. Their molecular recycling technology could transform space debris and battlefield wreckage into pure, high-quality materials at virtually no cost. Steel ball recovery ships scoured former battlefields, collecting the detritus of war and turning it into profit. Since the Aegis Metal Reclamation Company could process materials at near zero cost, They could sell refined metals at any price and still profit. Their affordable pricing had triggered a catastrophic market collapse, with metal prices plummeting by orders of magnitude within days. Capitalists and corporations who had inflated metal prices during the recent war found themselves holding worthless inventory. Panic selling followed as they desperately tried to cut losses, driving prices even lower. Business leaders appeared on news programs, screaming accusations at the Aegis Metal Reclamation Company, blaming them for destroying market stability and causing unprecedented losses. The Armistead family's resource companies had suffered billions in damages. Billy had deployed his political influence, lobbying government officials to discourage companies from purchasing Aegis materials. But the price advantages were too compelling. Customers defected en masse, while Billy's attitude toward the Aegis mercenary corps and arms manufacturing was primarily greedy ambition, a desire to steal and control their technology. His feelings toward the Metal Reclamation Company burned with pure hatred. He wanted their molecular recycling technology for himself, and he wanted Draco Varlan dead for the astronomical losses his innovations had caused. A figure entered the hall, an elderly scientist in a white lab coat, his hair gone silver and his beard thick with age. He carried a tablet toward Billy with obvious excitement. Billy examined the screen and frowned. "Doctor, isn't this excessive?" The scientist's eyes gleamed with fanatic intensity. "Master, if we cannot build something to match our target's capabilities, why not simply build something bigger?" 2 weeks after the grand Aegis military parade, Draco Varlan found himself contemplating something he hadn't considered in years. Perhaps it was time to visit his homeland. The galaxy was changing, and old enemies were stirring. Soon, he might need every advantage he could gather, including those he'd left behind long ago. Chapter 227. The journey home. Draco Varlan had made his decision. After years of conquest and empire building among the stars, the time had come to return to his homeland. He shared his plans with Persica Tau first, then with his second sister, Xylia Varlan. More importantly, he intended to bring Persica with him. He had promised her long ago that he would show her the ancestral homeland of her grandfather, a promise he now felt ready to fulfill. Xylia was overjoyed to hear that her little brother would finally come home. She immediately contacted their eldest sister, Kalia Varlan, and youngest sister, Weenia Varlan, with the wonderful news. Both sisters were thrilled beyond words. Their brother, absent for so many years, would finally return home, and he would come back as a conquering hero clothed in glory. When Draco informed General Jaren Lee of his travel plans, the commander immediately arranged for a full military-grade fleet escort, complete with elite special forces units. Draco understood the necessity of such precautions. He had become one of the most watched figures in the galaxy, his every movement scrutinized by government agencies and media outlets across countless worlds. Since he refused all interview requests, international news organizations had stationed their ships just outside his base's territorial boundaries, hoping to catch any hint of his activities. Space around the Aegis asteroid buzzed with media vessels like vultures circling a carcass. Draco also ordered both the Savage Hounds and Shadow Hounds to deploy specialized units for his protection. The escort would be formidable By any standard, the Aegis Mercenary Corps had grown into a force capable of fielding massive fleet formations. Brigade-level fleets, 2-3 regiment-sized formations, corps-level fleets, 2-3 brigade formations, small army group fleets, 2-4 corps-level formations, large army group fleets, 5-10 corps-level formations. The mother base alone could now deploy a small army group fleet, a force capable of challenging major nation-states. Since the end of the Great Alliance War, the 6th Colonial Sector had theoretically returned to peace. In reality, the aftermath had spawned countless criminal organizations and pirate crews who preyed on merchant traffic throughout the region. This chaos had become a goldmine for the Aegis Mercenary Corps. Every day brought dozens of protection contracts from businesses, corporations, and trading companies desperate for safe passage. The Aegis name had become the ultimate guarantee of security, a golden seal that commanded respect and fear in equal measure. Pirates and criminals had learned a harsh lesson. Any target under Aegis protection was absolutely off-limits. The mere sight of Aegis escort vessels was enough to send entire pirate fleets fleeing in the opposite direction. The criminal underworld lived in constant terror of Aegis retribution. The mercenaries would periodically launch devastating raids against pirate bases and criminal strongholds, even when those organizations had done nothing to provoke them. These training exercises served dual purposes, keeping Aegis forces sharp while acquiring valuable loot and resources. The leadership had established a simple policy for these raids. Any spoils taken would be split 50-50 between the participating soldiers and the organization itself. It was an arrangement that kept morale high and coffers full. Some smarter criminal leaders had begun paying monthly protection fees directly to local Aegis commanders, begging to be left alone in exchange for regular tribute. Those who paid were temporarily safe, as long as they caused no trouble for Aegis interests. The lack of Aegis bases in democratic nations had created another lucrative opportunity. Companies in those regions had to pay premium rates for protection services, since Aegis forces had to travel much farther to reach their clients. This additional cost was naturally passed on to the customers. The result was a perpetual motion machine of profit. Aegis bases operated around the clock, their harbors and docking bays constantly filled with incoming and outgoing warships. When a corps-level fleet departed the Aegis asteroid, over 200 vessels of various classes, the media observers initially assumed it was just another massive protection contract. Then the sharper-eyed reporters noticed something unusual. The fleet included the Taurus Roman II, one of the Nahal Argama-class battleships, and the brand new Archangel-class flagship. This wasn't a routine mission. This was an executive protection detail of the highest order. The most astute journalists immediately concluded that Draco Varlan himself was aboard one of those ships. Faster news crews began pursuit immediately, while slower competitors scrambled to catch up. The fleet, designated Guardian Squadron and commanded by Brigadier General Ises, found itself trailed by a constellation of media vessels. The chase became an international spectacle, with reporters broadcasting live from their pursuit ships as they tried to determine the fleet's destination. Military analysts studying the fleet's trajectory quickly determined it was heading toward the Earth sphere. Given that Aegis maintained permanent bases only in the Cathaean Empire and the theocracy of Aurea within that region. Most experts concluded the fleet was bound for Draco's homeland. International media outlets bombarded the Aegis official website with interview requests and confirmation demands, but received only silence in response. Aboard the flagship Archangel, Persica lounged in her sister-in-law's embrace while they watched a soap opera in the recreation lounge. Xylia sat beside them, occasionally commenting on the melodramatic plot twists. Several off-duty female mobile suit pilots had joined them for the entertainment. Meanwhile, Draco remained in his private quarters, reviewing corporate reports transmitted from various subsidiary companies. A briefing from Base 14 caught his attention. The Cathayan Empire's Prime Minister, Defense Minister, and Trade Minister were all traveling to Eternal Prosperity City in Eternal Prosperity Province, his hometown. 3 of the Empire's highest-ranking officials, all converging on my birthplace. He mused. Their intentions are quite transparent. If our current schedule holds, we'll reach the Earth sphere in approximately 15 days. In another cabin aboard the ship, Princess Jia Zhu sat at her easel, carefully painting Draco's portrait from memory. She captured him in his signature black military greatcoat, his face rendered with commanding authority and fierce determination. When she finished the painting, Jia stared deeply into the painted eyes, her mind drifting back to their university days together. They had been classmates then, though Draco had been painfully reserved and antisocial. He lived entirely for his research, often working on personal projects, even during lectures. His professors had initially been furious at his apparent disrespect, until one brave instructor challenged him publicly. Draco's response had been devastating. Without missing a beat, he had designed and coded a new engineering program that made the professor's lesson obsolete, using techniques so advanced that even the instructor couldn't understand them. Draco had then patiently explained the improvements until the professor fell silent in humiliation. Word of the incident had spread quickly. Soon even doctoral candidates and full professors were seeking Draco's guidance on their own research. No faculty member dared criticize his study habits again. Jia had initially dismissed him as just another research obsessive, brilliant but physically weak and socially awkward. That perception shattered during a university track meet, when an injured teammate forced Draco to substitute as the anchor leg of a relay race. Everyone expected disaster. The bookish genius would surely embarrass himself against trained athletes. Instead, Draco had blazed around the track with inhuman speed, single-handedly lifting their team from last place to second. His classmates had stared in shocked disbelief as the weak scholar demonstrated athletic prowess that matched his intellectual gifts. But the moment that truly captured Jia's heart had been much more subtle. She remembered walking through the city in disguise when a traffic accident erupted into an ugly confrontation. An older woman had rear-ended an elderly man's vehicle, then began screaming accusations at the innocent victim. Her voice grew louder and more aggressive as witnesses tried to intervene, drowning out reason with pure volume. Draco had arrived during the height of the argument. While everyone else watched helplessly, he had quietly moved to where a tow truck was parked nearby. With nobody looking, he had attached the truck's hook to the hostile woman's vehicle. When the tow truck driver returned and drove away, the screaming woman's car went with him. "My car, my car," she had shrieked, running frantically after the disappearing vehicle. The absurd spectacle had sent the entire crowd into fits of laughter. Gia had spotted Draco walking away with just the hint of a smile on his face, and in that moment, she had fallen completely under his spell. Her chance to get closer had come during a robotics competition. Draco had been working alone, having rejected another female student's offer to help with typically blunt honesty. "You just slow me down. I might as well do everything myself." When Gia volunteered her assistance, Draco had been skeptical, but after a few piloting tests, he had accepted her as his partner. Together, they had dominated the competition, crushing opponent after opponent on their way to championship gold. Standing on the podium with the trophy raised high, Gia had experienced the most genuine joy of her entire life, but she had noticed that Draco showed no such elation. "What's wrong?" she had asked. "We won. Aren't you happy?" Draco's response had been quietly devastating. "If even one opponent had lasted 30 seconds, I might feel satisfied. When every match ends in seconds, it feels like an adult beating children. There's no joy in such hollow victories." In that moment, Gia had glimpsed the profound isolation of true genius, a man standing alone at such heights that victory itself had lost all meaning. Perhaps what Draco needed most wasn't another triumph, but a worthy adversary who could make him feel truly alive again. Chapter 228. Base 14. Princess Jiazhu had even taken to singing Lonely and Invincible in front of Draco, just to make him laugh during their university days. He would offer only the faintest smile in response. Throughout the many robotics competitions Draco entered afterward, whenever her schedule allowed, Gia would team up with him as his partner. Every time they stood on the podium holding their championship trophy, every time Draco showed no joy whatsoever, she knew that once again, no opponent had lasted even 30 seconds against them. During lectures, she never understood why she loved sitting beside him so much. Even when Draco never glanced her way, keeping his head down while working on his research, her heart would fill with inexplicable happiness. It wasn't until graduation, when all her classmates were going their separate ways, that she finally understood the truth. She had fallen completely in love with Draco Varlan. On graduation day, she had been working up the courage to confess her feelings when Draco simply vanished from campus without a word. The next time she saw him, he had become the legendary leader of the Aegis Mercenary Corps, and he already had a beloved wife by his side. That moment had felt like a dagger through her heart. Now, lost in memories, while gazing at Draco's painted portrait, Gia didn't notice Emperor Valerius Zhu approaching silently behind her. "You're thinking about him again," her father said gently. Gia jumped in surprise, spinning around to find the Emperor standing there with knowing eyes. Emperor Valerius understood his most cherished third daughter all too well. He knew exactly who held her heart, and he knew that man already belonged to another woman. As an emperor with multiple wives himself, he could never allow his daughter to become a second wife, sharing her husband with another. Besides, the empire's laws explicitly forbade imperial princesses from marrying men who already had wives. The emperor reached out to stroke his daughter's hair with paternal tenderness. "Gia, my dear, ever since you heard Draco was returning to our homeland, you've barely eaten or slept. No matter how much it hurts, you must accept that he belongs to another. You have to let him go." "I understand, father," Gia whispered, though her heart remained heavy. If Draco had been unattached, Emperor Valerius would have moved heaven and earth to arrange a marriage between them. With the military might of the Aegis mercenary corps under his command, Draco controlled a force that could potentially defeat the Cathayan Empire's entire military. Their own war simulations had proven this sobering reality. Having such a man as an imperial son-in-law would have secured the Empire's future for generations. But fate had other plans. After 15 days of interstellar travel, the Guardian fleet finally reached the Earth sphere. At the Cathayan Empire's electromagnetic orbital elevator, the defending Imperial fleet stared in awe at the massive formation approaching their territory. The scale of the Guardian fleet left even veteran space officers speechless. Colonel Wen, commander of the Orbital Defense Force, opened communications with Brigadier General Ises. "Greetings, I am Colonel Wen of the Imperial Defense Fleet, guardian of the orbital elevator. This is Brigadier General Ises, commanding the Guardian Fleet. Please follow our guidance for elevator transport to the surface." "Colonel, we appreciate the offer, but that won't be necessary. Our entire fleet is capable of direct atmospheric entry. We're simply notifying you as a courtesy and requesting clearance for surface descent." Colonel Wen was stunned. While some smaller vessels could indeed bypass the elevator system, could this massive fleet really accomplish such a feat? Reading his doubt, Ises added firmly, "If any problems arise, all responsibility rests with us. You bear no liability whatsoever." "Very well, your request is approved." The Guardian fleet began its spectacular descent toward Earth's surface. International media ships that had been following the formation broadcast the incredible sight live across the galaxy. Over 200 warships entering the atmosphere in perfect formation. Sitting beside her sister-in-law, Persica Tau smiled softly. "Sister, this is only our second time visiting Earth." Xylia Varlan nodded, watching continents grow larger through the viewports. The entire fleet landed safely, without incident, in the coastal city of Eternal Prosperity, capital of Eternal Prosperity Province. 3 of the Empire's highest officials waited in the government complex. Prime Minister Y, Defense Minister Shu, and Trade Minister Guo. An aide burst into their conference room with urgent news. "Sirs, the Guardian fleet has landed successfully and is approaching the city as we speak." "Gentlemen," Prime Minister Y stood decisively, "it's time we departed for the base." Eternal Prosperity City buzzed with activity as international media crews swarmed the outskirts of Base 14. The installation's perimeter bristled with Aegis ground forces, maintaining strict security, while Jigan mobile suits stood sentinel at strategic positions. Beyond the media circus, Cathayan military police worked tirelessly to maintain order among the massive crowds of onlookers. Base 14's own fleet had launched into formation above the facility, creating a ceremonial corridor with an opening in the center, a gateway awaiting the Guardian fleet's arrival. Soon, the ocean horizon revealed countless warships approaching like a metallic armada. Reporters frantically worked their cameras and broadcasting equipment, providing live coverage as the historic moment unfolded. The convoy carrying the Prime Minister and both cabinet ministers entered Base 14's gates, their arrival captured by hundreds of cameras. From the Guardian fleet, 3 magnificent vessels broke formation. The flagship Archangel, the Nahal Argama, and the Taurus Roman II. These capital ships launched their mobile suit complements: the Seraphim, Cherubim, Throne, Virtue, Nadli, and other advanced Gundams, while the main fleet deployed Night Series units and various other mobile suits to secure the perimeter. The Archangel took point position with the Nahal Argama and Taurus Roman II flanking her sides, as all three ships passed through the ceremonial corridor formed by Base 14's fleet. 30 ships from the Guardian fleet entered the base's designated landing zones, while the remainder took positions along the coastline and harbor approaches. Kalia Varlan and Weenia Varlan had arrived early at the base, accompanying Major General Pan, the facility's commanding officer. The sisters watched in amazement as thousands of mercenaries marched in perfect formation toward the landing vessels. "Ladies, this way, please." Major General Pan escorted them to a military transport heading for the Archangel. Through the vehicle's windows, they observed endless ranks of soldiers and armored vehicles forming ceremonial columns. Red carpet had been rolled out before the Archangel's main hatch, with towering Gundams standing guard on either side. Every landed vessel, except the flagship, deployed ground forces in immaculate parade formation, with tanks and artillery pieces positioned with mathematical precision. Both the Guardian Fleet's mercenaries and Base 14's permanent garrison formed combined honor guards stretching as far as the eye could see. Kalia and Weenia reached the Archangel's boarding ramp alongside Major General Pan. "This kind of pageantry," Weenia whispered to her eldest sister, "this is the sort of reception reserved for emperors." Kalia felt a flutter of concern. While modern times had relaxed many protocol restrictions, her brother's reception rivaled anything their own emperor might receive. She worried that political enemies might use such displays against their family. "Big sister, look, it's Draco." Draco Varlan emerged from the ship in his signature black military greatcoat, followed by Xylia and the Tau sisters. Every mercenary present snapped to attention, rendering perfect salutes to their supreme commander. Kalia studied her little brother's transformed appearance. Gone was any trace of youthful innocence. Maturity and commanding presence radiated from every gesture. The invisible aura of authority surrounding him surpassed anything she'd witnessed from corporate executives or government officials. Draco slowly raised his right hand. At ease, his voice carried across the entire assembly. The mercenaries relaxed into parade rest as their leader approached his waiting sisters. Draco embraced both Kalia and Weenia warmly, though internally he grimaced at the elaborate ceremony. "This spectacle is completely over the top," he thought. "I have no idea what General Jaren Lee was thinking, arranging such an ostentatious display." Major General Pan respectfully informed Draco that the Prime Minister and both cabinet ministers were waiting in the VIP reception hall. The homecoming of the galaxy's most feared warlord had officially begun. Chapter 229. The hero's homecoming outside Base 14's perimeter. Frustrated reporters grumbled as security kept them from capturing the historic events unfolding within. The more resourceful among them had positioned themselves on elevated terrain, using long-range cameras to film whatever they could catch of the spectacle below. Inside the VIP reception hall, Prime Minister Y, Defense Minister Shu, and Trade Minister Guo waited with their staff, tension thick in the air. Minister Guo nudged Defense Minister Shu with a sly grin, holding up his phone screen. "Old Shu, take a look at the man who almost became your grandson-in-law. Quite the impressive display he's putting on, wouldn't you say?" The phone showed live footage from a media drone positioned on high ground, capturing Draco's magnificent arrival ceremony in all its glory. Prime Minister Y leaned in to study the screen as well, his expression thoughtful. Defense Minister Shu frowned as he watched the footage. If this extraordinarily capable young man had indeed become his grandson-in-law, the Shu family's political influence would have reached unprecedented heights. Even the imperial family might have feared their power. Prime Minister Y felt a pang of regret. His own daughter had married years ago, and his granddaughter was still too young, barely more than a child. Otherwise, he would have moved heaven and earth to arrange a marriage with Draco himself. An aide whispered urgently in his ear, "Gentlemen, he's coming." Minister Guo quickly pocketed his phone as the reception hall doors swung open. Draco Varlan entered with commanding presence, his black military greatcoat immaculate, his bearing that of a conquering emperor. The three highest officials in the empire rose to their feet, each man sizing up the legendary figure before them. Draco slowly removed his black leather glove and extended his hand for formal greetings. "Mr. Draco," Prime Minister Y smiled warmly. "Congratulations on your triumphant homecoming." "Thank you for your kind words, Prime Minister." "Mr. Draco, I come bearing the Emperor's personal blessings, along with several matters His Majesty wishes to discuss with you." "What subjects does the Prime Minister wish to address?" The three ministers had come with ambitious agendas: military weapons procurement, and hopes that the Aegis Corporation would expand its investments throughout the Cathayan Empire. The Swift Eagle Military Company had once developed technologies based on Draco's childhood designs, but he had eventually released all those innovations to the public domain. Had he kept those patents private, many of those weapons would now be standard equipment for the Cathayan Imperial Army. Since those were merely his childhood creations, he undoubtedly possessed far more advanced technologies now. Take the warrior armor combat suits. Though the Aegis Mercenary Corps had moved beyond them, countless nations still equipped their forces with these life-saving systems. Battlefield reports consistently showed soldiers surviving impossible situations thanks to this technology. "Mr. Draco," Trade Minister Guo began diplomatically, "while your Aegis Corporation is registered overseas, you remain a citizen of our empire. Our laws allow full ownership control for companies established by our citizens. Indeed, we'll conduct market research. If the investment proves worthwhile, we'll certainly consider expanding here." Defense Minister Shu stepped forward. "Mr. Draco, our empire would welcome Aegis Arms manufacturing establishing facilities here. However, we hope you might design mobile suits comparable to the theocracy of Auria's Marasai units. That can be arranged. We're also interested in purchasing Spartan combat suits. I'm afraid that's not currently possible." "Why not?" "Spartan suits are exclusively for Aegis Mercenary Corps use. Before we could sell them externally, we'd need to develop even more advanced systems for our own forces." Prime Minister Y interjected smoothly. "Mr. Draco, I understand your desire to keep the best equipment for your troops, but remember, You're a son of the Cathayan Empire. We're not asking you to surrender the technology, but to sell it to us at a price that would satisfy you. Prime Minister, as you just said, I keep the best for my people. Spartan suits aren't for sale currently. However, you can purchase warrior armor suits. They're certainly more advanced than anything Swift Eagle military reverse-engineered from my childhood designs. Seeing Draco's firm stance on the Spartan suits, Prime Minister Y chose not to press the issue. Defense Minister Shu tried a different approach. Could you perhaps develop an enhanced version of the warrior armor suits? That's possible, but I'll need time. Of course, Mr. Draco. Trade Minister Guo continued, speaking of your subsidiaries, we're particularly interested in Aegis Network Data Corporation. Your mobile network technology is remarkably advanced. We'd like to invite that company to invest in upgrading our empire's communications infrastructure. Certainly, I'll have one of my presidents negotiate the details with you. After extensive discussions, Prime Minister Y delivered the most significant invitation. 7 days hence marks our Emperor's birthday celebration, which also serves as one of our national holidays. His Majesty extends a personal invitation for you to attend the Imperial Birthday Banquet. An aide presented a golden invitation, which the Prime Minister formally handed to Draco. The ornate card bore 4 elegant characters. Imperial summons. I'm honored by His Majesty's gracious invitation. I shall certainly attend. Additionally, Mr. Draco, invited guests may bring one companion to the celebration. Thank you for that clarification, Prime Minister. Draco then asked Major General Pan to escort the officials out while he joined his family in the recreation lounge. He found Persica Tau engaged in animated conversation with Kalia Varlan, while Xylia and Weenia were playfully entertaining Persica's sister. Kalia looked up as her brother approached. Draco, what did the Prime Minister and ministers want to discuss? Her voice carried a note of concern. Nothing serious, just inviting our corporation to expand investments here. Are you coming home today? Since I've come this far, how could I not return home? I'll call Aunt Lai. When she heard you were coming back, she was so excited about preparing all your favorite dishes. I haven't had Aunt Lai's cooking in so long. I've really missed it. Shall we go then? Let's go. Outside Base 14, international media crews maintained their vigil, every reporter desperate for an exclusive interview with the legendary Draco Varlan. Suddenly, the sky filled with mechanical angels. The Seraphim, Virtue, Cherubim, Throne, and Nadley Gundams launched from the base, accompanied by Night Series mobile suits riding aerial platforms. Dozens of transport helicopters joined the formation, creating a magnificent aerial escort. The reporters snapped to attention. They knew the main event was beginning. Base 14's massive gates rolled open, revealing an impressive convoy. Dozens of armored vehicles and military transports protecting 2 luxury limousines at the formation's heart. Reporters frantically worked their cameras while scrambling into pursuit vehicles, determined to follow this historic procession. The spectacle caught the attention of local government officials throughout Eternal Prosperity City. Prime Minister Y had already issued orders to municipal authorities and military police. Maintain order at all costs, ensure Draco's safety, and provide full cooperation with the Aegis security detail. The city buzzed with excitement as citizens witnessed Gundams, Machines they'd only seen on screens, soaring overhead in person. The ground convoy drew crowds wherever it passed, with locals pulling out phones to capture the historic moment. Everyone knew that their city's most famous son had returned home in triumph, clothed in glory and commanding power that made emperors take notice. The boy who had once walked these streets as an unknown student had returned as the galaxy's most feared warlord. The homecoming of Draco Varlan had begun. Chapter 230. Homecoming outside Draco Varlan's family estate. Another wave of international reporters had established their siege lines. These media crews represented a second tactical deployment. While one team pursued the convoy through the city, this group had positioned themselves strategically around the Varlan family mansion, waiting for the legendary warrior's return to his childhood home. Soon, the thunderous roar of engines and spinning rotors filled the air above the exclusive residential district. Gundams, look up. Countless cameras swiveled skyward, capturing the mechanical angels descending from the heavens. Transport helicopters split open their cargo doors like massive metal flowers. Shadow Hound's Special Forces operatives, clad in their fearsome Spartan combat suits, plummeted toward Earth in controlled drops. At the last moment before impact, thruster packs ignited across their backs, transforming their deadly plunges into graceful landings that barely disturbed the manicured lawns below. Half the landing force immediately began sweeping the perimeter for threats, while the other half established barrier zones to contain the swarming media presence. Night Series mobile suits and towering Gundams took defensive positions throughout the wealthy neighborhood, their imposing forms dwarfing the luxury homes. Some helicopters departed to return to Base 14, while others settled like mechanical birds beside their mobile suit guardians. The commanding officers of both military and police oversight units watched this overwhelming display of force with barely concealed amazement. Even our own emperor doesn't travel with such an elaborate security detail, they thought privately. Wealthy residents throughout the district peered from behind curtains and security gates, witnessing their normally peaceful enclave transformed into what resembled a military operation zone. The tranquil neighborhood had never experienced such electrifying drama. The convoy finally entered the residential district's gates. 3 lead vehicles cleared the path for 3 identical luxury limousines, their darkly tinted windows completely concealing which vehicle carried the most wanted man in the galaxy. Camera flashes erupted like a lightning storm, but the bulletproof glass revealed nothing. The massive estate gates swung open with mechanical precision. The lead vehicles entered first, followed by the 3 limousines, with 3 armored escorts bringing up the rear. Once all vehicles had cleared the threshold, the gates sealed shut with finality. Aegis Mercenary Corps soldiers immediately deployed from every vehicle, establishing defensive perimeters around the entire property with military efficiency that would have impressed Imperial Guardsmen. Butler Wu and Aunt Lai, the loyal household staff who had raised Draco and his sisters, stood frozen in amazement at the unprecedented spectacle. Their young master's homecoming had become an international event. Over recent weeks, their quiet estate had been surrounded by media crews from across the galaxy. Even simple errands like grocery shopping had become gauntlets of cameras and reporters. Seeing this overwhelming security response, they finally understood why such measures were necessary. Without this protection, their beloved young master would have been mobbed beyond recognition. When some reporters attempted drone surveillance, Aegis anti-aircraft systems efficiently neutralized the unauthorized aircraft, maintaining strict no-fly protocols around the property. Young master, Butler Wu stepped forward with tears in his eyes. Welcome home at last. Draco embraced both servants who had been like family to him, their warmth genuine and overwhelming after years of formal military protocol. When he introduced Persica Tao and her younger sister, both servants immediately welcomed them with the genuine affection reserved for family. Little Persica particularly enchanted them. Her innocent charm reminded Butler Wu and Aunt Lai of when Draco and his sisters had been children running through these same halls. The three Varlan sisters had grown into accomplished women, but seeing little Persica brought back precious memories of when they had all been young and carefree together under this very roof. Draco approached the memorial shrine dedicated to his deceased parents. His steps grew slower, more reverent as he neared the altar adorned with their photographs. "Father, mother, I've come home," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. He lit incense sticks with practiced ceremony, the fragrant smoke rising like prayers toward heaven. Behind him, Persica respectfully followed his example, lighting her own incense and bowing with hands pressed together in solemn respect. Kalia Varlan watched this exchange with deep satisfaction. Her future sister-in-law's respectful behavior toward their family traditions spoke volumes about her character and upbringing. Draco picked up a framed photograph from the mantelpiece, a treasured family portrait showing him as a young boy surrounded by his three sisters, parents, Butler Wu, and Aunt Lai, all of them younger, happier, unaware of the trials that lay ahead. He stared at the image for long moments, lost in memories of simpler times when his greatest concerns had been schoolwork and spending time with his beloved family. While Draco reminisced, Persica joined Kalia and Xylia in helping Aunt Lai prepare the evening feast. The kitchen filled with laughter and chatter as the women worked together, creating bonds that would last a lifetime. Weenia Varlan took little Persica to the estate's playground, pushing her on swings while observing the shadow hounds maintaining security throughout the grounds. "Little sister," Weenia asked while pushing the swing higher, "do you know these soldier big brothers and sisters?" "Not really," little Persica replied with childlike honesty. "I just know they're from Brother Draco's direct command unit, the Shadow Hounds. They only take orders from him personally." Weenia had heard terrifying stories about this elite unit through media reports. Once the Shadow Hounds locked onto a target, no enemy force had ever survived the encounter. "What about those soldiers outside the walls?" "Those are the Savage Hounds, plus other Special Forces units." "Do they all answer directly to Draco?" "The Savage Hounds are also Brother Draco's personal troops. The other units report to General Jaron Lee and his staff." "Does Draco let General Lee manage the entire mercenary corps?" "Brother Draco gives General Lee complete operational freedom." This information worried Weenia. Her little brother seemed to delegate tremendous authority to subordinates, a potentially dangerous practice for someone in his position. Meanwhile, Draco had retreated to his childhood bedroom. Though everything appeared unchanged, closer inspection revealed that furniture had been replaced or carefully restored. He suspected that when Patriarch Valerius Long had sent men to ransack his belongings years ago, they had destroyed much of his room searching for valuable designs and research materials. All his drawings, data disks, and storage devices had vanished long ago. Draco lay on his bed, allowing his mind to empty of all concerns for the first time in months. Within moments, exhaustion claimed him, and he drifted into deep, peaceful sleep. Hours later, Persica gently shook him awake. "Time for dinner, sleepyhead. What time is it now?" "7 in the evening. I slept that long. Why didn't you wake me sooner? You looked so peaceful sleeping. I couldn't bear to disturb you. Let me wash up, then I'll come down for dinner." At the dining table, Draco discovered that nearly every dish was among his personal favorites, a feast prepared with love and careful attention to his preferences. "Young master," Aunt Lai beamed with pride, "your sisters and young mistress planned this entire meal just for you. Please sit and enjoy." "Thank you. This looks incredible." As Draco began eating, his pace quickened noticeably. Persica had never seen him eat with such obvious pleasure and enthusiasm. "Is something wrong?" he asked, noticing her stare. "Don't you like the food?" "Not at all. I've just never seen you eat so eagerly. You look genuinely happy." Only then did Draco realize he was indeed eating much faster than usual, savoring every bite of the familiar flavors from his youth. Kalia seized this moment to address her brother's well-being. "Persica and Xylia tell me you often work late into the night on research or paperwork. While your work is important, your health matters more. You're the heart of the entire Aegis Corporation. If something happened to you, the whole organization would collapse into chaos. I understand your concern, big sister, but some responsibilities can't be delegated. I have to handle them personally. Just promise me you'll take better care of yourself." Throughout dinner, little Persica received constant attention from everyone present. Butler Wu and Aunt Lai doted on her like grandparents, while all 3 Varlan sisters took turns serving the adorable child special treats. After the meal, Draco moved to help clear dishes, but Persica gently stopped him. "Go rest. I'll handle this." Kalia and Weenia exchanged knowing glances, both impressed by their brother's choice of partner. Persica was clearly the kind of caring, capable woman who would make an ideal wife. At that moment, Draco's phone buzzed urgently. "Excuse me," he said, heading toward his room. "I need to take care of some business matters." The peaceful family reunion was about to be interrupted by the demands of commanding a galactic empire. Chapter 231. Only Big Sister truly knows Draco's heart as evening shadows fell across the family estate. Persica Tau shared Draco Varlan's room, while little Persica bunked with Weenia Varlan. In the eldest sister's chambers, Xylia Varlan settled in for a heart-to-heart conversation with Kalia Varlan. "Second sister," Kalia began thoughtfully, "how do you find managing affairs within Draco's corporate empire?" "He's even entrusted me with the entire financial department," Xylia replied with a mixture of pride and concern. "It shows how much he trusts me. But I've noticed something troubling. While other subsidiaries like Aegis Arms Manufacturing and the Mercenary Corps have their own financial officers appointed by Draco, he clearly keeps everyone else at arm's length." "That's absolutely certain," Kalia nodded. "Draco only truly trusts us sisters, and Persica. We're the only ones he doesn't need to guard against." Still, I can't help thinking he's being too trusting by letting those financial officers handle such important matters. A knowing smile played across Kalia's lips. Big sister, why are you smiling? Second sister, you don't understand our little brother as well as you think. Xylia frowned, puzzled by her elder sister's cryptic tone. Initially, I thought the same as you. That Draco was being overly trusting by simply placing his own people in financial departments. But after dinner tonight, when his phone rang, I caught something in his eyes. A flash of cold steel. I suspect someone within his organization is acting disloyally, and whoever reported to him is likely one of Draco's secret agents planted throughout different departments. Xylia's eyes widened in shock, realizing how little she truly understood their brother. Are those two direct units the media keeps talking about? Is that a sign he doesn't trust General Jaren Lee? Kalia shook her head decisively. No, if he truly distrusted the general completely, he would never establish those units so openly. This is likely political theater, showing General Lee that he doesn't want to interfere too heavily with mercenary operations while maintaining his own command structure. So besides me and Persica, does he trust no one in the entire Aegis Corporation? I suspect he appears trusting on the surface while harboring deep suspicions about everyone. He simply doesn't let those doubts show on his face. Placing his own people in financial departments of subsidiary companies seems like limited oversight, but he's likely monitoring everything while appearing hands-off. Xylia felt humbled, realizing she'd underestimated her brother's complexity compared to her elder sister's deeper insights. Speaking of which, big sister, during my time at the Mother Base, I noticed both General Lee and President Saskia constantly report important matters to Draco first. Saskia especially tries to remain at the base as much as possible. Do they sense his underlying distrust? Very likely, Kalia replied thoughtfully. Remember, the mercenary corps and arms manufacturing are the two most crucial subsidiaries. General Lee probably understands that commanding such vital forces would naturally make any leader suspicious. His frequent reports demonstrate loyalty and absence of ulterior motives. Similarly, Saskia's presence at the base sends a clear message. I'm staying here where you can watch me. Arrest me any time if you doubt my loyalty. Xylia felt increasingly inadequate as a sister, realizing how poorly she understood her own brother. Big sister, if not for our parents leaving us the stellar Prosperity Corporation, Draco might have recruited you too, but I don't understand why he hasn't brought Weenia into his organization. Doesn't he trust our youngest sister? He trusts her, but he doesn't feel confident about her judgment. Remember, Weenia can be scattered sometimes. If he brought her in, he'd probably need to assign someone to supervise her constantly to prevent costly mistakes. That makes sense. Xylia asked with growing concern. Big sister, how will Draco deal with Patriarch Valerius Long and his faction? If I hadn't intervened, the Long family would be in far worse condition right now. Xylia was surprised her elder sister had counseled restraint. Though I despise Patriarch Valerius and his cronies, I never wanted to destroy the entire Long family. Without my intervention, they'd probably all be kneeling outside our front gate by now. Big sister, even without your influence, wouldn't Draco show mercy for Lady Helena Long's sake? Xylia asked nervously. I doubt Draco would spare them for our aunt's sake. If she dared oppose him directly, he'd probably strike without hesitation. Hiss! Xylia drew a sharp breath, shocked by her brother's apparent ruthlessness and lack of familial sentiment. Don't blame our little brother for being heartless, second sister. Think back to when our parents died. Did great uncle, second uncle, or any other long family members show us the slightest family affection? Xylia recalled those painful memories. Without Aunt Helena's protection, their family's stellar prosperity corporation would have been carved up by greedy relatives. The disgusting faces and shameless behavior of those family members flashed through her memory. Now that Draco had grown powerful, only Kalia's intervention had prevented the Long family from being completely crushed. Kalia's expression grew grave. Besides visiting us, if Draco truly goes to the capital, he intends to settle accounts with the Long family. How will he handle them? I don't know exactly, but I'm certain of this. If the Long family dares resist or refuse cooperation, they'll face a bloody reckoning. A chill of fear ran through Xylia's heart. Was this still the same little brother she'd known? The one who loved researching robots and military technology. She felt increasingly unable to understand Draco's true nature. Kalia offered comfort. Don't worry, second sister. Draco remains our beloved little brother. His ruthlessness and cruelty are reserved for outsiders, never for us. As long as we don't cross his bottom lines, he'll never transform into a demon. To us, he'll always be our sweet little brother. Big sister, you really do understand Draco best. I'm your eldest sister. If I didn't understand my own siblings, I'd be a complete failure as a big sister. Xylia realized that among the three sisters, only Kalia truly comprehended Draco's inner heart. This made perfect sense. Kalia had cared for Draco most since birth. When he was still an infant, she had often changed his diapers and given him baths, practically raising him herself. The next morning, Persica woke before Draco and quietly slipped to the kitchen to help Aunt Lai prepare breakfast. The elderly servant was amazed by how considerate and domestic their young master's girlfriend proved to be. Only when breakfast was ready did Persica gently wake Draco. Draco, what are your plans for today? Kalia asked during the morning meal. I want to visit my old elementary, middle, and high schools. Didn't Leo Kai come back with you? He did, but I'm not sure if he's gone to see his own parents yet. At that moment, Draco's phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen and chuckled. Speak of the devil. Leo's asking where I want to go today. Draco quickly messaged his destination. Soon Leo replied that he wanted to join the school visits. By the way, big sister, how are the security personnel I assigned to protect you all working out? Weenia looked at Draco with surprise. Youngest sister, you're so scattered sometimes. Kalia sighed. Have you forgotten what position Draco holds? When enemies can't capture him directly, they'll target us to use as leverage against him. Weenia scratched her head sheepishly. That explains why I kept feeling like someone was watching me lately. Kalia rolled her eyes at her youngest sister's obliviousness. Draco, when Weenia and I go to our companies today, could you make the windows of your luxury transport transparent? If the reporters outside see us clearly, they won't chase after us thinking you're inside. No problem, big sister. The windows don't need replacing. The glass can automatically adjust its opacity. When Kalia and Weenia departed in their family's luxury vehicle, escorted by an Aegis Mercenary Corps military transport, The surrounding reporters clearly saw both sisters through the transparent windows. Not a single camera was raised to film them. Next, Xylia took an Aegis-provided luxury sedan to inspect the Aegis Metal Reclamation Company's local branch and manufacturing facilities. Finally, Draco set out with Persica and little Persica toward his elementary school alma mater, ready to revisit the foundations of his remarkable journey. The galaxy's most feared warlord was about to walk the halls where his legend had first begun. Chapter 232. Return to the Academy of Origins. Draco Varland's elementary school stood transformed into what resembled a military checkpoint. Teachers and students pressed their faces against classroom windows, staring in awe at the towering Night Series mobile suits positioned around the campus perimeter. Aegis Mercenary Corps soldiers in advanced tactical armor patrolled the grounds, their assault rifles at ready positions, while others had taken strategic positions throughout the school complex. The principal, a weathered man who had witnessed decades of young minds pass through these halls, recognized the significance of this moment immediately. He had known this day would come, when the brilliant but quiet boy who once walked these corridors would return as the galaxy's most feared warlord. Gathering his vice principal and department heads, he rushed toward the main entrance to personally welcome his most legendary alumnus. Outside the school gates, curious shopkeepers and residents craned their necks and stood on tiptoes, desperate to catch glimpses of the mechanical titans and elite soldiers who had descended upon their peaceful neighborhood. Smartphones emerged from pockets like modern-day torches, everyone wanting to capture this historic moment. Leo Kai had arrived early, positioning himself at the entrance gates with military precision. When Draco's luxury limousine glided to a stop before the school, Leo personally opened the door with the dignity of a royal guard. "Leo, why did you get here so early? Didn't you go home to see your parents?" Draco asked as he emerged from the vehicle. "Why bother?" Leo replied with bitter humor. "Just to hear them lecture me about being a traitor to family and country. In their eyes, I'm nothing but a betrayer who abandoned his homeland." Persica Tau and little Persica stepped from the limousine, their presence adding elegance to the military spectacle surrounding them. The principal strode forward with arms outstretched, his weathered face beaming with genuine pride. "Welcome home, Draco. Our most distinguished graduate returns at last." Draco was genuinely surprised to find his old principal still serving at the school after all these years. They clasped hands warmly, while international media crews pressed against the security perimeter, cameras flashing like lightning in a storm. The principal saw an incredible publicity opportunity and requested permission for media access. Not wanting to embarrass his former educator, Draco agreed, but limited access to just 3 news organizations. The chosen media representatives burst into euphoric activity, broadcasting live while their excluded competitors protested loudly outside the gates. School officials explained that limited space and concern for student safety necessitated the restrictions. Reporters thrust microphones toward Draco like weapons, firing questions in rapid succession. But the legendary commander remained silent, his expression unchanged, as their queries bounced off him like bullets off armor plating. When some journalists grew bold enough to protest his silence, the Shadow Hounds and Savage Hounds operatives surrounding him responded with subtle but terrifying efficiency, weapon safeties clicking off, combat knives sliding partially from sheaths. The reporters immediately fell silent, survival instincts overriding journalistic ambition. Desperate for content, cameras swiveled toward Persica. "What's your relationship with Draco Varlan?" a reporter called out. Persica hesitated, uncertain how to respond, but Draco's voice cut through the tension with absolute authority. "She belongs to me." The statement sent reporters into a frenzy, but Persica surprised herself by feeling no anger at his possessive declaration, only mild annoyance at the media circus surrounding them. As they toured the campus, Draco found everything remarkably unchanged from his childhood memories. In a gesture that left the principal speechless, he produced a checkbook and donated 100 million Earth Sphere credits to his old school. The principal's face practically glowed with joy. The government's annual funding barely reached 1 million credits, supplemented only by occasional parent donations. This single gift could fund complete campus renovations multiple times over. Little Persica gazed wistfully through classroom windows at children her own age. She remembered attending elementary school briefly in the Jovian Federation before her parents' death ended her formal education. After that, she had learned through self-study at her sister's workplace, and whatever lessons Persica could provide during their precious free time. Persica wondered if leaving her sister here to experience normal childhood education might be beneficial, but knew little Persica would never agree to separation. Besides, the Aegis asteroid base had constructed educational facilities on converted meteoroids, specifically for refugee children from destroyed nations. Both Persica and Luna had enrolled their younger siblings there, hoping to give them glimpses of normal childhood. When Draco requested to see his old graduation photographs, the principal eagerly complied. As Draco pointed out his younger self to Persica and little Persica, the little girl spotted another familiar face. "That's Leo, isn't it?" she asked, pointing at a serious-faced boy in the group photo. Leo approached and smiled. "That's me, all right." The principal was surprised to discover another distinguished alumnus had joined the visit. But when Leo raised a silencing hand, the educator wisely kept his questions to himself. After completing the elementary school tour, they proceeded to visit Draco's middle school and high school alma maters. By the time they reached the high school, afternoon shadows were lengthening across the campus. Draco contacted Aunt Lai to cancel dinner preparations, planning to dine elsewhere with his companions. High school students had remained after dismissal, fascinated by the Aegis warriors, their advanced combat suits, armored vehicles, and towering mobile suits. Many took photos and selfies, with some brave souls requesting pictures with the mercenaries, requests that were politely but firmly declined. As Persica accompanied Draco through his educational journey, she reflected on her own truncated schooling. Born in the Jovian Federation, she had immigrated there as a small child with her parents. Little Persica was born during her first year of elementary school. Her parents had died during her final year of high school, just as the Jovian Federation was establishing itself as an independent nation. Everything required money, education most of all, and costs were astronomical. Her parents had worked themselves to death trying to afford their daughter's schooling. After their deaths, Persica had dropped out to work, hoping to fund little Persica's education through elementary school. But even primary school fees proved beyond her meager wages. Eventually, she had brought her sister to live in employee dormitories, scraping together enough money for occasional tutoring sessions. When her company transferred her to the Earth sphere, she had requested permission to bring little Persica along on the transport ship rather than leave her behind. That fateful journey had changed everything, leading to their current extraordinary circumstances. As evening approached, Draco brought the sisters to an upscale restaurant to sample Cathay and Empire delicacies. During dinner, he received a report from his subordinates and turned to Persica with news. "We've located your grandfather's ancestral homeland," he announced. Hope flickered in Persica's eyes as she turned to her sister. "Little Persica, would you like to visit grandfather's birthplace with me?" The younger girl considered the question carefully, then shook her head. Disappointment clouded Persica's features. "Why don't you want to see where grandfather came from?" "I was born in the Jovian Federation. All my childhood memories are from there," little Persica replied with wisdom beyond her years. "What does grandfather's homeland matter to me now? Even if we returned to the Jovian Federation, who would remember us? The playmates I knew as a child are probably grandparents themselves by now, and grandfather's birthplace, who there would recognize us." Persica found herself speechless. Her sister spoke painful truth. Even their own homeland held no one who would remember them anymore. Draco gently patted Persica's hand. "Then little Persica can stay here. My sisters will care for her while we travel. We'll depart tomorrow." "All right," Persica whispered, accepting that some journeys must be taken alone, while others required leaving precious things behind in safe hands. The galaxy's most powerful warlord would soon embark on a pilgrimage to honor the past, guided by love rather than conquest. Chapter 233. The martial arts master Kenji taked her under the cover of darkness. Draco, Varlan, and Persica Tau donned their Spartan combat suits and joined the rotating shift of Aegis mercenaries, returning to Base 14 aboard armored transports. At the base, both underwent complete disguises while their protective details, the elite Shadow Hounds and other special forces units, either adopted civilian cover identities or maintained complete invisibility around their charges. Persica's grandfather's ancestral homeland lay less than 100 kilometers north of Eternal Prosperity City, nestled in a picturesque rural district that seemed untouched by time. Arriving at dawn, Draco and Persica found themselves enchanted by the serene beauty of the countryside. Rolling hills carpeted with emerald fields stretched toward distant mountains, while morning mist danced above crystal streams. The environment radiated peace and timeless tranquility. As they strolled through the village streets, absorbing the local atmosphere, they witnessed the genuine simplicity of rural life. Some residents tended their fields under the golden sunrise, while others bustled about their shops and businesses with honest industry. The couple settled into a weathered but welcoming eatery, ordering traditional breakfast fare from the establishment's proprietress, a kindly woman whose gentle smile spoke of decades spent serving travelers and neighbors alike. "Here you go, dear guests," she said warmly, setting steaming bowls before them. Fresh rice porridge with minced pork, salted bread, and fresh soy milk. They savored the simple, wholesome flavors when suddenly harsh voices erupted behind them. 5 rough-looking men, covered in crude tattoos, had kicked over another customer's table, sending the frightened diner fleeing in terror. The lead thug snarled at the elderly proprietress. "Old woman, Boss Samson has already marked this place for development. Didn't we tell you to pack up and get out? You're causing us nothing but trouble." Despite her obvious fear, the brave proprietress stood her ground. "I've told you repeatedly, I'm not selling. This shop is all my late husband left me. Nothing you say will change my mind." "Stubborn old hag. Looks like you prefer the hard way over the easy way." One thug raised a wooden club, charging toward the defenseless woman. Draco's hand twitched toward a concealed signal device to summon his invisible guards, when suddenly an empty bowl flew through the air like a missile, striking the club-wielding thug square in the face with a sickening crack. The man collapsed with a scream of pain, while his companions rushed to help him up. Draco and Persica turned to see their unexpected ally, a young man seated at the neighboring table. He appeared to be in his early 20s, with tousled hair and piercing, intelligent eyes that radiated quiet strength. His rugged features and sun-bronzed skin marked him as someone accustomed to outdoor hardships. Rising to his full height, easily over 6 feet tall by Draco's estimate, he wore simple clothes that revealed the powerful build of a dedicated martial artist. Calloused hands and rope-like forearm muscles spoke of years spent training in combat disciplines. 5 grown men bullying a defenseless elderly woman. He said, in a deep, measured voice that carried unmistakable authority. "What kind of cowards call themselves men?" The thug leader sized up this unexpected challenger with sneering arrogance. Well, a wannabe hero straight out of some fairy tale. Think you're some kind of knight in shining armor. There are 5 of us, and one of you, tough guy. Why don't you try your luck?" The proprietress immediately tried to intervene. "Young sir, please don't get involved. This is between them and me. Ma'am, I can't stand by and watch this injustice. I'm making it my business." Scholars disrupt society with their words. Warriors break laws with their strength. Draco muttered under his breath, earning a sharp kick to his shin from Persica. She clearly wanted him to intervene, but Draco gently patted her hand. "Easy there, let's see how this plays out first." "Oh, a real hero," the thugs mocked. "Come on then, if you've got the guts. We're shaking in our boots." Ha ha ha. Their laughter died abruptly as the young warrior moved with lightning speed. Before the lead thug could finish his taunt, a devastating combination of strikes sent him crashing to the floor with bones audibly cracking. The remaining thugs barely had time to process what happened before 2 more of their number joined their leader on the ground, groaning in agony. The final pair managed to react, swinging their clubs desperately toward their opponent's head. With fluid grace, the martial artist deflected both weapons and responded with precise punches that shattered their noses in explosions of blood and cartilage. All 5 thugs now writhed on the floor, clutching various broken body parts, while blood streamed from multiple wounds. Recognizing they'd encountered a true master, the survivors began crawling toward the exit. Their leader managed one last feeble threat. "You've got guts, I'll give you that, but you better not be here when we come back. Bring as many friends as you want, I'll be waiting," the warrior replied calmly. To emphasize his point, he kicked a nearby chair like a projectile, sending it spinning through the air to strike the fleeing leader in the face with tremendous force. The thug collapsed again with a fresh scream, and his remaining lackeys dragged him out while fleeing in complete panic. After thanking the young hero, the proprietress urgently advised him to leave immediately. "Young man, you must flee this place at once. Those hoodlums work for Boss Samson, who owns half the local government. Even the district mayor is his cousin. You can't fight that kind of power. Please, just go." Draco's expression darkened at this revelation. "Ma'am, haven't you reported this to the municipal authorities?" "Of course we have. But what good does it do? They've bought off everyone who matters. Several of our neighbors tried filing official complaints. Boss Samson's men beat them senseless and ran them out of town. Damn lawless corruption." The martial artist's face blazed with righteous fury, his fists clenching until knuckles cracked. The proprietress continued pleading, "Please, young hero, just leave. This old woman doesn't want to see you hurt because of her troubles." "Ma'am, I've made this my fight now. Besides, I damaged some of your property during that scuffle. I owe you compensation." He pulled out a thin wallet, then looked embarrassed. "Unfortunately, I've been traveling for months, and I'm nearly broke. I barely have enough to pay for my breakfast. How about I work here for a day to settle my debt?" No, that's not necessary. It was just a few broken dishes. Think nothing of it." The proprietress desperately wanted him gone before more trouble arrived. Draco spoke up thoughtfully. "Ma'am, if you don't let this gentleman work off his debt, it'll weigh on his conscience forever. Why not let him help you for just one day? Consider it payment for the damages." "Well, if you insist." The young warrior nodded gratefully toward Draco. "I'm in your debt, friend. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kenji Takeda." Draco's eye twitched almost imperceptibly. "The pleasure is mine." He removed his glove and shook Kenji's calloused hand with genuine respect. "Why not call yourself Eastern Invincible while you're at it?" he thought with dark humor. "Maybe you could tear apart mobile suits with your bare hands like some martial arts fantasy hero." Shortly afterward, Draco led Persica away from the eatery. She had been about to suggest leaving some of their hidden guards to help, but when she noticed Draco's subtle finger signals, she swallowed her words. As they walked, Persica asked curiously, "That man called Kenji, were those techniques from the Cathayan Empire's martial arts traditions?" Indeed they were. Draco reflected silently. The Cathayan Empire's combat arts are far more lethal and practical than anything from my previous world. That Kenji fellow was actually holding back considerably, just disabling those thugs instead of killing them. If he'd used full force, they'd either be dead or hospitalized for months. A local guide approached them, pointing toward a specific direction and providing detailed instructions. Following his directions, they arrived at a cluster of ancient buildings. Each weathered structure served as an ancestral shrine for different family clans, their traditional architecture speaking of centuries of history and heritage. Persica's heart raced with nervous anticipation, but Draco's gentle touch on her hand provided comfort and reassurance. The pilgrimage to honor her grandfather's legacy was about to begin. Chapter 234. Persica's return to her ancestral roots. Draco and Persica approached the Lai family ancestral hall, pushing open its heavy wooden doors to find several middle-aged men quietly cleaning the sacred interior. The caretakers looked up curiously at the masked couple wearing hats and sunglasses. An elderly man with silver-streaked hair approached them respectfully. "Young visitors, what brings you to our family shrine?" Persica's voice trembled slightly. "Excuse me, sir. Do you have memorial tablets for a man named William Lai?" "William Lai. Let me check our genealogy records." The elderly caretaker moved toward ancient family registers, his weathered hands turning through generations of carefully preserved names. Draco and Persica settled onto a wooden bench, the weight of anticipation heavy between them. Persica's heart raced with nervous energy as childhood memories of her beloved grandparents' gentle faces flickered through her mind. Soon, the silver-haired caretaker returned with solemn confirmation. "Indeed, we have William Lai's memorial tablet. Please follow me." They walked deeper into the hall until they reached a sacred alcove. There, carved into dark wood, stood two memorial tablets. William Lai, beloved patriarch, and Grace Lai, cherished matriarch. Two ornate urns containing their ashes rested reverently before the inscriptions. Tears immediately welled in Persica's eyes, threatening to spill over. A bald, middle-aged man approached them with suspicious curiosity. "Pardon me, but what relation are you to William Lai?" "Family relatives," Draco answered diplomatically. The bald man's expression showed clear skepticism. Persica's voice broke with emotion as she addressed him directly. "Please, sir, did you know my grandfather personally?" The man squinted at her with calculating eyes. "You claim to be William Lai's granddaughter." "Impossible. His eldest son's family emigrated to the Jovian Federation decades ago. Even if his granddaughter survived, she'd be 70 years old by now." "Marcus, people can maintain youthful appearances at 70 these days." The silver-haired caretaker interjected gently. "True enough." Marcus nodded, then fixed Persica with a stern glare. "Young lady, I don't know why you're claiming to be William Lai's granddaughter. His son's family moved to the Jovian Federation 50 years ago and lost all contact with us. We assumed they'd all perished long ago." Persica explained their entire tragic story: the transport ship accident, the decades of suspended animation, her parents' death, and her desperate search for family. Seeing Marcus's continued disbelief, she produced a treasured photograph from her childhood showing herself with her parents and grandparents. Marcus studied the image with growing amazement, comparing the little girl in the picture to the woman before him. His expression gradually softened into wonder and relief. "Great Uncle William," he whispered to the memorial tablets, "your son's daughter has come to visit you. Your granddaughter has found her way home at last." Persica stared in shock, suddenly realizing why this man had been so suspicious. He was protecting family honor. Marcus immediately introduced himself with newfound warmth. "My father and your grandfather were brothers. Your father was my cousin, which makes me your uncle by blood. I'm Marcus Lai." "Uncle Marcus," Persica whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "Quickly now, offer incense to your grandparents." Persica immediately lit ceremonial incense sticks, placing them in the sacred vessels before kneeling and kowtowing before her grandparents' memorial tablets. Tears streamed down her face as generations of separation finally ended in this moment of spiritual reunion. She stood on unsteady legs, requiring Draco's strong arms to keep her upright. Overcome with grief and relief, she sobbed against his shoulder while he gently rubbed her back in comfort. The silver-haired caretaker discreetly patted Marcus's shoulder and withdrew, allowing the family their private moment. Marcus's own eyes glistened with unshed tears. After so many decades, He never expected to encounter his great uncle's descendants again. When Persica had composed herself somewhat, she asked through her tears, "Uncle Marcus, please tell me, how did my grandparents end up back here?" "Your uncle's family brought them home," Marcus replied heavily. "My uncle's family, where are they now?" Marcus's expression grew pained. With great reluctance, he pointed toward memorial tablets adjacent to her grandparents. Persica followed his gesture, then gasped and nearly collapsed as realization struck. Draco immediately caught her before she could faint. "Help me get her to that bench," Marcus directed, pointing toward a nearby seat. As they settled her down, the tragic truth emerged. The tablets bore her uncle's and aunt's names. Draco gently asked, "Sir, could you tell us what happened to Persica's uncle's family?" Marcus sighed deeply. "William and Grace came to live with their younger son's family for what should have been peaceful golden years. Your uncle and aunt had 2 children, 3 generations living happily under one roof. Then came that terrible family vacation. A highway accident killed all 4 of them instantly. The elderly couple survived the crash initially, but died of broken hearts soon after learning their remaining family was gone." Marcus patted Persica's trembling hands apologetically. "Niece, please don't hold my earlier coldness against me. We believed your grandfather's bloodline had ended completely." "It's all right, Uncle Marcus," Persica whispered. She had hoped to reunite with her uncle's family. Her father had often mentioned his younger brother. Now that hope was ashes alongside her beloved relatives. "Uncle Marcus, could I take my grandparents and uncle's memorial tablets and ashes with me?" "That requires permission from our hall's administrator." Marcus disappeared into an office within the ancestral hall while Persica reflected on cruel irony. She had originally planned to bring her sister on the Jovian Federation transport, specifically to place the girl in her grandparents' care, believing they could provide normal childhood education. During the 50 years she and little Persica had slept in suspended animation, tragedy had claimed everyone she'd hoped to reconnect with. Soon Marcus returned with a slightly younger middle-aged man, the hall's chief administrator. "Honored niece," the administrator said respectfully, "we cannot allow memorial tablets to leave our ancestral hall, but you're welcome to take the ashes. We'll commission new tablets for your personal shrine. Additionally, we need you to update our family genealogy. Uncle William's branch must reflect that his granddaughter survives." "Thank you so much. Where are your parents now?" "They've passed away." "Then we'll create memorial tablets for them as well. Please visit whenever possible to honor our live family ancestors." "I have a younger sister. May I record her name in the genealogy too?" "Why didn't she come with you?" "She's still a child." "Of course. Please add her information." Persica carefully inscribed both her name and little Persica's into the ancient family records, formally reconnecting their bloodline to ancestral roots spanning centuries. She then lit incense before the tablets of all live family forebears, completing the sacred ceremony of recognizing ancestors and returning to the clan. Marcus led them to a craftsman specializing in memorial tablets and grave markers, commissioning proper shrines for Persica's family. Draco reflected silently. "This world's traditional customs mirror those of my previous life remarkably closely." Suddenly remembering the morning's encounter, Draco asked, "Uncle Marcus, we heard about someone called Boss Samson who uses thugs to force people from their properties. What can you tell us about this man? Marcus's expression darkened with disgust. You don't need to know who he is specifically. Just understand that he's our region's most notorious example of corrupt business-government collusion. Draco recounted their morning experience at the restaurant. Marcus sighed heavily. That old establishment belongs to a local couple who built their reputation through decades of honest work. After the husband died, his widow continued running it alone. Everything was fine until that Samson character decided he wanted the entire street for development. If he'd offered fair compensation, most shop owners would have relocated willingly. Instead, he offered insulting amounts, then hired local and foreign thugs to beat up anyone who refused. Many owners fled in terror. Those brave enough to file complaints with municipal authorities were either intercepted by his goons or ignored by bought-off officials. Everyone knows City Hall is in his pocket. Draco nodded grimly. In any society, those with power prey upon the powerless. The only escape for the oppressed is climbing the ladder of power themselves. His phone buzzed with an urgent message. After reading it, he turned to Marcus apologetically. "Uncle, I'm afraid we have urgent business to attend to." "Of course." Persica noticed Draco's sudden tension and hurried after him. "What's happening?" "Trouble at that restaurant." Understanding immediately, Persica followed Draco back toward the humble eatery where they'd witnessed Kenji Takeda's morning heroics. Chapter 235. The warrior's code defies the law. Good God, where did the proprietress find such an incredible fighter? Sweet mercy, look at all those thugs with clubs. None of them can even touch him. Kenji Takeda stood alone before the restaurant entrance, single-handedly battling over 10 club-wielding thugs in a display of martial artistry that left onlookers breathless. Not only could Kenji effortlessly dodge left and right, avoiding every wild swing, but he dropped opponents with devastating precision. One punch, one kick, one fallen thug. Some took rapid combinations to the face before their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed unconscious. Others found themselves airborne from his powerful kicks, landing spread eagle on the cobblestones. Local residents watched with hearts pounding, unable to contain their cheers of approval. Several disguised Aegis mercenaries observed Kenji's technique with professional admiration mixed with humbling respect. These were surgically enhanced super soldiers with chemically boosted physical capabilities. Yet they had to acknowledge this natural martial artist's superiority. While they could certainly knock out thugs with single strikes, or send enemies flying with powerful kicks, matching Kenji's fluid evasion while never taking a single hit, that level of skill was beyond most of their abilities. They hadn't imagined that an unmodified human martial artist could possess strength matching their own, while exceeding their speed and reflexes. In under 3 minutes, dozens of groaning thugs littered the street like fallen leaves. A portly middle-aged man in an expensive suit stood nearby, puffing a cigar while watching the carnage with mounting fury. This was Boss Samson, the local crime lord who owned half the corrupt officials in the district. He kicked the lead thug at his feet, snarling with rage. "What the hell are you doing? Take that punk down now. I'm paying you to fight, not watch a show. You can't handle one guy." The thug leader bristled with anger, but knew better than to challenge his employer's authority. "Boss Samson, don't worry. We'll handle this right away." He turned to bellow at his remaining men. "What are you idiots doing? Get in there. If you can't beat one man, you can all go home and drink milk like babies." Another wave of thugs charged forward with clubs raised. Nearly 50 men, representing Samson's entire force in the area. Kenji faced the approaching mob without a trace of fear, calmly picking up a fallen staff from the ground. Using the weapon with masterful technique, he employed thrusts, sweeps, and strikes that dropped attackers with each movement. A single leg sweep sent an entire line of thugs tumbling like dominoes. His signature twin phoenix kicks struck with lightning speed, each blow landing squarely on opponents' faces with bone-crushing impact. Boss Samson and his lieutenant watched in growing horror as their entire force was systematically demolished in less than 5 minutes. At that moment, Draco and Persica arrived at the scene. Hidden Aegis operatives quickly briefed them. Kenji had single-handedly defeated every attacker. Kenji walked slowly toward Boss Samson and the trembling thug leader, his expression calm but radiating lethal intent. Samson felt terror clawing at his chest and shoved the thug leader forward like a human shield. The lieutenant was equally terrified. Though Kenji's face showed no emotion, the man sensed predatory menace, like a lion studying helpless prey before the killing strike. "Stay back," the thug leader stammered, his voice cracking with fear. "I know martial arts too. I was even a tournament champion." He began performing elaborate kung fu forms, hoping to intimidate his opponent. Could a sheep's bleating frighten a lion? The answer was obvious. Kenji observed the man's theatrical poses, technically correct, but utterly useless against a combat-hardened warrior. These were performance routines, not fighting techniques. Dragon fist, tiger claw, snake strike. The thug leader executed each form with exaggerated precision. Kenji simply smiled and delivered a casual backhand that connected with the man's left eye socket. "Oh, that's a sneak attack. You have no honor. I'll remember this." The thug leader clutched his swelling eye while performing an undignified retreat, rolling and crawling away like a beaten dog. "Ha ha ha!" The crowd erupted in laughter at this pathetic display. Even Persica covered her mouth to hide her amusement. Boss Samson found nothing amusing about the situation. Now he had to face Kenji alone. His legs trembled uncontrollably as he attempted to sound threatening. I'm warning you. If you dare lay a finger on me, I guarantee you'll die very badly." Kenji had no patience for empty threats. He simply grabbed the man's collar with his left hand. "Ah!" Samson's terrified scream pierced the air as Kenji drew back his right fist to deliver justice. A gunshot rang out above their heads. Everyone turned toward the sound to see 3 police cars arriving. An officer from the lead vehicle had fired into the air. Officers emerged from their vehicles, while the groaning thugs immediately scrambled toward them like children, running to protective parents. Even the disgraced thug leader reappeared, blubbering about his mistreatment. "Officers, you must help us. Please, sir, seek justice for us. This maniac beat us mercilessly. My eye, my leg." Boss Samson's fear instantly transformed into smug confidence. He broke free from Kenji's grip and strutted toward the police, adjusting his suit collar with theatrical dignity. Adopting the composed manner of a successful businessman, he addressed the lead officer. "Constable, This situation is truly outrageous. I came here to negotiate fair relocation compensation with the proprietress in good faith. When she made unreasonable demands for more money, I decided to leave peacefully. But then she sixed this violent thug on me. If my security team hadn't protected me, I might be dead right now. Every witness felt disgusted by Samson's blatant lies, marveling at his shameless ability to distort reality without the slightest embarrassment. Several residents attempted to tell the police what really happened, but the officers ignored them completely. The police captain even ordered his men to arrest Kenji immediately. "Wait, officer." A female resident stepped forward. "I recorded the whole incident on my phone. Here's the truth." The captain glanced at her device, then deliberately deleted the video. "There's nothing here. You're filing a false report. I could arrest you for that." Another resident raised his phone high, declaring he'd upload his footage to the internet for the whole nation to see. The captain smirked coldly. "Go ahead and try posting it online. See what happens." The man checked his device and found no signal bars, no network connection at all. Other residents discovered the same problem with their phones. Draco and his team already knew the local communications had been compromised, but they hadn't realized the police themselves were behind the interference. When an officer tried to confiscate the resident's phone, the man resisted. Several policemen tackled him, seized his device, deleted the recording, and smashed it to pieces. With Kenji now handcuffed, Boss Samson swaggered over with renewed arrogance. "See that? What can you possibly do against me? Even if you protect that old woman today, can you do it tomorrow? I'll crush her however I want, right in front of your face." He punctuated his threat by mockingly slapping Kenji's cheek. Though his hands were restrained, Kenji easily shook off his captors and delivered a devastating kick that sent Boss Samson flying into the lead patrol car's windshield. The corrupt businessman crashed against the glass, coughing bloody foam before losing consciousness. Everyone stared in shock. Kenji had seriously injured a man in front of multiple armed officers. This was the warrior's way. When laws protect evil, righteous men must break those laws. Several policemen immediately drew their weapons, aiming at Kenji's heart. At that critical moment, Draco's voice cut through the tension like a blade. Execute. Chapter 236. Master Kenji's recruitment into the Aegis Brotherhood. Yeah. Several corrupt officers who had drawn weapons on Kenji Takeda suddenly erupted in crimson sprays, crying out in agony as they collapsed to the cobblestones. Aegis mercenaries, disguised as ordinary civilians, burst into action, converging on the remaining policemen before they could react. Hidden pistols appeared from beneath common clothing, barrels pressed against trembling skulls. The surviving officers raised their hands in terrified surrender. The police captain, showing more backbone than his subordinates, tried to maintain authority. "Who are you people? This nation has strict firearms regulations. Your possession of weapons is illegal. Surrender now and receive lenient sentencing." One mercenary responded by striking him in the back of the head with his gun butt. The captain writhed on the ground, clutching his skull and moaning in pain. Meanwhile, other Aegis operatives neutralized the signal jamming equipment that had blocked communications. Only then did Draco Varlan retrieve his phone and contact Prime Minister Y, briefing him on the entire situation. "I never imagined such corruption existed in our rural districts. The Prime Minister's voice carried genuine shock and gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Varlan, for helping our nation capture these criminals. I'll personally ensure proper justice is served. After ending the call, Draco ordered his men to unlock Kenji's handcuffs. The thugs who had started this chaos watched in growing terror as people far more dangerous than themselves subdued the corrupt police. Several attempted to flee the scene. Those who tried to run suddenly found themselves airborne, lifted by invisible forces before crashing back to Earth with bone-jarring impact. The remaining criminals, not understanding what supernatural power held them, cowered on the ground with hands covering their heads. Draco signaled one of his medics to treat Boss Samson's injuries. This wasn't mercy for the corrupt businessman. Draco would have gladly let his men interrogate Samson in a soundproof cell for weeks, but if the crime lord died, Kenji could face murder charges for excessive force. From his subordinates' reports and observing Kenji's combat technique firsthand, Draco recognized that this natural martial artist possessed skills exceeding even his surgically enhanced special forces operatives. Such talent demanded recruitment. The humiliated police officers now wore their own handcuffs, experiencing the indignity they'd inflicted on countless innocent victims. The captain's phone rang, unable to answer while restrained. An Aegis operative took the call and activated the speaker. Little Y put that bastard Samson on the line. The town mayor's voice crackled with fury through the device. Mayor, Boss Samson has been seriously injured. Good. I hope someone killed him. That son of a bitch nearly destroyed my career. A different male voice came through the speaker. All officers will remain at the scene without moving. We're coming to deal with you personally. The line went dead. The police captain finally understood they'd stumbled into forces far beyond their comprehension. His initial assumption that Kenji was an undercover Imperial inspector seemed logical, but seeing Kenji's confused expression, the captain focused on the armed men surrounding them. He realized the entire corrupt local government would soon lose their positions if they were lucky. Kenji surveyed his surroundings, then walked purposefully in a specific direction. Draco and Persica had barely left the scene when Kenji called after them. Several disguised Aegis operatives moved to intercept the martial artist. Draco raised a hand, signaling his men to let Kenji approach. The warrior bowed respectfully. Thank you, honored Imperial Inspector, for seeking justice for common citizens. Ah! Draco looked bewildered while Persica hid her laughter behind her hand. I'm not an Imperial Inspector, Draco clarified. I understand. You're working undercover and cannot reveal your true identity to maintain your mission. If not for his sunglasses, Kenji would have seen Draco rolling his eyes dramatically. Realizing explanation was futile, Draco removed his hat and sunglasses. Kenji studied his face, with recognition dawning slowly. I'm Draco Varlan, CEO of Aegis Corporation. Ah, I remember now. You're the legendary designer who created the Gundam. Exactly. Draco replaced his disguise. So those fighters who intervened were your mercenaries. Correct. Kenji's analytical mind caught an inconsistency. Mr. Varlan, you're a businessman, aren't you? How did high-ranking officials know to come handle these corrupt officers? I called this nation's leadership, and reported the situation. They are personally arranging the cleanup. I see. Draco proceeded with his recruitment questions. Master Kenji, do you have specific travel plans? I need to work and save money, then continue my wandering training journey. You have no permanent home. I've always been a wandering warrior, seeking martial enlightenment through travel. Never considered settling somewhere permanently. I've thought about opening a martial arts school, teaching students for fees, but I lack the capital. Draco's eyebrow raised with interest. What if someone offered you excellent compensation for teaching? I'd accept gladly. Who might hire me? I'm offering the position, but first you must pass a test. What kind of test? Fight those 3 mercenaries behind you. If you can defeat them, I'll hire you as combat instructor for the Aegis Mercenary Corps. Acceptable. Kenji immediately dropped into fighting stance while the 3 Aegis operatives warmed up before launching coordinated attacks. The martial master effortlessly evaded their punches and kicks. Using eagle claw technique, Kenji seized one mercenary's arm, applied a joint lock, then hurled him into a second opponent. Charging the third fighter, Kenji deflected a straight punch aimed at his face, then unleashed a devastating combination of rapid strikes that sent the enhanced soldier crashing unconscious to the ground. The remaining 2 mercenaries rushed him simultaneously. Kenji responded with a spinning heel kick, followed instantly by a sweeping leg technique. One operative took the kick full in the face, spinning several times before collapsing in a daze. The other fell to the ground, desperately covering his head against Kenji's lightning-fast punches. Kenji switched tactics, grabbing the man's collar and executing a wrestling throw that slammed him hard against the cobblestones. Enough, Draco called out, amazed that Kenji had defeated 3 surgically enhanced warriors in under 20 seconds. He approached the martial artist with an extended hand. Master Kenji, welcome to your position as combat instructor for the Aegis Mercenary Corps. Kenji shook hands firmly. Boss, I'll start tomorrow. Today I must finish helping the restaurant proprietress as promised. Of course. As Kenji turned to return to his duties, Draco called after him with one final question. Master, do you have interest in mobile suits, giant combat mech? Absolutely. As a child, I loved mecha comics and animations. I always dreamed of piloting such machines someday. What if I could develop a custom Gundam designed specifically for your combat style? Would you consider becoming a full member of the Aegis Mercenary Corps? You're serious. Completely serious. But I must be clear. If you accept piloting a custom-designed Gundam, this becomes more than employment. You'd be joining our brotherhood permanently, with absolute loyalty required. No betrayal would be tolerated. Do you need time to consider? No consideration necessary. Kenji's eyes blazed with childhood wonder. I'll join your mercenary corps, gladly. I want to pilot a Gundam and fulfill my lifelong dream. Welcome to the Aegis Brotherhood, Master Kenji. The 2 warriors shook hands again, sealing a bond that would forge legends across the galaxy. The wandering martial artist had found his destiny among the stars. Chapter 237. Imperial Hospitality Quarters, fit for legends. The following dawn painted the sky in shades of amber and gold, as Persica Tau reverently collected her grandparents' and uncle's urns from the Lai family ancestral hall. With this sacred burden complete, she and Draco Varlan returned to Eternal Prosperity City. their hearts heavy with the weight of family legacy restored. The memorial tablets honoring her ancestors would be crafted by the remaining Aegis mercenaries and delivered when ready, a final gesture of respect spanning generations. Around Draco's family estate, towering Gundams and mobile suits withdrew to their mother ships like mechanical guardians, returning to their roosts. Ground forces conducted systematic evacuation, leaving only select units to protect the Varlan sisters in their brother's absence. Little Persica remained behind in the capable hands of Draco's sisters, finding the family warmth she'd never known. International media finally realized their quarry had vanished. Draco Varlan had slipped away while they focused on empty houses and cold trails. High above the clouds, Draco and Persica stood aboard the Archangel's command bridge as the entire escort fleet rose majestically skyward, turning toward the Cathayan Empire's capital city of Celestial Heights. Cathayan Imperial Navy vessels formed an honor guard, lead ships providing navigation, while flanking cruisers maintained respectful surveillance. Every city they passed witnessed citizens craning necks upward, marveling at this aerial armada cutting through azure skies. The next morning brought their arrival at the Empire's beating heart. Emperor Valerius Zu stood atop his palace's highest tower, gazing at the approaching fleet with emotions mixing admiration and envy. The Aegis Mercenary Corps, active warships, represented military technology beyond his wildest dreams. The entire escort descended toward the Royal Military Complex, a sprawling installation that dwarfed even Draco's base, 14 by 10-fold. Within the complex, Draco discovered equipment representing the Cathayan Empire's cutting-edge technology. The base's mobile suits bore enhanced ULU designs with more elegant aesthetics and enlarged thruster systems compared to standard models. Military personnel wore elaborate uniforms marking them as the Imperial Central Army, the Emperor's direct forces, answering only to imperial command. The base commander, General Zhao Yuchen, stood ready for formal reception. As the escort fleet touched down and Gundams emerged with their mechanical siblings, Imperial guards raised smartphones to capture this historic moment. Alongside General Zhao waited a female court official in traditional eunuch robes, holding an ornate whisk, a symbol of palace authority. Draco emerged with Persica, while Brigadier General Isis followed respectfully behind. After exchanging formal handshakes with General Zhao, the court official stepped forward with hands folded ceremonially. Lord Varlan, His Imperial Majesty, invites you to reside within the palace walls. Accommodations have been prepared, including quarters for 500 of your people and hangar space for 2 mobile suits. I'm deeply honored by His Majesty's generosity, Draco replied with appropriate court etiquette. He designated Exir and Virtue Gundams for palace escort, piloted by Leo Kai and Colonel Marcus, respectively. 500 Spartan-armored elite mercenaries, including the feared Shadow Hounds, formed protective formations around Draco and Persica. Military vehicles and armored transports followed the Imperial convoy toward the palace gates. 2 centuries ago, the Cathayan Empire had abolished traditional eunuch practices, replacing them with trusted female administrators. Modern palace eunuchs wielded ceremonial rather than political power. The empire buzzed with preparations for the emperor's birthday national celebration. International journalists swarmed the palace perimeter, not seeking stories about imperial festivities, but hunting their white whale, Draco Varlan. When Aegis convoy vehicles appeared following imperial escorts, cameras erupted like volcanic explosions. Within the palace walls, Draco's party received quarters in Ascension Dawn Palace, a magnificent structure surrounded by pristine gardens and ornamental pools reflecting ancient architecture. The palace operated under a female administrator's authority, with 30 palace attendants managing guest services, meals, and daily needs. Imperial guards had withdrawn completely, replaced by Aegis special forces establishing perimeter security. Draco understood this generous treatment carried deeper meaning. The Emperor demonstrated trust rather than surveillance, granting freedom of movement and action. Exir and Virtue settled within the palace courtyard like sleeping titans. Ground forces deployed their newest innovation, mechanical hounds, metallic canines with crimson optical sensors, internal weapon systems, and scanning capabilities rivaling organic senses. Despite full metal construction, they moved with feline grace. 20 such units prowled the grounds alongside military-grade Harrow units, camouflage-painted spherical assistants providing network support, intelligence gathering, and defensive system maintenance. Compact as adult fists, these devices accompanied snipers to calculate wind patterns and trajectory corrections for perfect accuracy. Aegis technicians systematically located and disabled hidden surveillance cameras throughout Ascension Dawn Palace. Damn it, those are our most advanced cameras, and they've completely neutralized them, complained a palace guard in a secret control room. Their technology is terrifying. The squad leader immediately reported upward through command channels. Distant guards watched Aegis operatives in their Spartan combat suits with naked envy. Though palace security wore the Cathayan Empire's most advanced equipment, they recognized technology gaps spanning multiple generations, not just armor, but every piece of individual gear. Even the mechanical hounds surpassed Imperial detection systems. Guards using specialized concealment gear, invisible to foreign scanning equipment, found themselves exposed within Aegis sensor range. No hiding place remained secret. Meanwhile, Draco stood on Ascension Dawn Palace's third-floor balcony, coordinating with subordinates via secured communications. Wearing tactical sunglasses, he casually aimed finger pistols toward distant concealed positions. 3 guards hiding behind bedroom curtains in a palace tower suddenly panicked. Holy hell, he spotted us even here, gasped the observer with binoculars. Withdraw immediately, ordered their squad leader. The team quickly packed surveillance equipment and evacuated. Draco repeated this performance toward multiple positions, sending hidden watchers scrambling for cover across the palace complex. His detection capability stemmed from advanced tactical eyewear, providing 3-dimensional scanning within 1-kilometer radius. Even targets behind solid cover appeared as precise positional data. These distant observers had attempted visual surveillance after Ascension Dawn's cameras went dark, hoping lip readers could intercept conversations and phone calls for intelligence gathering. Unfortunately, they'd encountered a hunter who could see through walls. Emperor Valerius listened to reports with knowing nods, thinking grimly. This young man's technology exceeds our experts' wildest estimates. The chess game had begun, with pieces moving across a board larger than either player fully comprehended. Chapter 238. You have no right to bear the dragon name. Only dogs deserve it. Patriarch Valerius Long had spent sleepless nights consumed by gnawing dread. Unable to eat or find peace, an overwhelming sense of crisis hung over him like storm clouds, growing darker with each passing hour. The news of Draco Varlan's return to the Cathayan Empire intensified that terrible foreboding, until it felt like ice water flowing through his veins. Though the patriarch had sent his daughter to contact Kalia Varlan, she returned with crushing news. Kalia refused all communication with the family that had tormented her. When Draco officially arrived in the capital, key members of the Long family began vanishing without a trace. These weren't minor relatives. They were crucial figures managing the family's most important business ventures. Every night brought the same horrific nightmare. Valerius saw himself and his sons and grandsons with hands shackled behind their backs, kneeling in a mass grave filled with Long family corpses. Draco sat on a throne above them, legs crossed casually, chin resting on his right hand, cold eyes gazing down with merciless judgment. Below, his family members screamed desperate pleas for mercy that echoed off invisible walls. But Draco simply raised his right hand and let it fall. Aegis mercenaries surrounding the grave opened fire with automatic weapons, filling the air with thunder and death. Valerius felt every bullet tear through his flesh, as his descendants' agonized screams shattered the air around him. He jolted awake from these nightmares drenched in cold sweat. The pain so vivid, he touched his chest, expecting to find wounds. When Draco's escort fleet reached celestial heights, the patriarch's terror intensified beyond bearing. At dinner time, the vast table held only himself, his wife Ryuoxi Yang, and daughter Lady Helena Long. His eldest and second son's families were nowhere to be seen. Little Helena, where are your brothers and their families? I can't reach them, father. Their phones go straight to dead air. Helena answered honestly, seeing the exhaustion and fear haunting her father's eyes. She understood perfectly why he looked so haggard. As she'd warned before, Draco's return meant the Long family's extinction was at hand. Ryuoxi watched her husband with growing dread. Whether he became the family's final patriarch depended entirely on their grandson's mercy, and Draco had never shown mercy to enemies. She couldn't believe her third son's boy, her own grandson barely past 20, possessed the power to destroy a commercial dynasty spanning centuries. Suddenly, the dining room doors exploded inward as Aegis mercenaries flooded through the entrance. Valerius stared at the armed warriors, words dying in his throat. The lead mercenary spoke with military precision. You can come with us willingly, or we'll drag you. Your choice. Despite decades of wielding family authority, Valerius maintained his composure, a skill honed through countless business battles. He rose steadily and followed the mercenaries without protest. Ryuoxi and Helena walked behind him, their footsteps echoing like funeral drums. The Long family mansion was now completely under Aegis control. Outside the estate, towering mobile suits stood sentinel like mechanical guards of war. Neighboring wealthy families peered from their windows, recognizing that today would mark the Long family's final chapter. Minister Xu received reports from his subordinates With grim satisfaction, Valerius followed the mercenaries through corridors lined with kneeling long family members, dozens of relatives forced to their knees in positions of absolute submission. In the main hall, more Aegis operatives stood at attention along the walls, while his eldest and second son's families knelt before the patriarch's ceremonial chair, the seat of family power for generations. The escorting mercenary pointed toward Yingxuan Long's position. "Kneel there and wait for our boss to arrive." Valerius's face flashed with anger. An Aegis operative immediately drew his sidearm and pressed the barrel against the old man's temple. "Are you deaf or just stupid?" The boss gave clear orders. "If you don't cooperate, we're authorized to execute your family members in front of you." Several mercenaries stepped forward, chambering rounds in their assault rifles while targeting the kneeling family members. "I don't want to die, grandfather." "Father, please just cooperate." His descendants' terrified pleas shattered Valerius's pride. He took a shuddering breath and slowly lowered himself to his knees. The patriarch knelt in front, while Ryuoxi and Helena took positions on either side. For over an hour, they remained in that humiliating posture before Draco, Varlan finally entered the Long family mansion. Draco walked slowly through corridors lined with kneeling family members, the same relatives who had joined his uncles in tormenting him and his sisters after their parents' deaths, trying to steal Xuanqian Corporation for themselves. When his sisters took control of the company, these vultures had attempted every possible scheme to pressure them into surrendering their inheritance. Without Lady Helena's intervention, his sisters might have been crushed under the family's combined assault. Draco remembered every ugly detail of their greed and cruelty. Now these same people knelt in terror as he passed, but he gave them only cold, dismissive glances before entering the main hall. Seeing his aunt among the kneeling figures, Draco pointed directly at her. "She doesn't kneel. Bring her a chair." As Helena was helped to her feet, she pleaded desperately, "Draco, please don't make grandmother kneel. You must remember how your father visited her every year on her birthday. They had such a loving relationship." Draco studied Ryuoxi Yang carefully. Besides his aunt, she was the only family member who had treated him and his sisters with genuine kindness. He gestured briefly, and an Aegis mercenary helped Ryuoxi to her feet. Helena guided her mother to a prepared chair. Draco settled into the patriarch's ceremonial throne, sprawling casually with one hand supporting his chin and the other leg draped over the armrest, a posture of absolute dominance. He pulled out his phone and scrolled through reports from his subordinates while everyone else waited in suffocating silence. Lady Helena could only sit quietly, praying her nephew would show some trace of mercy. After another hour, Draco made a subtle gesture. An Aegis operative dragged Valerius directly before the throne, forcing him to kneel at Draco's feet. Though terror consumed him, the old patriarch maintained eye contact with his grandson, the boy who now held absolute power over life and death. Draco's voice carried the chill of winter storms. "Valerius Long, do you want to die, or do you want to live?" Valerius remained silent, trying to understand what game his grandson intended to play. Draco raised his hand once. Yingxuan Long was immediately dragged beside his father, as a mercenary pressed a pistol against the back of his skull and pulled the trigger. The gunshot thundered through the hall like divine judgment. "Father, husband, Chengshuan long released heart-rending screams that echoed off the walls. Ryuoxi clutched her chest as agonizing pain tore through her heart, watching her eldest son's lifeless body crumple to the marble floor. Helena turned away, unable to witness such brutality. Yingxiao Long's family and the relatives kneeling outside heard those terrible screams, some trembling uncontrollably, while others lost control of their bladders in pure terror. Valerius hadn't expected Draco to be so ruthlessly efficient, actions speaking louder than any threats. Understanding that his second son would be next if he remained silent, the patriarch whispered, "I want to live." Draco gestured again. A mercenary placed a contract and pen before the kneeling man. Valerius scanned the document quickly before looking up. "Everything you want here. I could have given it to you willingly without this violence." Draco shook his head slowly, rising from the throne to tower over his grandfather. "That's where you're wrong. You have no right to give me anything as a proud family patriarch. You'll surrender it like the dog you've always been." With that pronouncement, Draco drove his boot into Valerius's chest with crushing force. The old man collapsed backward, screaming in agony while clutching his ribs. Helena moved to help her father, but Draco's glacial stare froze her in place. Draco raised his right hand, and every Aegis mercenary immediately aimed weapons at the heads of Valerius's remaining family members. "Grandfather, just sign it. Father, please agree. Grandfather, staying alive is what matters now." Fighting through waves of pain, Valerius crawled forward and signed the contract with a trembling hand. An Aegis operative retrieved the document and handed it to Draco, who reviewed it with satisfaction before passing it to another mercenary for safekeeping. Then Draco placed his boot on Valerius's head, pressing down while pointing at Lady Helena. "Except for her," he declared with absolute authority, "none of you deserve the name Long. You're only fit to be called Dog, Draco Varland's dogs." The patriarch of a centuries-old dynasty lay prostrate beneath his grandson's boot, stripped of name, dignity, and power in a single devastating stroke. The Long family's reign had ended. The Varland Empire's dominion had begun. Chapter 239. The fall of House Long. Chengshuan Long leaped forward in defiant rage, pointing an accusing finger at Draco Varland. "You bastard! What right do you have to? Ah!" His words were cut short as an Aegis mercenary slammed a rifle butt into the back of his skull. "This dog barks too loud. Beat him quiet." Several mercenaries descended upon Chengshuan with rifle stocks, batons, and steel-toed boots. His agonized howls echoed through the hall as he was beaten like the cur Draco had declared him to be. No longer would he be called Chengshuan Long. Now he was Chengshuan Dog, though he didn't yet understand the full weight of his fall from grace. Draco lounged casually in the patriarch's throne, addressing Lady Helena Long with chilling calm. "Aunt Helena, to make dogs obedient, you feed them scraps. But what else must you teach them?" Helena's brow furrowed. She dared not answer such a loaded question. "Speak!" Draco's thunderous command made her flinch like she'd been struck. Looking at her nephew, Helena no longer saw the sweet boy she'd once cherished. Before her sat an emperor with the power of life and death, cold as winter steel. You must use the whip," she whispered reluctantly. "Show them who their master is through pain and discipline. Did you all hear that clearly?" "Yes, boss," came the unified response. Screams erupted throughout the Long family mansion as Aegis mercenaries systematically brutalized every family member except Helena and Ryuoxi Yang. Age and gender meant nothing. Elderly matrons, young men, children old enough to understand, all received the same merciless treatment. The sounds of torment carried beyond the mansion walls, reaching neighboring wealthy estates. Those close enough to hear such inhuman suffering trembled with terror, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. After each beating, the mercenaries would ask their victims, "What's your family name? What are you called?" Anyone answering Long received another savage beating. Those who answered Dog got their faces slapped while mercenaries laughed, demanding they bark like the animals they'd become. Hesitation or refusal meant more violence. When they immediately barked, "Woof, woof, woof," the mercenaries pointed and howled with cruel laughter. "Now that's a proper dog." The former Long family members felt crushing humiliation beyond description. Many broke down completely, sobbing with snot and tears streaming down their battered faces. "Orwa, don't cry. Don't cry, good doggies. We'll feed you soon enough." Mercenaries brought bowls of table scraps and kitchen waste, throwing the slop before the kneeling figures. "Come on, eat up." No one wanted to crawl on all fours and eat like an animal. The mercenaries grabbed them by their hair, forcing faces into the bowls, making them lap up food like the dogs Draco had named them. Inside the main hall, the dog family members suffered the same degradation as their relatives outside. Pressed face first into bowls of scraps, while armed guards watched with amusement. When Ryuoxi tried to plead for mercy, Draco cut her off with brutal simplicity. "Beg for them, and you join them." She closed her eyes tightly, adopting the philosophy of "what I don't see can't hurt me." Helena desperately called Kalia Varlan, but received no response. She kept trying, knowing something terrible was happening that only her eldest niece might be able to stop. In Eternal Prosperity City, Kalia saw her aunt's repeated calls and correctly guessed the situation's severity. Though reluctant to get involved, Helena's persistence convinced her that disaster had struck the family. Finally, she answered, "Little Kalia, you must talk sense into your brother." "Aunt Helena, what's happening there?" "Turn on video calling. You need to see this for yourself." The moment Kalia activated the video feed, she was struck speechless by the nightmarish scenes unfolding. She never imagined her little brother capable of such systematic humiliation. Draco sat on the throne with eyes closed, appearing almost meditative amid the chaos. "Aunt Helena, let me try talking to him." Helena approached Draco with the phone, placing it before his face. "Little Draco, you promised me something once. Have you forgotten?" Draco slowly opened his eyes, gazing at his eldest sister through the screen. "Of course I haven't forgotten." "Then why are you treating them this way?" "Treating who?" "Valerius Long and the others." "Big sister, aside from myself and Aunt Helena, no one here bears the name Long. They're all dogs now." Kalia fell silent in shock, struggling to process his meaning. "Big sister, I promised I'd spare the Long family and not cause them excessive hardship. But these people aren't Longs, they're dogs." Understanding dawned on Kalia with horrifying clarity. Despite her own good heart, witnessing her brother's brutal methods, and seeing people reduced to something less than animals, she felt genuine pity stirring, though she vividly remembered how these same people had tormented her siblings in years past. And though she'd sworn revenge in her heart, she'd never imagined such thorough psychological destruction. Big sister, call second sister and third sister. Let them witness this. Then you three can decide. Should I continue finding creative ways to make their lives worse than death, or should they remain as they are, dogs bearing our family name, serving us as the animals they've become? Kalia frowned deeply. Showing this to Xylia and Weenia would be catastrophic. Weenia lacked strong opinions, but Xylia would absolutely support their brother's methods. Valerius Darg, formerly Valerius Long, called out desperately, "Little Kalia, grandfather, ah." An Aegis operative crushed his right kneecap under a steel boot. Draco's voice carried arctic coldness. Darg surnamed creature, understand your place. You think you're worthy of being our grandfather. Kalia took a deep breath, then placed her phone on the desk and knelt before the screen. Big sister, what are you doing? Little Draco, I've always loved you most, never asked anything of you before. Today I'm begging you. The revenge is complete, the humiliation sufficient. Do you need your big sister to kowtow for mercy? Draco's inner fury blazed white-hot. He silently cursed his sister's saintly foolishness. Didn't she remember how these creatures had treated them? These people had shown no family loyalty when they were vulnerable. Why should he show them any mercy now? Seeing her brother unmoved, Kalia drew a shuddering breath and prepared to prostrate herself fully. Draco raised his hand, and every mercenary froze in place. His eyes flashed with irritation as he glared at Helena. If not for his aunt's interference, his sister wouldn't be begging him, wouldn't have nearly kowtowed before him. Helena lowered her head, recognizing Draco's anger was now focused on her specifically. Helena Long, from this day forward, you are the head of the Long family. Tomorrow you will host a grand banquet for all the wealthy houses, announcing the new Long family patriarch. These family dogs will perform appropriately for our guests. I'm leaving some of my people with you. If these slaves misbehave and embarrass you as family head, my men will ensure they learn proper discipline. Little Draco, you, Kalia started to protest, but withered under her brother's murderous glare. The intensity of his stare silenced her completely. She understood that her earlier plea had been his maximum concession. Any further interference would make him cut ties with her entirely. Reluctantly, she held her tongue. Lady Long, I expect exceptional performance. Don't disappoint me. Yes, my lord. Helena bowed deeply to her nephew. Draco rose from the throne, clasped his hands behind his back, and strode from the hall with imperial dignity. The Long family mansion remained under light Aegis guard, as word spread throughout the capital's elite circles. By evening, invitations had been sent announcing tomorrow's ceremony, introducing the Long family's new matriarch. Every powerful house now understood the truth. House Long had fallen, and a new order had begun. Chapter 240. Beyond the Time, Part 1/2. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Draco Varlan finally returned to Ascension Dawn Palace. Inside the main hall, Persica Tao was chatting animatedly with Princess Jia Zhu, who wore elegant royal court attire. Draco noticed several gift boxes arranged on the round table, clearly presents from the third princess. This humble citizen greets Her Royal Highness, the third princess. Princess Jia's heart clenched at Draco's formal address. She understood the message he was sending. You are a princess. I am a commoner. There will always be this barrier between us. Draco, Please don't call me third, princess. Let's address each other like we did back in university. Your wish is my command. Draco settled beside Persica without hesitation. Princess Gia watched with a bitter taste in her mouth, knowing that any possibility between her and Draco had long since vanished. Draco, tomorrow I'll show you and Persica around the palace. Let me introduce you to some of its special features. Excellent. Thank you for your hospitality, Princess Gia. Seeing the late hour, Princess Gia decided to return to her chambers and bid them farewell. Draco, Her Highness, brought some wonderful gifts, Persica said after the princess departed. Let's see what she's given us. As they opened the presents, Persica discovered something that made her call Draco overexcitedly. Draco, look at this. These jade birds are absolutely adorable. Inside the box lay a pair of palm-sized carved jade birds, one black and one white, intricately detailed. Draco recognized them immediately. These are devotion birds carved from premium obsidian jade, a species unique to the Cathayan Empire. Devotion birds. They are birds found only in our empire. Once they choose a mate, they remain faithful for life. If one partner dies, the other will never take another mate. Throughout our nation and internationally, they symbolize eternal matrimonial love and loyalty. Draco, Persica said thoughtfully. Princess Gia mentioned you were university classmates. You must have her contact information. Perhaps you should thank her. This is her way of blessing our union. Draco nodded and retrieved his phone to call his former classmate. Princess Gia was walking through palace corridors when a lady-in-waiting handed her the ringing device. Your Highness, your phone. Seeing Draco's name surprised her. She answered immediately. Hello, Your Highness, this is Draco. What is it? Thank you for the devotion bird jade pieces, and thank you for your blessing. You're welcome. I wish you and Lady Persica a lifetime of happiness together. It's getting late, so I won't disturb your rest. Good night. Good night. Princess Gia ended the call and returned the phone to her attendant. The ladies-in-waiting could sense their princess was on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, Draco stood in the palace gardens outside Ascension Dawn Palace, admiring the nighttime scenery. Leo Kai approached his friend with a knowing grin. Well, I never imagined you were classmates with the third princess back in university. Even more surprising, she's clearly got feelings for you. Draco glanced at Leo and shook his head dismissively. Leo's curiosity got the better of him. How did you manage to capture a princess's heart? How should I know? We just happened to partner up for a mechanical engineering competition. She was the robot operator while I handled the technical design. Leo adopted an exaggerated expression of shock. Good heavens, I thought you'd won her over with your incredible talents, maybe serenading her with your amazing voice. What talents and songs are you talking about? Both men turned to find Persica standing behind them. She tilted her head curiously, having overheard their conversation about songs and talents while looking for Draco. Draco whispered urgently to Leo, "Don't you dare say anything stupid. I don't want to end up kicked out of bed and sleeping on the floor." Leo nodded, then turned to Persica with innocent enthusiasm. Persica, has Draco never sung for you? No, he hasn't. Why do you ask? Wow. Leo jumped back dramatically. Draco, you're incredibly secretive. You have such an amazing voice and can write beautiful songs, but you've never told your woman about it. Persica studied Draco with disbelief. He didn't look like someone who could sing. I stopped singing after university started, Draco explained. Leo nodded, understandingly. That's true. Even your sisters didn't know about your musical abilities at first. None of your three sisters inherited your mother's beautiful voice, but you certainly did. Persica's eyes lit up with anticipation. Draco, what kind of songs can you sing? I'd love to hear you perform. He doesn't just sing other people's songs. Leo added fuel to the fire. He writes his own lyrics and melodies. He can even perform in multiple languages within a single piece. Draco, you're that talented. Persica's expression showed complete amazement. Leo pressed his advantage. Oh, he's incredible. I bet if he became a professional singer now, he'd be a massive star. I remember countless songs he performed during middle and high school. Leo gazed upward, lost in nostalgic memories. Draco thought to himself, most of those songs were Gundam opening themes, ending themes, and insert songs that I somehow remember perfectly. I even recall Chinese songs from my previous life, complete with melodies and rhythms. I actually prefer the DJ remix versions. Leo snapped his fingers with sudden inspiration. There's one song I particularly love, something called Beyond Something. Beyond the Time, Draco supplied. I want to hear it, Persica declared eagerly. The question is, do we have any musical instruments here? Besides traditional imperial instruments, there should be Western ones too, including a piano in the music room. Leo informed them. The trio made their way to the music chamber, where a grand piano stood within a semi-open pavilion. Draco approached the instrument and settled onto the bench, his fingers finding their positions on the keys. Both Persica and Leo pulled out their phones to record the performance. Draco's mind raced as the complete melody and rhythm materialized in his consciousness. He began playing the original composition with flawless technique. His voice rose clear and powerful as he sang Beyond the Time, first in its original mixed languages, then transitioning seamlessly into a purely Cathayan version he had somehow composed in his heart. The haunting melody spoke of destiny and love transcending time itself, of belonging to each other and to their world, of changing fate through the darkness ahead. His voice carried professional quality that made every note resonate with emotional depth. When the final notes faded into the night air, both Persica and Leo stared in stunned silence. Leo was particularly amazed. He'd only heard the original mixed language version before, never this pure Cathayan rendition. Palace servants working nearby stopped their duties to listen, many showing expressions of complete astonishment. Hidden Aegis mercenaries throughout the area felt profound shock. Their boss possessed yet another incredible talent, a singing voice that rivaled professional entertainers. The night air seemed to hold the melody's echoes, as if the very palace itself had been touched by something beyond the ordinary flow of time. Chapter 241. A private discussion within the Varlan family estate. A storm was brewing. Kalia Varlan, unable to keep such a monumental event secret, had informed her sisters of Draco's actions. Wienia Varlan, ever the peacemaker, quickly escorted little Liana to another room, shielding the child from the inevitable conflict. Wienia found herself caught in the middle. While she felt Draco's methods were extreme, she couldn't forget the years of torment her family had endured at the hands of their relatives. In her view, Both Draco's ruthless justice and Kalia's compassionate pleas held their own truth. Xylia Varlan, however, saw no room for debate. She believed Draco hadn't gone nearly far enough and openly berated Kalia for trying to restrain him. He should have burned their entire house to the ground with them inside. She had seethed. I wanted revenge too, Kalia retorted, her voice trembling with emotion. But not like this. I don't want our brother to become a monster to defeat other monsters. The argument raged for over an hour, a clash between fiery retribution and empathetic mercy, with neither sister willing to concede. They sat on opposite sides of the room, fuming in stony silence, their bond strained to the breaking point. It was Weenia who broke the tense stalemate. She slipped back into the study, holding out her phone. Eldest sister, second sister, please stop fighting. Look what Draco just did. Kalia and Xylia leaned in, their anger momentarily forgotten as they watched the video. Isn't that the song he used to sing? They said in unison. Beyond the time, Weenia confirmed. It's so beautiful, Kalia murmured, a flicker of nostalgia in her eyes. Xylia nodded, her hard expression softening slightly. Yes, I haven't heard that melody in years. And I never imagined he could sing a full Cathayan version, Kalia added, a sad smile touching her lips. The bitter argument dissolved as the three sisters began reminiscing about Draco's hidden musical talent. Their bond, forged in shared hardship, was stronger than any disagreement. Like children, their fierce quarrels often ended as quickly as they began, washed away by a tide of shared memories and love. The next day, the great houses of the Cathayan Empire gathered for a banquet at the Long family mansion. The air crackled with nervous energy and whispered speculation. They had all heard that the Aegis mercenary corps had seized the estate, and they expected to see Draco Varlan himself installed as the new patriarch. Instead, they were greeted by Lady Helena Long, seated in the patriarch's throne. Their shock deepened when they saw the former patriarch, Valerius Long, his sons, and all the other family members dressed in servant attire, waiting on the guests. The whispers grew louder as the new house steward, an Aegis operative, made a stunning announcement. Our honored guests, please be advised that these servants no longer bear the name Long. They are now of the Dog family, slaves owned by this house. Feel free to command these dog servants as you wish. Lady Helena remained silent and expressionless on her throne, offering only a slight nod. The guests understood immediately. She was a puppet. The true master of this house was Draco Varlan. Chengshuan Dog and his cousin Tao Dog found themselves being humiliated by the very same young nobles who had once desperately sought their favor. One particularly arrogant youth demanded they get on all fours and bark. The years of ingrained pride were too much for Chengshuan Dog to bear. He snapped, striking the young noble across the face. Who the hell do you think you are? He snarled, a shadow of his former authority returning. Just yesterday you were kissing my boots. The nobles flinched, but only for a moment. An Aegis mercenary, disguised as a household guard, instantly felled Chengshuan Dog with a single brutal punch. Insolent cur, the mercenary barked. Who gave you permission to disrespect our guests? He then bowed apologetically to the nobles. My deepest apologies, esteemed guests. This dog was not properly leashed. Please feel free to take him outside and teach him a lesson. So long as you return him alive, you may do as you please. Excellent. The nobles cried with glee. They seized the struggling Chengshuan dog and dragged him out of the mansion. "Let me go! Let me go! Aunt, help me!" he screamed. The nobles paused, glancing nervously at Lady Helena. The Aegis guards stared at her, their gaze a silent command. Helena looked away, pretending not to see, and continued entertaining her other guests. With her tacit approval, the nobles dragged Chengshuan Dog into the courtyard, their minds racing with cruel ideas to repay every past slight and humiliation. As they beat him, Chengshuan Dog finally understood. This was Draco's true revenge. Death would have been a mercy. This was a life of endless torment, a fate far worse than the grave. Far from the grim theater of the Long Mansion, Princess Jia Zhu gave Draco and Persica a tour of the imperial palace, leading them to the exclusive royal hunting grounds. Draco raised a hunting rifle, sighted a distant deer, and dropped it with a single, perfect shot. Palace attendants respectfully carried the kill away. When he turned back, he saw Persica showing the princess something on her phone. Princess Jia's eyes widened in astonishment, her gaze shifting to Draco with a look of profound shock. Draco immediately knew Persica had shown her the video of last night's performance. "Draco," the princess said, her voice filled with wonder, "I had no idea you could sing so beautifully. We were classmates for years, and you never once mentioned it. If our old friends knew, their jaws would hit the floor." Draco simply shrugged. "You must perform for us live," the princess insisted. "Very well." Princess Jia led them to the Palace of Melodic Serenity, a grand hall containing instruments from every corner of the known galaxy. It was here that royals and nobles came to practice, taught by the finest musical masters the empire could employ. She had a magnificent crystal piano prepared. After a brief test, Draco began to play. He performed Beyond the Time once more. The music, filled with longing and otherworldly grace, drew a crowd. Princes, princesses, and the children of high ministers gathered, drawn by the sound. Among them was Shu Kaiengsu, her expression unreadable. Even Emperor Valerius Zhu arrived with his retinue of concubines, watching from a balcony above. Whether it was the original version or the pure Cathayan arrangement, Draco's performance held everyone captive. They had never heard a melody so beautiful, so filled with a universe of emotion. When the final note faded, the hall erupted in thunderous applause. "In all my years, that is the most magnificent piece of music I have ever heard." "Bravo," the emperor declared. The crowd began to kneel, but the emperor raised a hand. "No formalities." "Thank you, your majesty," they responded in unison. "I truly had no idea, Lord Varlan," the emperor said, descending to the main floor. "Your talents in technological innovation are world-renowned, but to possess such genius in composition and performance as well, it is truly remarkable. Your Majesty is too kind. There are many musicians far more talented than I." "Ha, you are far too modest," the emperor chuckled, approaching Draco directly. "Lord Varlan, there are matters I wish to discuss with you privately. Do you have a moment? To speak with your Majesty is a great honor. What would you like to discuss? Walk with me, Lord Varlan. We shall discuss it as we go." "As you command." Chapter 242. Choosing the production mobile suits, Emperor Valerius Zhu leaned back in the ornate pavilion, his eyes gleaming with imperial curiosity. "Does Speedy Military Corporation wish to become a subsidiary under your Aegis group, Lord Varlan?" Draco Varlan shook his head with diplomatic grace. "Not necessarily, Your Majesty. Let it continue operating as an independent company." "Excellent." The Emperor nodded approvingly. "My defense minister has informed me that you're willing to develop a mass-production mobile suit for our empire. I trust you've already prepared some designs. I have several concepts ready. Would Your Majesty like to review them?" "Indeed. Let's examine them here in this pavilion. I prefer to study such matters at leisure." The Emperor gestured subtly toward distant palace guards, and within moments, palace attendants arrived bearing an array of delicate refreshments. Draco retrieved his phone and activated its projection system, filling the air between them with brilliant three-dimensional holographic displays. The Emperor's eyebrows rose in fascination. "Your device is quite remarkable, Lord Varlan. Will such phones become available to the public?" "Aegis Communications is currently testing this technology," Draco explained with quiet confidence. "If all goes well, they'll hit the market soon. I should mention, Your Majesty, this projection system can handle up to 10 simultaneous video calls." "Ah, yes, Aegis Communications. If my memory serves, you've established subsidiaries and factories in both our capital and your hometown." "Correct, Your Majesty. When we launch successfully, every nation where Aegis Communications has invested will receive simultaneous releases." The Emperor nodded with satisfaction before focusing on the holographic blueprints. The gym-type Roman III specifications floated before them in stunning detail. "Lord Varlan, would you mind if I summoned additional experts? They possess sharper technical eyes than mine." "Not at all, Your Majesty. Please bring them." 5 experts arrived shortly, 4 middle-aged veterans of military engineering, and 1 younger specialist whom Draco recognized immediately. Ruida Lin. Lin's gaze burned with barely concealed hostility as he stared at Draco. Draco couldn't have cared less. "Doctor, Lin here represents your strongest rival, Lord Varlan," the Emperor remarked with amusement. "Wouldn't you like to exchange words with the good doctor?" Draco's response was devastatingly casual. "Strongest? Your Majesty, you jest. I have absolutely no memory of this person. If he hadn't proclaimed himself my greatest rival, I wouldn't even know he existed. I've yet to encounter a truly worthy opponent. But this fellow keeps throwing himself at my feet, claiming to be one. Frankly, I consider him nothing more than a clown." The Emperor's eye twitched slightly. Lin's fists clenched so tightly, his knuckles went white. If not for the Imperial presence, he would have thrown a punch at Draco's smirking face. Seeing Lin's expression, Draco decided to twist the knife deeper. "Your Majesty, during university, Princess Gia and I often partnered in robotics competitions. Not a single opponent lasted 30 seconds against my creations. This particular individual, who claims to be my strongest rival, also failed to survive 30 seconds. Such opponents barely register in my awareness. It's like asking if you'd remember every chess player you've crushed in a handful of moves." Lin felt the world spinning around him. The other experts lowered their heads in uncomfortable silence. The Emperor simply chuckled and nodded knowingly. Though the Emperor said nothing aloud, he understood perfectly. The gap between Draco and Lin wasn't just vast, It was dimensional. Draco genuinely couldn't remember opponents of such trivial caliber. Lin forced himself to focus on the technical specifications alongside his colleagues, studying the gym-type Roman III blueprints with professional intensity. The eldest expert looked up from the data. "Lord Varlan, do you have other mobile suit options?" Draco manipulated his phone, and another three-dimensional schematic materialized. The wider, any others? Additional designs flickered into existence. Gates R, Assault Zaku, Bay, and Gray's models, both space and terrestrial variants. "Lord Varlan," the Emperor interjected suddenly, "I nearly forgot. Do you have amphibious mobile suits?" "Certainly." The goon, ash, and aquatic gym schematics joined the floating technical display. Lin pointed mockingly at the Grey's design. "Lord Varlan, this model uses ballistic weapons instead of beam armaments. Isn't that rather primitive? Are you trying to fool us, or have you simply run out of innovative ideas?" Draco rolled his eyes with obvious boredom. "Look at the armor specifications." Lin glanced at the data. "Nano-layer composite. That armor provides complete immunity to beam weapons." Stunned silence fell over the group. The senior expert leaned forward eagerly. "If nano-layer armor can neutralize beam weapons, why not develop superior mobile suits using this technology?" "Because while nano-layer armor stops energy beams, it can't defend against ballistic weapons. Sufficient kinetic impact will punch right through. Do you have armor that can resist both energy and kinetic attacks?" Draco's smile turned sardonic. "If I could create that, I'd be a god." Lin seized this opening like a drowning man grabbing driftwood. "So the great Draco Varlan admits there are things beyond his capabilities. Perhaps your legendary genius is more reputation than reality." "Compared to someone like you," Draco replied with Arctic calm, "I am a god-like existence." Lin's face twisted with rage, his eye twitching uncontrollably. The Emperor rapped his knuckles on the table. "Gentlemen, please examine these designs thoroughly and prepare your evaluations. Determine which models best suit our empire's needs. Lord Varlan, join me for afternoon tea." Draco settled beside the Emperor as palace attendants served premium tea, filling their cups with practiced elegance. The Emperor nibbled a delicate pastry thoughtfully. "If I'd known of your magnificent voice and musical genius earlier, I would have invited you to perform at tomorrow's National Day celebration as the grand finale. Perhaps another time, Your Majesty." Lin studied the technical schematics with growing unease. Though he lacked complete specifications, he couldn't deny the truth. These designs exceeded anything he could create solo. Draco's mass production models surpassed Lin's finest work, let alone the legendary Gundams that remained beyond mortal reach. His self-proclaimed status as Draco's greatest rival was pure delusion. To others, Lin might seem brilliant, but in Draco's eyes, he was probably nothing more than a pig. No wonder Draco treated him like a circus performer. The four senior experts marveled at each blueprint, barely restraining themselves from begging Draco for mentorship. If not for the Emperor's presence, they would have abandoned all pride and dignity to learn from this extraordinary genius. These were proud men with their own accomplishments, but faced with someone who dwarfed their abilities, they willingly cast aside arrogance for the chance to study under a true master. The technical review would take considerable time, But fortunately, Draco planned to remain in the palace for several days, time enough for emperors to choose their weapons, and for lesser men to confront the vast gulf between ambition and ability. Chapter 243. National Day of the Cathayan Empire. The Cathayan Empire's national media focused intensely on the Grand National Day celebration, with international broadcasters capturing every moment of the imperial spectacle. Camera crews repeatedly panned to the distinguished guest, seated beside Emperor Valerius Zu, Draco Varlan himself. The world watched as the emperor engaged in animated conversation with his honored guest throughout the day's proceedings. From morning until noon, the celebration showcased everything from military parades to cultural performances featuring traditional dances from every corner of the empire. International audiences witnessed the rich, diverse tapestry of Cathayan civilization in all its glory. Persica Tau sat beside Draco, hardly believing she now occupied a place of honor so close to an emperor's throne. The surreal nature of her situation hadn't fully sunk in. Back home, little Liana pointed excitedly at the television screen, calling out to the Varlan sisters. "Look, there's big sister and brother Draco." "Indeed, that's definitely Draco and Persica." Weenia Varlan smiled warmly. Kalia and Xylia Varlan wore more serious expressions, while they felt proud seeing their young brother honored as the emperor's personal guest. Ancient wisdom warned them. Keeping company with kings is like keeping company with tigers. They worried about Draco's youthful temperament. What if he spoke out of turn? Meanwhile, aboard the flagship, Brigadier General Isis occupied the command chair, monitoring her boss's homeland celebration with professional vigilance. As fleet commander responsible for Draco's security, she studied intelligence reports from Aegis Special Forces embedded within the palace walls. Multiple surveillance teams were tracking the boss's every movement. Though Draco had publicly agreed to bring only 500 personnel into the palace, additional elite strike teams had secretly infiltrated the imperial grounds. If anyone moved against their leader, these hidden operatives would respond with devastating force. Emperor Valerius deliberately peppered their conversations with casual remarks, allowing media observers to speculate about important state matters being discussed. The emperor's fascination with Draco's revolutionary technologies burned within him, though he dared not risk offense through aggressive pursuit. His primary goal remained clear: avoid antagonizing Draco while gradually drawing him into the Cathayan Empire's sphere of influence. Beyond the emperor himself, his sons harbored their own ambitions regarding Draco. The young genius possessed not only cutting-edge technology, but also formidable military power. Whichever prince secured Draco's support would essentially guarantee his path to the imperial throne. Prince Solis Zu, Prince Terran Zu, and Prince Kalis Zu frequently glanced toward Draco's position, each calculating their approach. "Your Majesty, the three princes keep looking our way," Draco observed quietly. "Pay them no mind. Let's continue our discussion." Their conversation flowed until the emperor was required to deliver his ceremonial address, temporarily ending their private dialogue. Elsewhere in the capital, Lady Helena Long, now head of the reformed Long family, had completed the transfer of Speedy Military Corporation to Aegis Arms Manufacturing Company, where it became a subsidiary division. All Long family enterprises had ceased competing with Aegis Group and begun collaborative partnerships instead. Helena understood perfectly that her position as family patriarch existed solely through her nephew's grace. The boy who once orbited around her had grown into someone capable of controlling life and death, including her own fate. After concluding a business call with an Aegis Group subsidiary president, Helena stretched and walked to her office window. Below in the family estate's courtyard, she watched her father and second brother's family performing menial labor like common servants, cleaning and hauling refuse. Chengshuan Dog remained bedridden, still recovering from yesterday's beating at the hands of vengeful young nobles. Helena's heart ached with pity. She quietly instructed loyal household staff to reduce the former family members' workload and ensure they received decent meals. The new estate manager, Huang Minghao, one of Draco's appointees, observed Helena's compassionate interventions and reported them accordingly. Rather than punish his aunt's kindness, Draco instructed Huang to turn a blind eye. He also reminded the manager that Helena remained his beloved aunt and the family's rightful head, deserving absolute respect. Furthermore, Draco granted Helena full authority over Huang and his staff. A soft knock interrupted Helena's thoughts. Enter. Huang approached with downcast eyes, placing documents before her. Lady Helena, the files you requested have been processed for your review. Thank you, Manager Huang. You may go. Yes, my lady. Huang backed respectfully from the office. That evening, Emperor Valerius hosted a grand banquet for ministers, officials, and honored guests in Celestial Tranquility Palace. The left hall served as the formal dining venue, while the right hall provided space for dancing and entertainment. The emperor seated Draco and Persica at the head table, sharing the imperial feast as equals. Also present were the Empress, Prince Soli's Zhu, and Princess Jia Zhu. According to Cathayan protocol, the host occupied the center position, with family members seated to the left and guests to the right. Only Draco and Persica sat on the emperor's right side, a position of unprecedented honor. Other tables hosted royal family members, high officials, and distinguished guests, all served by palace attendants who provided every delicacy and courtesy. Persica marveled at the elaborate ceremony, feeling as though she'd stepped into an imperial drama. Lady Helena and Ryuoxi Yang had also received imperial invitations, seated among other prominent family heads at guest tables. Helena watched her nephew conversing casually with the emperor, an honor her father had dreamed of achieving his entire life. From the Long family's first patriarch to Helena as the ninth, only the founder had earned such distinction, and that was for saving the empire from economic collapse. Every subsequent generation had merely received invitations to National Day banquets. Even the Prime Minister and other high officials observed with amazement as Draco shared wine and conversation with their sovereign. None of them had ever dined at the emperor's personal table during National Day. Such treatment was typically reserved for visiting monarchs. After the feast concluded, palace attendants guided guests to the right hall for dancing, followed by the royal family's formal entrance. Once everyone assembled, the emperor declared the ball officially begun. Princess Jia approached Draco, requesting a dance. He glanced at Persica, who smiled and nodded graciously. Only then did Draco accept the princess's invitation. For Princess Jia, this might be her final opportunity to share such intimacy with the man she'd never stopped loving. The celebration continued until midnight, when countless fireworks painted the sky in brilliant cascades of color. As the festivities concluded and guests began departing, Emperor Valerius asked Princess Gia to escort Draco and Persica back to Ascension Dawn Palace. His 3 sons also volunteered for this honor. A sharp imperial glare quickly discouraged their ambitions. During the carriage ride, Princess Gia asked casually, "What did the Orion diplomatic ambassador want during the ball?" "Nothing significant. He invited me to visit the theocracy of Aurea. Will you accept their invitation? After concluding business here, I plan to visit Aurea and inspect my subsidiaries and factories there. A proper executive should oversee his enterprises personally. When do you intend to depart?" 3 days hence, once the experts complete their mobile suit evaluations. The princess nodded, though her heart already mourned another parting that would take Draco further from her world. Chapter 244. Instant cowardice at dawn. In a picturesque recreational area blessed with fresh morning air and scenic beauty, chaos erupted on a narrow crossroads intersection. The collision drew crowds of onlookers, many filming the spectacle with their phones. A black military jeep had been struck head-on by an expensive luxury sedan, while 2 more black jeeps idled behind the damaged vehicle. Behind the offending sedan sat a high-end sports car, followed by another matching luxury vehicle. 4 muscular men in black suits and dark sunglasses emerged from the luxury sedan's front and rear doors. From the sports car stepped a pale-faced young man dressed in designer clothing, while 4 more black-suited bodyguards exited the trailing sedan. The sickly-looking aristocrat waved his hand dismissively. The black-suited thugs approached the lead military jeep with obvious menace. Several of them kicked the vehicle's front end, and one drew a pistol from his waistband, firing a warning shot into the air before shouting at the driver's window, demanding the occupant emerge. Every moment was captured by the recording bystanders. Simultaneously, both the driver's and rear passenger windows rolled down. The gunman's brain short-circuited as he found himself staring down the barrel of an assault rifle aimed directly at his skull, while the driver casually confiscated his weapon. "Nice toy you've got there," the Aegis driver remarked coolly. "I'll be keeping it." All 3 black jeeps' doors burst open in perfect synchronization. What emerged sent shockwaves through the crowd and the aristocrats' entourage alike. 12 Aegis mercenaries in full Spartan combat gear stepped out, armed with assault rifles, submachine guns, shotguns, and one even hefted a rocket launcher. Despite his obvious shock, the pale aristocrat maintained his arrogant demeanor, shouting, "Do you know who I am? I'm Prince Hector, son of Duke Hectorus, nephew to his Imperial Majesty himself. This is Cathayan, Empire territory. What do you Aegis dogs think you can do to me?" The lead mercenary immediately contacted his superiors. The report traveled up the chain to Brigadier General Isis, who found herself in an extremely delicate position. This was, after all, their boss's homeland. Isis had no choice but to report directly to Draco. Draco and Persica were enjoying breakfast while watching training videos on his phone. The footage showed Master Kenji Takeda demonstrating combat techniques to Aegis mercenaries, and subsequently defeating them all in sparring matches. In one particularly impressive display, Kenji took on 10 mercenaries simultaneously and left them all sprawled on the ground. The scene reminded Draco of a classic movie line from his previous life. "I can take on 10 of them." Suddenly, Isis's urgent report interrupted their meal. After reviewing the situation, Draco issued orders for a mild lesson. Prince Hector assumed his royal status would intimidate the mercenaries. Seeing their lack of reaction and noticing the crowd filming with their phones, he began hurling insults at the Aegis operatives. He barely managed 2 sentences before the mercenaries received their orders and sprang into action. All 12 Aegis soldiers simultaneously rushed the black-suited bodyguards. As the guards reached for their weapons, the mercenaries' superior reflexes allowed them to shoot first, precisely targeting arms to disable without killing. Within moments, every bodyguard lay incapacitated on the asphalt. Prince Hector watched the scene unfold with growing terror, though he still believed the mercenaries wouldn't dare touch actual royalty. 4 Aegis operatives surrounded him as their leader spoke with deadly calm. "When you crash into someone's vehicle, civilized people apologize. Apologize. Hi, I'm Prince Hector. Others apologize to me. I don't apologize to anyone. Apologize. I'm Prince Hector. Apologize. I'm Prince Hector." All 4 mercenaries simultaneously drew their sidearms and aimed them directly at the prince's head. The previously arrogant Prince Hector instantly crumbled, dropping to his knees and crying, "Please, brothers, I was wrong." "Good, much better." The 4 soldiers holstered their weapons with professional precision. Another mercenary casually overturned the luxury sedan that had caused the collision in the first place. Then, as efficiently as they'd appeared, all Aegis personnel returned to their vehicles and departed the scene. The entire incident had been live-streamed by an influencer who happened to be present. Prince Hector's instant transformation from arrogant bully to groveling coward spread across the Empire's social networks within minutes. Citizens throughout the Cathayan Empire were stunned by the Aegis mercenaries' audacity. Aiming weapons at an imperial family member's head was unprecedented. Those familiar with Aegis Group's reputation weren't surprised by their uncompromising attitude toward anyone, regardless of status. Social media commentators noted that Prince Hector was lucky to avoid a thorough beating. The mercenaries had clearly shown restraint out of respect for their boss's homeland. Ordinary citizens displaying such arrogance typically received much harsher treatment. Meanwhile, Dr. Ruida Lin and 4 other technical experts worked in a specially assigned room aboard the Archangel, which was docked at the Imperial Naval Base. They studied and evaluated the mass production mobile suit designs Draco had provided, while several Aegis guards monitored their activities. In his private office, Emperor Valerius Zu was discussing state affairs with his ministers when he received the video of Prince Hector's humiliating submission. Reading the intelligence report detailing the incident's full context, the Emperor felt his familiar headache returning. Dealing with the royal family's worthless members was an ongoing burden. When family members committed actual crimes that couldn't be covered up, he typically allowed the courts to handle them according to law. Prince Hector's behavior wasn't technically criminal, but it was deeply embarrassing to the imperial house. If that fool were my own son, the Emperor thought grimly, I'd slap him back into the womb. Regarding Aegis Group's response, The emperor couldn't fault their actions. His family had been in the wrong first. More importantly, this wasn't the ancient era when royalty could freely distort truth through propaganda. In the modern communications age, such incidents spread internationally within hours. The imperial house would have to swallow this embarrassment quietly. Seeing their sovereign's furrowed brow, the ministers sat in tense silence, afraid to speak. "Gentlemen, where were we in our discussion?" One minister carefully repeated the emperor's previous remarks. After continuing their deliberations, another urgent report arrived. Princess Jia Zhu had taken Draco and Persica to the mobile suit combat arena, where she'd requested permission to pilot a Gundam. Draco had agreed, allowing her to operate the Seraphim Gundam. The palace guards' specially modified Ulu mobile suits proved utterly inadequate opponents for the Seraphim. Even in a 1 versus 5 engagement, the Gundam dominated completely. Emperor Valerius shared the combat footage with his assembled ministers, who gasped in amazement at the technological demonstration. Truly worthy of technology that transcends this age, the emperor mused privately. Such a pity it doesn't belong to our empire. Princess Jia was astounded by the Seraphim's performance and responsiveness, capabilities that seemed impossibly advanced for current technological standards. 3 days later, the 5 experts selected the Gym-type Roman 3, Wider, and Bay as candidates for the Empire's standard mobile suit production. For amphibious operations, they chose between the Goon and Aquatic Gym models. Aegis Arms Manufacturing Company would establish subsidiaries and production facilities within the Empire. Saskia appointed someone from the Liu family to serve as the local branch president. The military department would deploy specialized evaluation teams to assess the expert selections. Once final decisions were made regarding standard equipment, they would contract directly with the Aegis subsidiary for manufacturing and testing. Liana was assigned to return to the escort fleet. The fleet prepared to depart for the theocracy of Aurea for Draco's diplomatic visit. As the Aegis vessels powered up their engines, Prince Hector's humiliation had become a cautionary tale throughout the Empire, a reminder that some forces operated beyond traditional political boundaries, answering only to their own uncompromising code of honor. Chapter 245. Studying the Flash Gundam aboard the escort fleet, bound for the theocracy of Aurea, Draco Varlan sat hunched over technical schematics in his private quarters, completely absorbed in studying the Flash Gundam's revolutionary design. Persica Tau had finished her administrative duties and prepared a delicious spread of steamed dumplings and part stickers in the galley. After setting aside portions for Liana, she brought the remaining feast to their shared quarters, eager to spend time with Draco while he worked. Watching him pore over the intricate blueprints, Persica pointed to an unusual section of the design. "This cockpit looks completely different from anything I've seen. How does it actually work?" Draco paused to grab a dumpling with his chopsticks before answering. "Simple enough. Whatever movements you make, the Flash Gundam mirrors perfectly. Complete synchronization between pilot and machine." "Sounds incredibly exhausting," Persica observed with concern. "Absolutely draining for most people. You or I probably couldn't handle it for long. But Master Kenji Takeda, this system was designed with him in mind." Persica nodded thoughtfully. "True enough. I've watched entire squads of Aegis mercenaries take turns fighting him and they are the ones who end up flat on their backs while he barely breaks a sweat. Her finger traced another section of the technical readout. What's this motion tracking system? Draco's eyes lit up as he explained his creation. It's a revolutionary interface that transmits every pilot movement directly to the mobile suit. Billions of nanoscale machines woven into a specialized combat suit read the operator's body language in real time. Even the smallest gestures get translated into machine responses. He pointed to another annotation: human-machine unity. The tracking system creates perfect real-time synchronization between pilot and Gundam. When the machine takes damage, the pilot feels it as actual pain. Complete integration between human consciousness and mechanical frame. True unity of flesh and steel. Persica studied another technical specification. How does this emotion energy system compare to PX systems, Transam, or Aleavenana interfaces? The emotion energy system responds directly to the pilot's emotional state. Draco explained with growing excitement. When the pilot achieves perfect emotional resonance with the machine, it transforms into super mode, unleashing power levels dozens of times beyond normal parameters. Fascinating, but I noticed you've listed several different modes here. She traced the text with her finger. Passionate mode, which you apparently invented yourself. Rage mode, and something called clear mirror, still water mode. The first two make sense, but what's that last one about? Draco's expression grew thoughtful. Clear mirror, still water mode draws inspiration from ancient martial arts philosophy. It represents a state of perfect mental clarity. No distracting emotions, no turbulent thoughts. The pilot's mind becomes like a perfectly still pond, reflecting reality without distortion. In combat, there's no panic, no anger, just pure, focused response to whatever situation arises. Persica raised an eyebrow with marked suspicion. Don't tell me you designed the Flash Gundam after reading martial arts novels. Draco simply shrugged with a mischievous grin. Guard above, Persica laughed, shaking her head. How does your brain even work? You keep creating the most bizarre technologies imaginable. Scientific breakthroughs require scientists willing to imagine the impossible, Draco replied, pulling her close by the waist. Without people like me dreaming up bizarre concepts, technological progress would stagnate. Persica rolled her eyes affectionately. You've certainly developed impressive innovations, but your factory workers are constantly complaining. They say you torture them by constantly inventing new projects for them to manufacture. Torture? Draco looked genuinely surprised. I suppose I do have countless ideas I want to bring to life. So you're planning to build this Flash Gundam cockpit immediately? Absolutely. The entire Flash Gundam needs construction. I should observe a moment of silence for your poor employees, Persica said with theatrical solemnity. When you transmit these specifications, they'll probably lock themselves in the bathrooms and cry. Draco leaned down and kissed her gently. Persica shot him a playful glare. Using secure communications, Draco transmitted the complete Flash Gundam technical data back to the Aegis asteroid, instructing Commander Jaron Lee to forward everything to Director Simmons for immediate production. When Factory Director Simmons showed the Flash Gundam schematics to his workers, their reactions perfectly matched Persica's prediction. Except instead of mere complaints, they erupted in genuine wails of despair. Sweet, Merciful heavens, boss is torturing us. That's it. I quit. I'm going back to my hometown. Simmons chuckled at their dramatics. Anyone who wants to quit can leave right now. We've got plenty of people begging for these jobs. Director, you're just joking around. One worker protested. Of course I'm joking, just like you are. Despite their constant grumbling about Draco's endless stream of revolutionary designs, the factory workers never seriously considered leaving. Their complaints were purely theatrical. The truth was simple. Aegis Group paid exceptionally well. Subsidiary factory workers earned triple the wages of their industry counterparts, while main base personnel earned triple what the subsidiaries paid. These employees would fight tooth and nail to keep their positions. Speaking of which, Director, one worker observed, this cockpit design is completely different from standard Gundam configurations. What's the boss planning? I wondered the same thing, Simmons admitted. I asked Commander Lee about it. Apparently, the boss recently recruited some kind of martial arts master. This Gundam might be specifically designed for him. The entire workshop erupted in excited speculation about a Gundam performing martial arts techniques. Let's not get carried away. Simmons called them back to reality. We need to figure out how to actually manufacture this equipment. True enough, the boss invents so many things we can barely keep track. Exactly. I have to carry a notebook just to remember everything. And he never wants to sell any of it commercially. Obviously not. Remember what happened with the Democratic Alliance. If these technologies became public knowledge, it would cause international pandemonium. Right now, other nations don't know what we're capable of, but if they found out, the worker shuddered. We'd face more than just another Democratic Alliance. Every government system would unite against us. Simmons cleared his throat loudly. Enough speculation. We need to get to work. If the boss returns and finds we've made no progress, he might actually fire us all. Understood, Director. We'll get started immediately. Meanwhile, the theocracy of Aurea had deployed an entire naval squadron to escort the Aegis fleet to port. International media outlets, frustrated by their inability to secure interviews with Draco, had gathered at the international harbor in hopes of catching him during his arrival. The Aurian government had specifically arranged for the escort fleet to dock at the international port. Journalists from across the galaxy waited with cameras and microphones ready. Most significantly, Saint Ethel herself would personally welcome Draco's arrival. The Saintess traveled to the international harbor under heavy guard from the Holy Knights Templar. The entire port bristled with Aurian military personnel, maintaining order and security. Under escort from the Aurian fleet, the Aegis vessels approached their designated berths at the international harbor. The stage was set for a meeting that would reshape diplomatic relations across the known galaxy. Chapter 246. The Pope's Grand Welcome. Draco Varlan received a magnificent welcome from the theocracy of Aurea, with Saint Ethel herself greeting his arrival with royal ceremony. Camera flashes erupted like lightning as journalists captured every moment, their brilliant illumination washing over both Saint Ethel and Draco in waves of blazing light. The Saintess graciously shook hands with Persica and Liana, who had accompanied Draco on this diplomatic journey. Together, they climbed into an opulent stretch limousine, beginning a grand procession through the capital. The motorcade moved with imperial splendor. Auria's legendary Templar Knights provided ceremonial escort, while Aegis Group's elite shadow, Follow Special Forces unit, maintained tactical security. As they rolled through the city streets, Draco studied the passing scenery with keen interest. "Your Holiness," he began thoughtfully, "I understand your nation has sheltered countless war refugees. From what I've heard, the massive influx caused serious problems. Cheap labor flooding the market, crime waves, unemployment among your citizens, constant conflicts between locals and refugees. I expected to see homeless people lining the streets, yet all I observe are curious onlookers and busy workers heading to their jobs. This doesn't match the reports I received." Saint Ethel smiled warmly. "Our nation no longer suffers from widespread homelessness or massive unemployment, thanks largely to you, Lord Varlan." "Thanks to me?" Draco raised an eyebrow. "Surely you remember our nemesis goddess project." "Of course. Using the high Zaku and Marasai mobile suits you provided, we delivered devastating blows to the United States of Anglo-Safari. That demonstration of military strength convinced hesitant investors to finally trust in our stability. Combined with Aegis Group's investments, especially establishing your 13th branch base here, we gained the ultimate security guarantee. Investors flocked to our nation, employment rates soared, and even former refugees found steady work. Rising employment didn't just solve our economic crisis, it dramatically improved public safety as well. Draco chuckled approvingly. "Congratulations on overcoming such challenges. Ultimately, we owe everything to your support, Lord Varlan." Persica leaned forward with curiosity. "Are all the war refugees still residing in your country?" "Not entirely," Saint Ethel explained. "When refugees' home nations achieve peace, we negotiate repatriation agreements. For those whose countries have been destroyed, we offer Aurian citizenship, but only if they maintain stable employment." Draco nodded sagely. "A nation requires economic prosperity for security and order. When people have steady jobs, the entire country benefits." "Exactly. Our strategy has evolved significantly. While maintaining strong national defense, we now prioritize economic development equally." The Saintess replied with satisfaction. At Auria's sacred palace, Pope David awaited his distinguished guest's arrival. The limousine glided to a stop before a magnificent red carpet. Knights opened the doors with ceremonial precision as Saint Ethel emerged first, gesturing graciously for her companions to follow. Under the Saintess's guidance, Draco approached Pope David directly. The two leaders exchanged firm handshakes and warm greetings. "Thank you for such a magnificent welcome, Your Holiness," Draco said respectfully. "The honor is entirely ours, Lord Varlan. Your presence brings tremendous prestige to our humble nation." "You're far too gracious, Your Holiness. Please, Lord Varlan, this way." Pope David personally introduced Draco to the high-ranking bishops who managed Auria's most important governmental departments. Each bishop studied Draco intently during their handshakes, amazed to discover he appeared even younger in person than on television broadcasts. The Pope then presented the leaders of Auria's 3 legendary military orders: the Templar Knights, Sacred Knights, and Valkyrie Knights. The Sacred Knights consisted entirely of male warriors, The Valkyrie Knights were exclusively female, while the Templars maintained mixed gender ranks. All three orders display remarkable bearing. Draco observed diplomatically, impressive appearances, focused eyes, commanding presence, he thought privately. But whether they possessed genuine skill or merely look the part, that requires actual combat to determine. Your Holiness, Draco continued aloud, during my journey to your palace, I noticed your capital's remarkable prosperity. Auria's economy appears stronger than ever. We owe that blessing to your generous support, Lord Varlan. I sincerely hope other Aegis Group subsidiaries will consider investing here as well. I share that intention. Seeing your nation's economic growth and social stability, I'll have our subsidiary presidents conduct feasibility studies. If the opportunities prove worthwhile, we'll definitely invest. I eagerly await your continued partnership. Pope David hosted an elaborate welcome ceremony featuring traditional Orient folk dances and cultural performances. Liana sat beside her sister, watching the colorful displays with obvious excitement. The Pope occupied the ceremonial throne, while Draco sat in the place of honor beside him. Leaning close, the Pope spoke in hushed tones. Lord Varlan, tomorrow evening some very important individuals wish to meet with you regarding a significant business opportunity. Business, you say? Now you have my complete attention, Draco replied with a merchant's enthusiasm. The Pope chuckled knowingly. He could see through Draco's commercial facade. This young man was far more complex and dangerous than any ordinary businessman. Throughout the entire day, Pope David personally hosted Draco with royal treatment. The following morning, Draco inspected the 13th branch base and various subsidiary factories, accompanied by both the Pope and Saint Ethel. Though Pope David couldn't gauge the full military strength of Aegis Group's main base, observing the 13th branch's mercenaries left him deeply impressed. Their bearing, focus, daily training regimens, and combat simulations demonstrated professionalism beyond anything in Auria's military. The Pope felt genuine envy watching their operations. If Auria's forces could train alongside Aegis instructors, their capabilities would improve dramatically. He formally requested that Aegis provide military instructors for Aurian forces, offering full compensation for their services. Draco's intelligence network had already informed him that aside from Auria's special forces and 3 night orders, their regular military performed poorly, lacking proper discipline and training. Furthermore, joint exercises between the 13th branch and Aurian forces had revealed that even Aegis's standard troops could match Auria's special forces, sometimes even dominating them completely. After consideration, Draco decided regular Aegis instructors could indeed help train Auria's conventional military units. Agreed. I'll have the 13th branch commander negotiate details with your representatives. They continued touring various Aegis subsidiary offices throughout the city. Local presidents personally welcomed their CEO, while also briefing the Pope and Saintess about new products under development. As evening approached, Draco returned to the sacred palace with his hosts. A papal advisor whispered urgently in Pope David's ear. Lord Varlan, the Pope announced with barely contained anticipation, our distinguished guests have arrived and await you in the VIP reception hall. The stage was set for a meeting that would reshape the balance of power across the galaxy. Chapter 247. Negotiations with the three titans in the opulent VIP reception hall. Three bronze-skinned middle-aged men sat waiting on luxurious sofas, their weathered faces bearing the weight of a nation's desperate hopes. The grand doors swept open as Pope David escorted Draco Varlan into the chamber. All three men rose to their feet with respectful dignity. The Pope gestured graciously toward each guest in turn. Lord Varlan, allow me to present these distinguished leaders. In the center stands Miroslav, rotating chairman of the Southern Reach Confederate States. To your right, Sebastian, their Secretary General, and to your left, Gabriel, President of their Congressional Assembly. Draco hadn't expected to encounter the three supreme leaders of the Southern Reach, a nation currently existing in a state of half-collapse, clinging to life by the thinnest threads. He shook hands with each leader, studying their faces with keen interest. Lord Varlan, it's a tremendous honor to meet you in person, Miroslav said with genuine warmth. The honor is entirely mine, gentlemen. Meeting the three titans of the Southern Reach is quite unexpected. Miroslav's expression turned rueful. You flatter us, sir. The Southern Reach exists in name only these days. I suspect you three wish to transform that hollow shell back into something with real substance, Draco observed shrewdly. Hi, Lord Varlan cut straight to the heart of matters. I appreciate directness. Yes, we've come here hoping to discuss exactly that possibility. Pope David smiled knowingly as he observed their exchange. Gentlemen, please make yourselves comfortable. I'll leave you to your negotiations. Thank you for your gracious hospitality, Your Holiness. As Pope David withdrew from the reception hall, he couldn't help but feel optimistic. If Draco and the Southern Reach leadership could forge a successful partnership, it would create an extremely favorable strategic situation for the theocracy of Aurea. Currently, the Anglo-Saxon Republic maintained defensive positions on three fronts, guarding against the Cathaean Empire, the Rossovian Union, and the theocracy of Aurea simultaneously. If Aegis mercenary group could successfully drive all Anglo-Saxon military forces from the Southern Reach back to their homeland, and if the Southern Reach could officially restore their sovereignty, then the Anglo-Saxon Republic would face hostile nations on their southern border as well. Such pressure would make peaceful sleep impossible for Anglo-Saxon leadership. Meanwhile, the theocracy of Aurea could focus entirely on economic development and national defense. Their High Zaku and Marasai mobile suit forces grew stronger with each passing month. Given sufficient time, the Nemesis Goddess project would force the Anglo-Saxon Republic to pay devastating reparations, possibly including territorial concessions. Back in the reception hall, Draco began serious negotiations with the Southern Reach's leadership triumvirate. Miroslav leaned forward earnestly. Lord Varlan, if your Aegis mercenary group can drive all Anglo-Saxon military forces back to their homeland, Aegis Group will enjoy 10 years of completely tax-free investment status throughout the Southern Reach. Draco's lips curved into a slight smirk as he regarded Miroslav with obvious amusement. The chairman shifted uncomfortably under that penetrating stare. Sebastian quickly added, your Aegis mercenary group would also be welcome to establish branch bases throughout the Southern Reach. Draco's amused expression didn't change. Sebastian continued more urgently. We're prepared to cover all mercenary fees and operational losses your forces might incur. Still, that same knowing smile. Gabriel jumped into the conversation. Lord Varlan, we're willing to extend Aegis Group's tax exemption from 10 years to 15 years. How does that sound? Draco chuckled softly. Gentlemen, your wishful thinking makes quite a lot of noise. These terms might suffice if you were asking me to handle some minor regional conflicts, but we're talking about the Anglo-Saxon Republic, one of the three pillars of the Democratic Alliance. Your current offer falls far short of adequate compensation. Miroslav spread his hands diplomatically. What additional terms would you consider reasonable, Lord Varlan? We're open to negotiation. Beyond the benefits you've mentioned, including the 15-year tax exemption, Aegis Group requires mining and resource extraction rights throughout the southern reach. We also need agricultural land grants for farming and livestock operations, plus fishing rights in your territorial waters. All of these activities must remain tax-free with full operational authority. The three leaders exchanged worried glances. Draco's demands exceeded their preliminary calculations significantly. Mining and energy resources were one concern. They weren't sure exactly what materials or energy sources Draco required. Oil, natural gas, and coal remained valuable commodities across the colonial sphere. The land, agricultural, and fishing rights with 15-year tax exemptions seemed manageable in principle. Gabriel cleared his throat carefully. Lord Varlan, could you specify the locations for these mining operations and agricultural zones? Draco retrieved his phone and activated its three-dimensional projection system. A detailed holographic map of the southern reach continent materialized between them, dotted with numerous red markers and outlined regions. The red points and red boundaries indicate my requirements. The three leaders' faces darkened considerably. While the mining and energy extraction sites weren't numerous, Draco had selected only the highest quality deposits. The agricultural demands were even more staggering. He'd chosen the finest and most extensive farmland available, particularly the black soil regions. Draco wanted 80% of the southern reach's premium black soil reserves, leaving only 20% of ordinary agricultural land for general cultivation. His livestock grazing requirements claimed 60% of the continent's grasslands, specifically the most beautiful and productive pastoral regions. The maritime zones he'd outlined represented the absolute best fishing grounds, areas renowned for the most abundant, delicious, and sought-after catches. If anyone else had dared present such outrageous demands, the three leaders might have resorted to physical violence. But this was Draco Varlan, the only person capable of actually driving Anglo-Saxon forces back to their homeland. Draco himself understood his terms would likely be rejected. He was deliberately making an extreme opening bid, hoping to test their limits. If they somehow accepted these conditions, he'd consider himself incredibly fortunate, a windfall beyond imagination. If they refused, no problem. As long as they remained willing to negotiate, compromise remained possible. Gabriel managed a strained smile. Lord Varlan, these conditions are somewhat excessive. Even if we personally agreed, Our parliamentary representatives and citizens would never accept such terms. President Gabriel, there's no need for alarm. I'm simply stating my opening position. I don't expect immediate acceptance. Everything remains negotiable. After extended discussions, Draco and the three Titans reached a preliminary framework agreement. The leadership would return to present this initial accord to their parliamentary assembly. If more than half the representatives approved, detailed negotiations could proceed. Successful completion of those talks would lead to formal treaty signing. I look forward to hearing from you soon, Draco concluded. After final handshakes, he departed the reception hall. That evening, Pope David hosted a diplomatic dinner for Draco and the Southern Reach delegation. The three leaders expressed gratitude not only for the papal hospitality, but also for the theocracy of Auria's ongoing resource support during their nation's struggles. I eagerly anticipate the Southern Reach's full restoration. The Pope declared warmly, "Our nations shall become steadfast allies." "Absolutely, Your Holiness." After dinner, Draco and Pope David strolled through the palace gardens under starlight. They discussed Aegis Group's future investments in the theocracy of Auria, while enjoying the evening air. Though Pope David was intensely curious about the specific terms Draco had negotiated with the Southern Reach leadership, he understood these were internal affairs of foreign nations, inappropriate subjects for direct inquiry. The Pope knew that unless Draco's demands were completely unreasonable, the Southern Reach would ultimately accept his conditions. When that happened, Aegis Mercenary Group would definitely intervene. Late that night, Draco returned to his guest quarters, where Persica Tau sat reading on the sofa. After a refreshing shower, he collapsed onto the bed, ready for sleep. Persica set aside her book and climbed onto the bed to massage his shoulders. Knowing Draco had spent the day negotiating with the Southern Reach leadership, she couldn't resist asking, "How did your discussions with those three dignitaries go?" "We reached a preliminary agreement, but everything depends on whether their parliamentary assembly approves the terms. Aren't you concerned they might sign in good faith now, then completely renege once they've fully restored their sovereignty?" "If they dare break their word," Draco replied with casual menace, "no problem. We'll simply overthrow them and install a puppet government under our control." Persica fell silent, recognizing this wasn't territory she should explore further. She understood her husband's methods, the things he did in the outside world. She simply chose not to ask too many questions or acknowledge what she knew. Draco's harsh treatment of his grandfather and clan members was something she was aware of, but after hearing the full story from Xylia, Persica understood why he'd chosen such extreme revenge. "Are you thinking I was too brutal toward my own family members?" Draco asked quietly, eyes still closed. Persica's massaging hands paused momentarily. "You heard about my actions from some of the female mercenaries you're friendly with, didn't you?" Persica steeled herself and nodded. "Yes, in the future, I'll assign some military operations and other matters to your oversight." "I understand. I'll help share your burdens." The weight of empire and the darkness that came with absolute power would be theirs to bear together. Chapter 248. Signing the contract, the Southern Reach's leadership immediately activated their secure communication networks, consulting with the surviving members of their parliamentary assembly scattered across the war-torn continent. The legislators raised few objections to the preliminary agreement. Most representatives came from occupied territories. Their primary concern was reclaiming their homelands and returning to power, whatever the cost. Anglo-Saxon forces had been relentlessly advancing across the southern reach, systematically recapturing territories that the resistance had fought so hard to liberate. Though the southern reach remained one of Earth's major powers on paper, they exemplified the phrase large but weak. Their decline had surpassed even the theocracy of Oria's darkest days. Years of guerrilla warfare had certainly strengthened their fighters, allowing them to inflict significant casualties on Anglo-Saxon forces through hit-and-run tactics. However, when it came to defending recaptured territories, the Southern Reach's guerrilla forces proved completely inadequate. Losing ground again was inevitable. The endless cycle continued. Guerrilla raids, temporary victories, defensive failures, retreat, and renewed guerrilla warfare. After countless repetitions, even the Southern Reach's most dedicated fighters were showing signs of war weariness. Worse still, surrender factions had begun emerging within several member nations, actively pressuring wavering hardliners and neutral parties to capitulate. The Parliamentary Assembly voted overwhelmingly to approve the preliminary accord, paving the way for detailed negotiations. Draco Varlan utilized a specialized tablet to project holographic conferences, bringing together presidents from every Aegis Group subsidiary to participate in the intricate contract discussions. While Draco spent 7 days in the theocracy of Aurea, he left the negotiations entirely to his corporate executives, choosing instead to tour the country with Persica and Liana. The trio traveled incognito through Aurea's most scenic regions, crystal-clear mountain lakes and rolling green hills, sampling local delicacies and enjoying the peaceful atmosphere. Liana grew increasingly irritated watching her sister and Draco's romantic displays. "Sister," she said suddenly. "Yes." Persica sipped her fruit juice contentedly. "I want you to be my boyfriend." PFFT. Persica sprayed juice everywhere, choking and coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. Draco stared at Liana with amazement. Such mature words from someone so young. "Liana, how old are you exactly?" he asked carefully. 12. At your age, you should focus on studying hard, not on romance, Persica advised her sister firmly. "But sister, aren't you dating someone?" "I'm an adult now. Adults can date. You're still a child." Draco leaned forward with curiosity. "Why do you want to date anyone?" "Because I see sister and brother Draco dating, so I want to try it too." The couple exchanged amused glances. "So why choose Sal as your boyfriend specifically?" Draco continued. "Because we play together and study together all the time." "Well, you'd have to ask if he wants to be your boyfriend first." Under the table, Persica kicked Draco's shin hard, shooting him a furious glare. He quickly corrected himself. "But you'll have to wait until you're 18 and legally an adult before you can date. You're far too young right now. Your sister would definitely put a stop to any romance." "Oh," Liana replied, deflated. Soon the waiter brought their local specialties: black pepper grilled beef tenderloin, charcoal roasted lamb chops, and lemon grilled chicken. Meanwhile, Aegis mercenary group's commander-in-chief Jaron Lee participated in negotiations, while simultaneously coordinating military deployments. His forces stood ready to launch operations The moment contracts were signed, the Southern Reach's 3 titans cared little about negotiation minutiae, as long as they weren't severely disadvantaged. Their absolute priority was expelling all Anglo-Saxon forces from their continent. During 7 days of detailed discussions, Aegis main and branch bases prepared for comprehensive action. When negotiations concluded successfully, Draco and Miroslav formally signed the contract. Lord Varlan, we hope news of Anglo-Saxon forces being driven from the Southern Reach won't take too long, Miroslav said earnestly. Fair enough. Just make sure your people don't have any traitors or saboteurs working to undermine our operations. Rest assured, Lord Varlan, if we discover such bastards, we'll deal with them severely and provide you complete satisfaction. Good, I trust your word. The 2 leaders shook hands, each holding their copy of the signed accord. Upon receiving confirmation that Draco and Miroslav had finalized their agreement, Commander Jaren immediately issued execution orders to all Aegis forces. International media remained focused on Draco's diplomatic activities, completely missing Aegis mercenary groups' military mobilization. The Anglo-Saxon Republic had no idea they were about to face Aegis wrath. In the depths of space, near the Anglo-Saxon Republic's 4th colonial sector, a routine patrol squadron of 3 warships conducted standard reconnaissance sweeps. Their usual patrol revealed nothing unusual as they prepared to return to the military asteroid base, defending the colonial satellite. Without warning, a brilliant azure beam pierced the void, punching completely through the lead battleship's bow section. The surviving vessel commanders, shocked by the sudden ambush, immediately issued battle stations alerts while attempting to transmit emergency warnings to base command. Before their distress signals could be sent, 2 more azure beams penetrated their ship's forward hulls with devastating precision. Mobile suits and fighters launching from the crippled carriers never had a chance to retaliate. Additional beam strikes destroyed them in brilliant explosions. The attackers responsible for annihilating the patrol squadron were several GIM mobile suits draped in specialized camouflage cloaks, wielding long-range sniper beam rifles. The cloaking fabric possessed adaptive properties that perfectly matched the cosmic environment. Without thermal scanning equipment, the mobile suits remained completely undetectable. After completing their mission, the Aegis units returned to their mothership. Anglo-Saxon colonial military commands lost contact with multiple patrol squadrons across several sectors, not just isolated incidents. This pattern triggered high alert status throughout their space forces and prompted urgent communications to Earth headquarters. Initially, Anglo-Saxon leadership on Earth dismissed these reports as either pirate attacks or communications equipment failures. That dismissive attitude changed rapidly when an entire Anglo-Saxon colonial satellite fell under Aegis mercenary group occupation. President Valerius immediately lodged formal protests with Aegis Group, demanding Draco explain why they had attacked Anglo-Saxon colonial territories. Draco offered no explanations. Aegis Mercenary Group's official website posted a single chilling response: payment received, services rendered. The galaxy would soon witness the true meaning of Aegis efficiency. Chapter 249. Angelica's first battle. Angelica secured her specialized Spartan combat suit and strode toward her warrior Gundam, now equipped with the X-Back and redesignated as the X-Heretic. 4 massive dragoon units mounted on the X-Heretic's back served as both offensive weapons and defensive shields. As Angelica settled into the cockpit, her heart raced with nervous energy. This was her baptism by fire. A split-screen communication window opened, revealing Sal Yu's encouraging face. If you're feeling anxious, take a deep breath and fight with a calm mind, he advised warmly. Yes, sir. Sal piloted the Super Hyperion Gundam, originally powered by batteries, but upgraded at his request with a Minovsky ultra-energy thermonuclear reactor. Angelica, X-Heretic, launching. Sal Yu, Super Hyperion, launching. 3 Aegis Mercenary Group Army-class fleets currently assaulted the Southern Reach's electromagnetic orbital elevator, a massive space tether now under Anglo-Saxon Republic military control. The defending forces matched their attackers with 3 equivalent Army-class fleet formations. The X-Heretic raised its beam rifle, rapidly eliminating several Falcon mobile suits with precise shots. Angelica felt the spatial awareness flowing through her enhanced consciousness. Under her psychic command, the psychofield interface responded instantly. All 4 large dragoons and 2 smaller waist-mounted units launched simultaneously. The 4 massive dragoons deployed on extending cables, spreading in different directions under Angelica's mental control. Each large dragoon could fire 9 concentrated beam shots. 4 times 9 equals 36 total beams, with an average hit rate requiring 3 beams per mobile suit. 24 Falcon and Raptor units were destroyed in a single devastating volley. The 2 smaller dragoons remained close to support the X-Heretic against immediate threats. In that single moment, more than 25 enemy mobile suits fell to the X-Heretic's assault. Suddenly, the X-Heretic became the primary target for every Anglo-Saxon pilot in the area. Countless Falcon and Raptor mobile suits converged on Angelica's position. Blue flames erupted from the X-Heretic's thrusters as it danced through space, dodging enemy beam fire and projectiles with fluid grace. The large dragoons returned to their docking stations, while the smaller units provided covering fire. Don't let those things on that Gundam's back deploy again. One Anglo-Saxon pilot shouted over the calm. Once those weapons launch were finished, we have to destroy that Gundam first. More and more Falcon and Raptor units focused their attacks on the X-Heretic. Despite the overwhelming assault, Angelica maintained perfect composure. She wasn't fighting alone. The Anglo-Saxon pilots fixated on the X-Heretic failed to notice other Aegis mobile suits targeting them in return. GIM units equipped with various weapon configurations unleashed beams and missiles, destroying numerous Falcon and Raptor mobile suits in brilliant explosions. With the pressure reduced, Angelica immediately deployed the X-Heretic's large dragoons. 36 Azure Beam lances struck with lethal precision. Whoa, that Gundam fights just like the Seraphim, an Aegis pilot observed. Right, attacking targets from multiple directions simultaneously. There's no way to defend against that kind of attack pattern. The X-Heretic moved to a new position, continuing its systematic destruction. Warning alarms blared as a Raptor unit charged forward. Beam saber raised high. The X-Heretic's shield bore anti-beam coating as Angelica activated her beam saber control. In the instant, the shield blocked the enemy's strike. The ex-heretic's right hand completed its weapon swap. The beam blade pierced straight through the raptor's cockpit. Several more raptor units rushed forward. The waist-mounted dragoons launched, eliminating each attacker in sequence. The final raptor fell as the ex-heretic charged forward, cutting it in half at the waist. The mobile suit exploded in a brilliant fireball. The 4 large dragoons deployed once more. Instantly, countless explosion blossoms surrounded the ex-heretic's position. Saul watched Angelica's first official combat performance from his Super Hyperion's cockpit. Impressive work. That Gundam perfectly suits a new type with your level of spatial awareness and psychic strength. I probably couldn't operate it that smoothly myself. Saul's own spatial awareness and psychic abilities rated B level, while his piloting skills and crisis perception earned a plus marks. General Alonso of the Anglo-Saxon Defense Forces studied the three-dimensional tactical display with growing frustration. The battle's trajectory filled him with dread. Though both sides fielded equal numbers, Anglo-Saxon military quality fell far short of Aegis standards. Their forces were being systematically crushed, ground into dust beneath overwhelming enemy superiority. Excluding mass-production Gundam units, 5 custom Gundams now dominated the battlefield. Each had destroyed over 50 mobile suits, with the least effective still claiming more than 50 kills. General, urgent report. Enemy forces have breached our defensive perimeter. Aegis assault troops are infiltrating the electromagnetic elevator. Alonso's face darkened. When will reinforcements arrive? Sir, Headquarters reports no reinforcements available for deployment. What? How is that possible? General, our homeland's orbital elevators are under simultaneous Aegis attack. The enemy has deployed even larger fleets there. Most of our available forces have been redirected to defend domestic facilities. General, emergency. Enemy forces have breached our 6 o'clock defensive fleet. Alonso watched the main display in horror as 4 Gundams and supporting mobile suit squadrons carved through the defensive formation, conducting systematic slaughter of warships and their escort mobile suits. Angelica's ex-heretic, Saul's Super Hyperion, 2 Mark Roman 2G units, nearly 100 GIM mobile suits, and 50 Murasame fighters in aircraft configuration tore into the Anglo-Saxon fleet. The Murasames carried cluster missile payloads, releasing devastating salvos as they passed each warship. Numerous vessels erupted in explosions or suffered massive hull breaches. The ex-heretic and other mobile suits continued destroying warships, leaving twisted metal wreckage drifting through space. An assault shuttle squadron, protected by the mobile suit screen, penetrated the electromagnetic elevator's defensive perimeter. General Alonso watched closed-circuit security feeds from inside the orbital elevator as Aegis assault troops breached 2 separate entry points. Though Anglo-Saxon defenders fought desperately, their personal weapons proved inferior to enemy equipment. General, enemy assault troops are advancing too aggressively. Our forces are being pushed back on all fronts. Sir, another defensive fleet position has been overrun by enemy mobile suits. Aegis assault troops are beginning their invasion of our electromagnetic elevator under mobile suit cover. Alonso recognized the inevitable. Continuing the fight would only increase casualties. Better to surrender immediately and save lives. The remaining Anglo-Saxon defensive fleets fired surrender flares, officially declaring defeat. The third Aegis assault team was just disembarking from their shuttles inside the elevator when the facility's speakers announced the surrender. The assault troops felt somewhat awkward. The enemy had capitulated the moment they'd arrived. All Anglo-Saxon defenders laid down their weapons in formal surrender. Angelica returned to the mothership. Sal's voice crackled over the calm. "We have additional missions to complete." The orbital elevator of the Southern Reach now flew under Aegis colors. One more strategic victory in their systematic campaign against Anglo-Saxon occupation forces. Chapter 250. The Southern Reach Continent President Valerius sat in his presidential office with a face like thunder, studying the grim expressions of his cabinet ministers, some bearing looks of deep concern, others barely concealing their anxiety. The latest intelligence reports struck like hammer blows. The Southern Reach's electromagnetic orbital elevator, seized during their occupation, had now fallen to Aegis mercenary group forces. At that moment, an aide rushed in with even worse news. Aegis escort fleets had reached the Southern Reach mainland and engaged Anglo-Saxon ground forces in direct combat. Valerius and his ministers wore expressions of pure dread. The Southern Reach continent had always been their prize for eventual unification, but now they faced enemies on multiple fronts simultaneously. Back home, Anglo-Saxon republics' domestic orbital elevator stations endured massive Aegis assaults. Anglo-Saxon military command had already deployed an entire army group fleet for relief operations. That represented their maximum available reinforcement capacity. No additional forces could be spared without catastrophic consequences. Further troop movements would invite opportunistic strikes from the Cathayan Empire, the Rossovian Union, and the theocracy of Aurea, especially Aurea, whose forces seemed poised for aggressive action. The bitter truth was undeniable. The Anglo-Saxon Republic, one of the Democratic Alliance's three superpowers, could not defeat Aegis mercenary group in direct confrontation. Even more humiliating, Aegis hadn't deployed their full strength. Less than 1/3 of their total forces were currently engaged. Technically speaking, Aegis mercenary group's overall troop numbers remained smaller than Anglo-Saxon military strength, but sheer numbers meant nothing against superior quality and tactics. Valerius had considered mobilizing lunar forces from Lunar Garda City, but fresh reports delivered another devastating blow. Aegis units had crushed the lunar garrison and occupied the entire moon base. The president collapsed into his chair, utterly defeated. Regardless of how current conflicts resolved, the Anglo-Saxon Republic's international prestige would plummet even further. Meanwhile, the Aegis escort fleet engaged Anglo-Saxon forces at a coastal military installation on the Southern Reach mainland. Draco Varlan sortied in his Seraphim Gundam for direct combat. The Shadow Mad Dogs deployed Pale Knights in maritime configuration, clashing with Anglo-Saxon Sea Cat mobile suits in brutal naval warfare. White Knight, Black Knight, Red Knight, and land-configured Pale Knight units conducted systematic slaughter throughout the enemy base. Countless Falcon, Raptor, and Flying Cat mobile suits fell, either sliced in half by beam sabers or pierced through by concentrated cannon fire. Destroyed enemy mobile suits littered the battlefield, belching thick black smoke. Base vehicles burned in twisted wreckage, while countless broken bodies lay scattered across blood-stained ground. Surviving base personnel mounted desperate final resistance. Outside the perimeter, enemy Falcon units faced overwhelming destruction from Jim and Murasame forces, while the Savage Hound squadrons Ling Gus, Z2, and mass-production Bull Gundam units conducted merciless extermination operations. Enemy warships exploded one after another in brilliant fireballs. The Aegis escort fleet suffered 0 ship losses and minimal damage, though over a dozen mobile suits had been shot down. Their pilots had successfully ejected and awaited rescue. The base commander recognized inevitable defeat. Continued resistance was futile. He ordered surrender flares fired, while praying the Shadow Mad Dogs would actually cease their assault. The Shadow Mad Dogs fought with rabid intensity. Once they locked onto targets, they never stopped until complete annihilation. Only Draco's direct orders could halt their rampage. Seeing enemy surrender signals, Draco commanded all Shadow Mad Dogs units to return to the mothership. Base defenders had resigned themselves to death, but watching the terrifying Shadow Mad Dogs withdraw brought overwhelming relief. Other Aegis units moved in to secure the facility. Surviving Anglo-Saxon troops wept openly. Having expected certain death, they could only express their miraculous survival through tears of gratitude. Southern Reach guerrilla forces, rushing to assist the battle, arrived only to find the engagement already concluded. Entering the captured base, guerrilla fighters stared in amazement at dejected Anglo-Saxon soldiers sitting in defeated clusters. The guerrillas had never imagined Aegis mercenary groups' operational efficiency could be so devastating. From initial engagement to enemy surrender, less than 1 hour had elapsed. By the time they'd received orders to assist and reach the battlefield, the fighting was over without firing a single shot. Major Flavio, commander of the guerrilla forces, requested communication with the escort fleet. "This is Major Flavio, commanding the 6th Army, 5th Regiment Guerrilla Forces. Brigadier General Ises, Aegis Escort Fleet Commander." After brief coordination discussions, the Aegis fleet conducted local resupply operations while guerrilla forces assumed control of the captured base and prisoner management. From his Seraphim Gundam cockpit at high altitude, Draco's cameras detected an abandoned village settlement below. Though clearly deserted, the sparse vegetation growth suggested recent abandonment. "This village hasn't been empty very long," he mused, "probably evacuated due to war." As Draco prepared to return to the mothership, movement in the camera feed caught his attention. Zooming in revealed a startling sight. A child. The enhanced image showed a young figure with a dirt-smudged face and disheveled hair emerging from tall grass, staring up at the hovering Seraphim Gundam and 3 escort Z2 units. The child's eyes lacked typical youthful vitality, instead showing hollow fear and trauma. Draco scanned the entire village for additional survivors. Suddenly, Persica's communication window appeared on his screen. "Why are you just hovering there? Look at this." Draco transmitted his camera coordinates. An abandoned village with a child. How strange. Even if the entire population evacuated to escape war, how could they forget a child? We should investigate. The Seraphim and Virtue landed in the deserted settlement, while 3 Z2 units maintained perimeter security. The child fled immediately upon seeing the massive mobile suits touch down. Draco and Persica emerged from their cockpits, boots touching ground. Using his Spartan suit scanning functions, Draco analyzed the surrounding environment beyond discovering dried bloodstains on the earth. Numerous buildings bore bullet hole scars from recent combat. Draco, this place shows clear signs of battle. Persica observed. Draco remained silent, sensing something terrible had occurred here. Scanning confirmed only the hidden child remained alive in the entire abandoned settlement. Examining nearby grass huts revealed rotting, sour-smelling food inside. Household items bore bloodstains, and bullet holes peppered walls and furniture. Looks like this village suffered military attack. Draco concluded grimly. The innocent should never pay the price for war. Yet here was proof that they always did.